Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Reflection Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Bakugo had been very paranoid for the last week, ever since that shitty nerd's quirk came in. It had turned out to be a shitty quirk, perfect for a shitty nerd like him, allowing him to go into reflective surfaces. Granted, it was not that bad. He could go inside them pretty fast. However, the surface had to be big enough for him to go into, and he could still get damaged inside when the surface was damaged. So a shitty quirk suited for a shitty coward like Deku. And Bakugo had made sure that he and everyone else knew. So why was he so paranoid lately? Because he had recognized that glint in the nerd's eyes, the same one he had seen in Auntie and Ko's eyes whenever the hag was being especially aggravating and Auntie decided to rein her in, usually via mild humiliation. So he knew for sure Deku was planning something, just not what. Well, whatever it is, I can crush any attempt of a prank that a weak crybaby can come up with, Katsuki thought as he ambled into the bathroom to brush his teeth. Unlike the old hag, I can just expel what in the fuck. His inner monologue came to an abrupt stop when, in the corner of his eye, Katsuki spotted something in the mirror. A closer look revealed that yep, that was the nerd all right, standing right next to the window behind him in a striped shirt, khaki pants, and suit jacket combo that looked extremely familiar for some reason. How the fuck had he gotten in here? Doesn't matter, he thought, already whirling around to kick the nerd's ass. I'm gonna kill that nerd for breaking into my house. He was then left confused when the sparking and popping palm hit nothing but air. The nerd had somehow vanished. Now, contrary to his appearance, Katsuki was very smart for his age. That's why when he turned back around to find Deku now standing in his reflection's place, Katsuki immediately connected the dots. Deku has been hiding inside the mirror all along. Fucking nerd. I know this is your quirk. I don't know how you get in there, but are you dancing? What the fuck? Indeed, Izuku was dancing in place, hands moving up and down, body swaying side by side in an increasingly familiar dance. Barely registering the yells of the old hag from screaming so early in the morning, Katsuki felt dread pooling in the pit of his stomach, because there was no fucking way the nerd was. We're no strangers to love. God fucking damn it. Katsuki couldn't help but scream, because fucking shit, it was the 25th century and somehow the nerd had still found a way to fucking rickroll him. Be quiet, brat. It's too damn early for your bullshit. The voice of his mother rang out from behind the door, prompting him to yell back at her, taking his eyes off of the mirror as he did so. And as he expected, Deku had vanished from the mirrors by the time he turned back around. Yeah, you'd better run, you damn coward. I'm gonna kill you when we get to school. Growling to himself, Katsuki got started on brushing his teeth, determined to kill all the germs in place of the fucking nerd. As he got to rinsing, Katsuki started planning the best way to kick Deku's ass 6 ways to Sunday. He was at step 5 when he glanced at the top of his cup, still halfway filled with water. You know the rules, and so, the sudden reappearance in music made him flinch so badly that, not only did it make the water he was going to spit out go back in, but it also went down the wrong pipe. As Katsuki spent the next few minutes coughing, choking, and somehow still screaming at both Deku and his mother, who started screaming at him when he started screaming at Deku, he swore revenge on the nerd for putting him through this humiliation. Still grumbling a while later, Katsuki sat down to have breakfast, murder on his mind and hot sauce on his toast. Are you okay, Katsuki? What got you and your mother yelling earlier? His dad asked, voice filled with concern. Mind your own business, old man. It's just the usual, grumbled Katsuki. And it was true, he and the old hag yelling at each other was nearly routine. The old man was asking more out of habit at this point. Don't talk to your father like that, you brat, yelled the old hag, also mostly out of habit. Electing to ignore them both, Katsuki focused on his breakfast, taking a bite out of his toast and absently listening to the news playing in the background. Earlier today, an incident occurred at the Royal Palace of Morocco, where the International Monaco Cup took place. A group of terrorists infiltrated the cup, posing as competitors, intending to assassinate the king. However, thanks to the quick thinking of Prince Pirat Balnez and his quirk, Clown, they were quickly distracted and detained. What the hell kind of quirk is Clown? What the fuck can he do? Live in a society? Katsuki snorted to himself, deciding to pay attention to the news for once. This might turn out to be interesting. It was a decision that he regretted immediately, as standing on the screen next to the clown prince was another clown, the one that had been harassing him all morning. A full commitment's what I'm. You motherfucker. Well, no one ever said that Katsuki was level-headed, as evidenced by the trash TV and his plate of breakfast inside it. His rage, however, was immediately replaced by terror as a heavy hand landed on his shoulder, making him realize what he had just done. Katsuki, a voice so pleasantly calm and yet so filled with deadly intent, spoke up behind him. Katsuki was quickly reminded why the only person he can scream at was his mother. I hope you have a very good explanation on why you destroyed the very expensive TV that I just bought a month ago, said Bakugo Masaru, his father, with a benevolent smile, one that spoke of the cold fury of a mild-mannered man pushed beyond the limits. To add insult to the injury, the bastard was still there, dancing and singing the next lines, on his dad's glasses lenses. And this time Katsuki couldn't even scream, because he had learned the lesson years ago the hard way to not interrupt his dad when he was legitimately angry like this. Deku, I will fucking kill you if it's the last thing I do. Katsuki screamed quietly in his head instead. He was not suicidal. Aldera Middle School knew enough of how Bakugo Katsuki functioned to recognize when he was in a bad mood. Oh, everybody knew the guy aimed for Yue, so he would keep his record squeaky clean. That means despite all the aggressiveness and the behind-the-scenes beatings of Deku, he would never openly cause trouble. However, today he seemed to be in an especially bad mood. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at everything as if seeing if his quirk would work with his eyesight alone. His palms were constantly sparking and sizzling, and his lips were opened into a snarl just short of foaming at the mouth. All in all, his body language reminded everyone of a predator denied his rightful prey. Coupled all that with the random howls of rage before the explosions and the perpetual smell of burned sugar that suggested he was minutes away from exploding. Quite literally, considering his quirk, every student and staff of Aldera collectively decided to give him a wide berth. To make matters worse, Midoriya Izuku, Bakugo's favored punching bag, had decided to take a few days off, citing family business. Therefore, everyone was trying their best to not be the replacement. As for Bakugo himself, he was moments away from letting loose the biggest explosion he could manage to destroy everything in sight. Not even the thought of acing the UA entrance exam and becoming the #1 hero could help him calm down. His restraint the result of pure bullheaded stubbornness and willpower. Deku had been popping up all over the place all day, on the most random surfaces possible at precisely when Katsuki let his guard down, never at a time when he expected Deku to appear. Like on the lid of the metal pencil case of the extra sitting in front of him, or on the freshly waxed floor of the gym during PE, or on the car door when he was walking to school, or, most recently, on one of the teacher's bald shiny forehead. And every single goddamn time, the nerd always kept singing and dancing to that stupid half-a-millennia-old song. But all that was in the past, because the school day was almost over. If he could just get through homeroom without exploding any of these nobodies, he could head straight over to Deku's house to beat him up. Well, maybe not. Auntie and Co. was scary when Deku was involved. A large part of the reason why he made sure the beatings he gave Deku were untraceable was her threat of pulling out all of his teeth one by one. Anyway, Deku hadn't appeared for 2 periods, either because Katsuki had done his damnedest to ensure he paid attention to all reflective surfaces, or he got bored and gave up. No matter the case, he only had to endure about an hour more. Katsuki was jarred out of his paranoid ramblings by the sudden noise around him. Pushing down his surprise, he realized that no, it wasn't another rickroll. It was just the extras around him showing off their pathetic quirks. Alright, we're supposed to talk about future plans today, he distantly noted, irritated that these trash even dared to dream to stand in his way. Let's remind these pebbles where they stand, beneath my feet, he decided, pushing Deku out of his mind. The nerd must have given up on UA if he preferred to waste time with these pranks rather than going to school. Many years from now, Bakugo Katsuki would grudgingly admit that he had made one of the classic blunders that ended the lives of many heroes and villains alike. As he jumped on top of the table, preparing to deliver a verbal beatdown of epic proportions on these extras, he got complacent and forgot to check for any reflective surfaces like he had been doing since morning. One of the students in his class had a quirk that let him absorb light and use it to glow like a glow stick. As he was showing off his quirk, the light hit the students in front, one of them having a quirk that allowed him to suck in air and inflate his head like a balloon. And sharing the property with an inflated balloon, the student's cheek turned reflective. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. If Katsuki had been more cautious, or less conceited, he wouldn't have seen that by not jumping on the table. As it was, however, when he turned around to yell at his classmates, the sight of Izuku dancing on Balloon Face's shiny cheeks caught him off guard enough to make Katsuki trip and fall off the table. His excellent reflexes saved him from face planting, but by then, the damage was done. No one dared to laugh, or even let out a sound, but that didn't mean a damn thing to Katsuki. The roar of absolute fury that followed almost got the principal to call the heroes, fearing a villain attack. Unfortunately, his desk did not survive, which prompted a phone call to his family. As lenient as the school was to Katsuki, destruction of school property in full view of dozens of witnesses couldn't be swept under the rug fully. More unfortunately, due to his destruction of the TV that morning, his dad had come home early to see what can be done about it. Thus, he was the one to pick up the phone, instead of his mom, who would just yell at him and be done with it. Katsuki decided then and there on his name as a future #1 hero that Deku would forever be his nemesis. In one of Katsuki's eyes, if one looked carefully enough, they could see a tiny Izuku, still in the same outfit, laughing to himself. He had managed to jump back here from Fukura's cheeks before they deflated. He had had plenty of practice today with his quirk, so his jump speed is steadily approaching instantaneous. He knew he couldn't defeat Katsuki one-on-one. His former childhood friend was too strong and too practiced with explosion for that, so petty revenge would have to do. His mom had been fully supportive, if supportive means reluctantly letting him handle it himself and not just pulling Katsuki's eyeballs out of his skulls. It helped that he managed to convince her that it would be good practice for his recently awakened quirk. As his laughter died down to a snicker, only one thought ran through Izuku's head as he wiped his tears. "Oh Kaken, we're gonna have so much fun. I wonder how long you will last." The answer, as it turned out, was longer than both of them thought, but not long enough for Izuku to grow bored of it. Izuku had always known that Katsuki was not a quitter. In Katsuki's world, he was the greatest hero material to ever grace the earth except for maybe All Might. And not for long. And heroes don't give up. They fight and persevere until they win. And heroes always win against everything. That's why he shouldn't be as surprised as he was when, a solid half a year after his quirk had awakened and he had decided to plunge Katsuki into Rickroll hell, his former best friend still refused to break. If nothing else, that bullheaded stubbornness to give in would serve him well when he got into UA, showed off his ferocity on camera in the sports festival for the world to see, got a villain's attention for said ferocity, got kidnapped by said villain because they think he would be a great villain, and had to resist torture and brainwashing attempts until the heroes arrived to rescue. Izuku had to resist the urge to chuckle to himself at the ridiculous thought. UA was one of the safest places on Earth, with a world-class security system and a faculty of pro heroes. There was no way anyone could be kidnapped under their watch. Well, enough fantasizing, there he is. Izuku pulled himself from his musing when he noticed the figure of his victim. Friend, nah, friend sounded wrong somehow. Victim was the correct term. Time to say hello. Putting on the biggest and brightest smile he could, the one he had been told pissed his bullies off the most, Izuku approached the twitching form of Bakugo Katsuki, who looked like he had spent the last week glaring at a wall instead of sleeping to keep himself from being rickrolled, drinking coffee brewed with energy drinks, and snacking on Adderall. While Izuku had grown and bulked up a bit from practicing his quirk on Katsuki and any unlucky soul foolish enough to help him, he was still quite short, barely coming up to 153 centimeters. Thus he couldn't sling his arm on Katsuki's shoulders to assert dominance like the blonde had repeatedly done to him. Instead, he was able to do something much better. Taking off in a silent sprint, he sprung his trap. "Kaken," he called in the most childishly cheerful voice possible, taking off from his sprint and landing squarely on Katsuki's back. He then proceeded to lock his arms and legs on Katsuki's front, essentially forcing him into a piggyback ride. "How are you this fine morning?" Good. Of course you are. Though you need to work on your facial care routine. You don't look like you have gotten enough sleep. I'm pretty sure Auntie Mitsuki would have offered tips had you asked." Throughout this one-sided exchange, his blonde victim had been screaming unintelligibly, body buckling wildly to shake off the menace on his back, arms swinging at his back and palms popping and sizzling to try his damnedest to hit his target. Sadly, all he got to show for his efforts was the green little shit laughing and giggling like an overexcited child on a machine bull at a rodeo. "Look, Kaken, no hands. Get off my back so I can kill you. You lily-livered cabbage bomb piece of clown turd." Katsuki continued to scream, completely uncaring of the attention he was attracting, as well as the way people were starting to move out of the way while at the same time taking out their phones to start recording in case heroes had to interfere. "Whoa, that's a new one." Izuku flopped back on Katsuki's back and resumed speaking like nothing had happened. "I can't even begin to tell what you're trying to say." "Good job, buddy. I am not your fucking buddy. Fucking get off and be killed like a man." "Awa, you're shy. Don't be shy. After all," Izuku said, still in that annoyingly sing-song childish voce, then abruptly lowered his voice just enough so that only Katsuki could hear what came next. "We're no strangers to love." A flinch that resulted from that line was enough to send Izuku into another fit of laughter, this one more befitting a villain mastermind who had just revealed to his nemesis that the villain's disciple was the grandson of his nemesis master, rather than a middle school kid who had just successfully rickrolled his friend. Katsuki didn't remain frozen for long, as he let out a particularly loud roar and swung his body into a violent arc to dislodge the literal pain on his back. He was caught off guard when it actually worked, Izuku having let go mid-swing. Unfortunately, Katsuki was denied his rightful vengeance when he saw where Izuku's destination was. He could only watch helplessly as his nemesis twisted his body midair, tucking in his arms to make himself smaller. just small enough to dive in headfirst and disappear into the reflective surface of a puddle on the road. One random bystander noted to his fellow random bystander how perfect the diving form was. And Katsuki's scream of pure anguish would have made a lot of people feel bad had he not started attacking the puddle in hopes of catching his tormentor. Izuku, having jumped from the puddle to the blind spot mirror at the street corner, stopped laughing long enough to look back and observe his handiwork. As he started to jump from surface to surface in the direction to Aldera Middle School, he only had one thought in his mind. Oh Katsuki, how the tables have turned. Katsuki had been almost late for school. Luckily, he had managed to run away before the police officer could arrive to scold him for public quirk usage. So there Katsuki sat, right ear and eye still focusing on the lecture, but the rest of his senses working overtime to predict where the next attempt would be. It didn't mean a damn thing that Deku was sitting right behind him in the real world and not in a mirror. He had learned that lesson very early on. Whatever you got planned, bring it on, Katsuki roared in his head. He was ready for the next attempt on his sanity. And nothing could surprise him anymore. He staunchly ignored the fact he had also said that last time. Several seats behind Katsuki, Izuku snickered quietly behind his hand as he saw the battle aura that Katsuki was exuding that was making the students sitting next to him lean away and the teacher to avoid looking at that part of the classroom completely. He actually had no more plans to do another Rickroll, but it wasn't like Katsuki would believe him if he said so. Besides, it'll be all the sweeter to strike when he least expects it. Suppressing another bout of evil laughter, Izuku refocused on the lesson. He was well aware that his quirk was not suited for direct combat, so he would have to make up for the practical test as much as possible in the written test. As funny as the sight of Katsuki glaring and muttering to himself was, UA was the most prestigious hero school in the country for a reason. He would have to give it his all because the school would not make it easy. If Katsuki was that insistent on it, then he might just do it maybe once or twice during lunch break or something. I'm home. Oh, welcome back, Izuku, called out Inko from the kitchen. Did you stop by for eggs like I asked? Sure did, Izuku answered, starting to put the groceries away. Had to stay behind a bit to talk to Mr. Araki, but thankfully I managed to jump to the store on time to catch the sale. Izuku, his mother's tone made the teen flinch, even more when he saw the frown on her face. What did I say about using your quirk in public? It's fine. I made sure no one saw me jumping in or out, and you know how fast I am between jumps. Izuku used beg for mercy. It was not very effective. That is not the point. I only allowed you to use your quirk to practice it on Katsuki and his posse because they bullied you. If you're just going to use it whenever you want, how can I trust you to go off alone to UA unsupervised and be responsible? Inko had not raised her voice once during the whole speech, but that didn't make the cringe any less painful. She was right, of course. He had been riding on the high of getting a quirk. Plus, with his success in getting back at Katsuki, he had also been getting cocky, using man in the mirror whenever and wherever he wanted, especially against Katsuki. He could make any excuses about figuring out his quirk's limits and capabilities all he wanted. But reality remained the same. He was turning into the people that tormented him in the past. He was turning into Katsuki. I'm sorry, Mom. I'll be more careful in the future. Seeing that her son had been properly chastised, Inko gave a smile and turned back to the dinner. That's all I ask. The UA entrance exam is in 6 months. If you're not careful and get caught, it might affect your chances. Shit, he hadn't even thought of that. Sure, he was careful and incredibly fast when moving between mirrors, but all it would take was one slip-up when he was entering and exiting. If he was caught by the police or, God forbid, a pro hero, especially if said hero was part of the faculty at UA, he could kiss his dream of being a hero goodbye, quirk or no quirk. Besides, you'll get plenty of chances at the dorm and hero studies classes, and it'll be completely legal, expected even. A very good point, honorable mother. Izuku could totally see where he got his cunning and revenge streak. Midoriya and Co. was the best mom ever, and Izuku would fight anyone who said otherwise. Now go set up the table. It's almost time. Alright, it is almost 6 p.m. Izuku hurried toward the dining room, bringing with him the bowls and utensils. He was just finishing setting the table when Inko brought the food out, just in time, as the tablet placed at the empty seat received a call. Good evening, guys. Whatcha cooking today? The face of Midoriya Hisashi appeared with a large smile on his face, already sitting at his own table with a plate of waffles, bacon, and his own bowl of miso soup. Both mother and son returned the smile, sitting down with their own meal. Good morning, dear. Mr. Kishimoto went fishing and gave me a good amount of squid and shrimp, so I bought some clams and tried that jambalaya recipe you sent me. Ooh, that's a good one. You'll love Cajun cuisine. In fact, Izuku couldn't help but smile wider. His dad was always busy, so this time of the day was the only time they managed to talk to each other. For about half an hour when his dad had breakfast and he and his mom had dinner, the Midoriya family was together and whole. And then she wrapped her cape around her body and disappeared. How cool is that? Oh, that reminds me, Izuku. I know how Edna is with her no capes, but hear me out. My company just developed this material and with your quirk. As the family happily talked about everything and nothing, in the back of his mind, Izuku felt like he had forgotten something. Bah, if he forgot, then it couldn't have been that important. In contrast to that happy scene, things weren't quite so peaceful at the Bakugo household. Damn it, brat. If you're not gonna eat, then go to your room to study or something. You're fucking annoying. Katsuki, are you sure you're okay? You look worse than that time Ms. Nekomimi's dog got rabies and had to be put down. And that was the 5th time you almost exploded the plate. I quote him fine. He was not fine. None of them understood his struggles. Not his shitty parents, not the extras at school, not the faceless background characters outside on the streets. Aside from the attempt this morning, fucking Deku had not given another try. He could keep the honor student act all he wanted. The idiots might have been gullible enough to be tricked into thinking Deku spent all day just taking notes and paying attention to the lessons and not planning another attempt on his sanity. But Katsuki knew better. He was the future #1 hero. He would not be done in by some cheap petty tricks like, aha, I see you bitch, Katsuki yelled, whipping around to point at the fridge, swiping his dinner off the table in the process. He actually hadn't seen anyone, but he had to keep on his toes. One split second was all it would take. This was no doubt an ambush to destabilize society. Psychological warfare to bring down the house by collapsing the pillars. Yes, that was it. The villains were clever indeed, but the future #1, shit, it was the hand again. Katsuki. His dad began, go to your room and rest. We're seeing a psychologist first thing tomorrow. What? Both he and his mom yelled at the same time. How about that? They finally got along on something. Masaru, you can't be serious. There's only 6 months left and this isn't something that… Mitsuki. Oh damn, the old man was using the voice. It's much better to take care of this when we still have time instead of in the middle of crunch time. Katsuki is smart and can afford to take a few days off. What do you think will happen if he goes into the exams looking like this and then gets disqualified for attacking a proctor or something? Or has a breakdown 2 days before the exams and doesn't make it there altogether? Katsuki got even more pissed at. Instead of arguing further, the hag just sat back down with a huff. He conveniently ignored the fact that the old man was making perfect sense. Letting out a sigh, Masaru took one look at the scowling face of his wife and son and decided to defuse the situation. He was always able to read his wife like an open book and could recognize when she agreed with him but was just clinging to stubborn pride to not be seen as a loser. Look, tempers are running high, so let's leave this alone for now. The trip tomorrow is non-negotiable though. Mitsuki turned away to the far wall as Masaru sat back down next to her, refusing to look at her husband even if he had a point, and he was only like this when he did. Her pride refused to let her admit it. Her husband only smiled in response. Let's put some music on. Alexa, play some upbeat music. Playing Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. Betrayed by his own allies. How could they? They had their differences, but they were still family. What did Deku bribe them with for them to fall to the dark side? Money, power, the limited edition Genderbent Gal Mite body pillow, weed brownies. Katsuki, stop screaming and clean up this mess you just made. Then get some rest. We're leaving early tomorrow. Katsuki stared at the imposing gates of UA. Hands in his pockets and jaw clenched. He was finally there, at the beginning of his origin story. The previous week his therapist had finally cleared him to attend the UA entrance exams. That's right, Bakugo Katsuki was finally ready to get started on his journey to be the #1 pro hero. Despite the numerous trips to the therapist to try to work out the many problems he had had and was still having. He was barely at the starting line, but he would. Morning Kaken. Fuck. Okay, calm down Katsuki. Stay focused on the goals. Ace the written test. Ace the practical test. Ace 3 years of school. Become #1. Prime numbers 2, 3, 5, 7, 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 7, 1, 9, 2, 3, 2, 9, 3, 1. During the many trips to the therapist, they had discussed extensively about the 6 months of what Katsuki had dubbed Rickroll Hell, as well as his relationship with Deku that had led to it. The whole thing was complicated, and he hadn't even the faintest clue where to start tackling it except to not default to screaming and violence whenever Deku was involved. However, old habits die hard, and the irritatingly cheerful voice that had repeatedly driven him to insane rage for months did not help. Make no mistakes, Katsuki still hated Deku's gut, and he was sure the feeling was mutual. However, even if he did intend to get revenge, right before the UA entrance exams while surrounded by pro heroes was not the time and place to do it. Feeling his composure returning, Katsuki opened his eyes to face Deku only to be caught flat-footed, contrary to his expectations. Deku only had a teasing smirk on his face as opposed to the evil one that suggested he had a plan to goad Katsuki into getting himself kicked out. His body language was also completely relaxed, with no signs of being up to something. All in all, Katsuki was absolutely sure the fucker was up to something. I'll admit I had my doubts when Auntie and Uncle brought you to the therapist, but you actually did pull it off. Good job, buddy. I'm not your fucking buddy. Fuck. Katsuki had to cringe when Izuku's smile became just a bit strained. Damn reflexes. Wait. Shit. Give me a second. Fuck. Katsuki backpedaled in a vain hope to not give Deku a reason to start whatever it was he was planning, starting to go through the method that he found most effective. Ace the written test. Ace the practical test. Ace 3 years of school. Become number 1. Prime numbers 2, 3, 5, 7, 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 7, 1, 9, 2, 3, 2, 9, 3, 1. When he was sufficiently focused, Katsuki reopened his eyes. He was surprised to see Deku still standing there waiting patiently. Better? Deku asked calmly, left eyebrow raised inquisitively. Yeah, that was all Katsuki could say in response to that, so he decided to get straight to the point and get it over with. Look, whatever you got planned today. Nothing at all. Izuku cut in, amused by the skeptical look on Katsuki's face in response to that. I know there's a lot of animosity between us, but I do want to see you do well. Believe it or not, I'm just here to wish you luck. After a long moment, Katsuki decided to return with a simple nod. If there was anything Katsuki had learned in the past year, when Deku decided to do something he would always find a way to get it done. Come hell or high water. He would just have to take his word for it. I can't let you say I distracted you before the exam as an excuse when I beat you now, can I? And the familiar rage and anger was back. Katsuki hated how easily the nerd could rile him up like this. Bring it, bitch. When I ace this shit, I'm gonna make you kneel in front of me with your forehead pressed to the floor like the bitch you are. He settled for this instead. The nerd was aggravating, but competitiveness he could deal with. It spurred him on. Probably what Deku planned when he said that as well. Bastard. With that, Katsuki chose to turn around and walk inside. If the nerd decided to play nice today, then he could afford to do the same. It had been a peaceful couple of months, and he did not want to encourage Deku to restart Rickroll hell, or God forbid, start something worse in the middle of the exams. Katsuki. Fuck. Deku was using his actual name. What now? I do mean what I said. I look forward to trolling you at the UA dorms. Letting out a long sigh to accompany his scowl, Katsuki resumed walking. Yeah, sure, whatever. It ain't gonna work. Izuku smiled and decided to follow Katsuki inside. One day they would have to grow up and be responsible pro-heroes. When that day comes, this petty rivalry would be a waste of both their time and effort, so might as well get started on putting it behind them. Besides, he was completely confident that they would both make it in. There would be plenty of chances to prank the shit out of him at the dorms. Why rush with this many witnesses and figures of authority around? He had plenty of time. He had 10 years upbringing as the youngest of the Idaitan line of heroes, plus his education at semi-private academy instilled in him the value of tradition and adherence to the rules. Rules are the foundation of stable society, and as a hero in training it was his job to make sure both him and his fellow students hold themselves to the highest standards by following them. That was why he was irritated by the pair of troublemakers that he saw at the school gates. Really, making a scene right in front of this prestigious academy's gates. He didn't know what their grievances were with each other, nor did he care. They should have resolved it somewhere that didn't distract the rest of the participants. He was even more irritated when they arrived at the practical test site and one of them was there. The green-haired one who looked to be the less aggressive of the two but was the instigator. At first he was willing to leave him be. It was, after all, none of his business. However, the delinquent had started looking around at the other participants instead of focusing on getting ready himself, likely looking for an easy target to harass. When he stared at a nervous-looking participant just a little too long to be appropriate, Ada decided upon himself to be the one to have to set him straight. If he ended up hated, then so be it. Unlike the nervous participant, he knew he could take care of himself if the delinquent turned out to be confrontational. After all Might said sticking your nose into things you're not involved in is the essence of being a hero. Putting a hand on his shoulder to get his attention, Ada waited for him to turn around before he started berating the troublemaker. Ada also noted that the guy was quite short, barely coming up to Ada's chin. That was good. He might be less confrontational if he was physically intimidated. What do you think you're doing? That person appears to be trying to focus, so what reason do you have to keep staring at them? Are you planning to sabotage other participants to increase your own chances? Despite Ada's harsh words, the delinquent seemed completely unperturbed, simply continued to stare at him with an eyebrow raised. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Ada opened his mouth to continue, only to notice the troublemaker's eyes to suddenly be filled with tears. Every single person present in test site B was completely thrown into a state of confused panic as the one they assumed to be a delinquent started crying. His short stature, coupled with the big eyes and the way he was completely bawling his eyes out, made him resemble a little kid who just got bullied by his older brother. The taller student was still completely thrown out of the loop and frantically trying to get him to stop. with his much taller and more muscular stature, as well as the panicked attempt to defuse the situation. The blue-hair participant resembled an older brother who had accidentally been too rough when entertaining the little brother and was now trying to get him to stop. Please, I quote, him begging you before their parents notice. A girl with long red hair tied into a side ponytail, perhaps an older sibling herself or simply the only one brave enough to get involved, approached the bizarre scene. What's going on here? Big sis, cried the shorter male, running to and hiding behind the girl with surprising speed, not giving her a chance to react. He then pointed at the taller male from behind her, a picture-perfect scene of a youngest sibling snitching on the middle child to the oldest one. Big bro is being... He's a meanie poo-poo head that bullies people. The childish whiny voice did not help the matter. In fact, it made the tallest of the three even more panicked in his attempt to defuse the situation and explain himself. I assure you that I am not a... Okay, start. The exam takers were jerked out of the family drama by the sudden interruption of Present Mike's voice. Looking up, they noticed that the previously closed gates were now open to a city landscape, obviously where the test will take place. Well, what are you waiting for? There's no countdown in real life. That kid's got the right idea. Only then did they notice the crying kid had reached the mock city. As if sensing the stares, the kid turned back around with an evil smirk on his face, now mysteriously void of any signs of crying, and flipped them all off. An asshole, collectively yelled the other participants before rushing in after. The test had begun. If any fan of the R18 hero Midnight was to look into the judge's observation room, their image of her would have been irreparably damaged by the sight of her almost convulsing on the ground in laughter. Her usual air of sexy confidence was completely absent as she struggled to catch her breath due to laughing too hard. The judges had seen the confrontation at Test Site B, of course. Their job was to observe and take notes of everything. Attitudes, chemistry with other participants, crisis management, and many more were taken into account along with their performance itself before any of the tests were carried out. They were looking for hero material, not just any random kid with a strong quirk. Every year there were always a couple of students who, both excited by the prospect of freely using their quirks and nervous by the exams itself, fought the first person they thought looked at them funny. And that was not to mention the ones deliberately sabotaging others. Almost every single time, they were subdued, escorted out, and blacklisted, depends on how much trouble they caused and their attitude. Therefore, everyone was prepared for a confrontation to break out and intervene if necessary. Never had there been someone whose response to a confrontation was so bizarre that none of them knew how to react before it was too late. They were expecting immature brats to fight each other, not an actual brat to start crying. Midnight could appreciate a good performance. Her hero persona were carefully crafted to catch people off guard with the blatant sexuality, then exploit the opening to knock them out after all. This kid was a freaking evil genius in the making, and she would get her hands on him at all costs. No way she would allow these grumpy killjoys she called colleagues to turn him all serious and businesslike. With that in mind, Midnight reined herself in long enough to approach Nezu, the principal of UA. Nezu, baby, honey, big boss, love of my life, I have a favor to ask. She couldn't even do the usual sultry, seductive voice when trying to convince someone. She could barely get that out without being interrupted with the occasional inelegant snorts of laughter. Approved. As long as I've got my share of lessons and he passes, Nezu instantly replied, mind whirling with possibilities. That young and already utilizing psychological warfare and manipulation of social expectations. Nezu had to get his hands on him. The rest of the faculty collectively decided to ignore that side of the room. It was the kid's own fault for attracting the attention of those two. Wait a second, does Test Site B have a contestant with an invisibility or telekinesis quirk? The Blood Hero, Vlad King, asked his fellow judges. Look, there are robots destroyed or deactivated and participants yanked out of danger by apparently no one. Ectoplasm, another pro hero and judge, scrolled through the list on his tablet before replying no. The invisible one is number 177,013 in Site D. Closest thing they got in B is number 127,749, Zero Gravity, or number 125,698, Air Gun. Both quirks are possible but not really. Wait, that's the crying little shit, ain't it? Did he just jump into one of the building's mirror? Snipe, another pro hero and judge, interrupted, rewinding the footage to point it out. What's his quirk? Could that have been him? Okay, hold on. Ectoplasm replied and resumed scrolling. Number 129,472, quirk, man in the mirror. He can enter reflective surfaces such as mirrors or water surfaces, jumping between different ones with high speed. High speed is an understatement. Even with specialized cameras, we could barely catch any movement. He can also interact with any objects reflected into the surface when he's inside it. Any interaction will happen in the real world. Looks like he's the one. The cloning hero finished. Letting out a long weary sigh, Vlad King commented, that kid is going to be a pain in the ass to grade, isn't he? Most likely, yes, replied Ectoplasm, voice still calm. In any case, Nezu's voice rang out, apparently done with any scheming he had with Midnight. I do believe it's time we release the zero-pointer. Power loader, if you would, said Pro Hero, simply nodded before putting in the necessary commands and raising the plastic cover for the big red button of doom. All right, kiddos, let's see what you've got, he thought, before pressing the button. Jump to that window. Push her out of the way of that rocket. This looks important. There we go. 3 more points. To Midoriya Izuku, the past year was cathartic, in a way. For 13 years he was tormented and treated like a subhuman for supposedly not having something widely believed to be essential in a human being. Oops, that was close. Jump to that 2-pointer's eyes. Behind you. Pay attention, dude. Thanks for the big-ass ball of metal you fused together, though. It didn't matter that the official verdict was that he either had a passive quirk, or one with no obvious trigger. All that mattered was that he couldn't do anything cool, anything heroic. To everyone that received "I don't know what my quirk is" from him, he might as well be quirkless. Damn, this guy's hair is shiny. Is this his quirk? Steel hair. Oh, no, it's just hair gel. Damn, bro, did you use the entire bottle? Oh, there's an off switch. 2 more points. Really, he shouldn't have been as surprised as he was when he finally found out what his quirk was and nothing changed. For years, Izuku was a reminder that things could have been worse, something for them to lord over because, well, at least I'm not quirkless Deku. Acknowledging his worth would mean he would rise up the ladder, which would mean someone would have to take his place. And who would want to do that? That's a neat quirk. The robot sped up when he touched it and couldn't stop. Momentum-based. Hey, this is the hero course. What do you think you're doing? Man in the Mirror was everything he could have asked for in a quirk. It was fairly powerful, yet not so much that it comes with a steep price tag for use. It was straightforward and yet so versatile in usage. Best of all, it required the kind of creativity and analysis that provided him with such a fun puzzle every day. And yet, it was not enough. He could not explode things with his palms. He could not breathe fire. He could not control things with his mind. He could not punch the school to rubble. Therefore, he was still useless Deku. Does suspending the robots in place count as disabling it? I mean, she's using it as a shield to stop the bullets, so maybe it's just sooner or later. Let's move this arm right at this angle. There we go, 6 more points. So he decided that, since nobody wanted peaceful but useless Deku, spiteful and chaotic Izuku was what they would get, spending the last year figuring out the ins and outs of Man in the Mirror. Then using that knowledge to get back at his past tormentors helped him regain the sense of confidence that he had gradually lost over the course of getting the shit kicked out of him over the years. It also didn't hurt that he showed them, repeatedly and on multiple people, that his weak and useless quirk was definitely not weak nor useless. The proof was right there every time Bakugo attempted to get back at him. Why is she just standing there? Unsuitable quirk. That's really too bad, and I do feel for you, but you're giving up a little too early. Plenty of the others are focusing on rescues or finding other ways to immobilize the robots, and you haven't done a thing since the start. Now there Izuku was, in the infamous UA Academy's Hero Course entrance exam, defeating villains, and most importantly, helping people. The part that the Izuku from 1 year ago would never even dream of being able to do. He wasn't just doing okay, he was absolutely killing it. He had managed to rack up a pretty decent score, helped a bunch of people in trouble, and tested a good amount of hypotheses he had for his quirk that he couldn't before. That went just as planned. I need to come up with a name for this special move. Spectre, can't touch this, perfect illusion, funhouse mirror. In short, Izuku was having the time of his life, until the rumbling started and the test site devolved into pandemonium. Uraraka Ochako was having a terrible time. Coming from a more rural area all the way to Musutafu had been nerve-wracking enough, what with such a large number of people on the streets at all times and the absolutely mind-boggling frequency of villain attacks. To even think about the fact this whole trip was to attend the most prestigious high school in all of Japan, with an acceptance rate so consistently low that one would have a better chance of randomly meeting All Might buying groceries in the streets than getting into UA, made her anxiety and self-doubt levels shoot through the roof. The sight of the 2 boys declaring their challenge to each other before the exams pumped her up and made her feel better. She didn't hear everything the 2 were talking about, but from what she managed to catch, they were rivals and were both looking forward to meeting at the dorm. Their determination was infectious to her, and it also served to remind her of one of the reasons why she chose to enroll into UA instead of other schools. If she made it in, then she'd be able to live in the dorms free of charge, relieving an immense financial burden from her parents' shoulders from housing costs. She was there to give her parents the easy life they deserve. And the first step was to pass the exams. The written exam was very tough. Despite studying her butt off, by the end she felt like there was smoke coming out of her ears, and she was still not confident in her answers. When she arrived at test site B, Ochako was determined to make up for the written test by doing her best in the practical tests. She was delighted to find one of the boys from this morning was also at her test site. Just the sight of him filled her with confidence, his short frame radiating self-reassurance. When the tall glasses-wearing boy began berating him, she was moments away from coming over to take his side. She did find it strange that the shorter boy was looking around instead of getting ready, but she chose to be a sensible person and mind her own business. The taller boy singling him out like that was unacceptable. If anything, he was the one distracting others by making a scene. When the green-haired boy began crying, she was so stunned that it stopped her in her tracks. His confident image completely crumbled as he bawled his eyes out like a little kid. She was so confused and disorientated that she completely forgot about her plan of approaching the two. When it was revealed that he was just screwing with them all, she was pretty upset, as was the rest of the participants, before reluctantly admitting that it was a pretty smart, if devious, plan. After that, she was more concerned about her own work and didn't really look around for him. Achako had to wonder if she should have looked around more. Perhaps if she had done that when the ground started shaking, then she could have seen the giant piece of concrete knocked loose by the zero-pointer coming towards her. Now she was trapped, pinned under the piece of concrete which was too heavy to crawl out, in a position too awkward to reach it with her fingers to activate her quirk. The only thing she could do was to cry out as loud as she could, hoping someone could hear and turn back. As the zero-pointer rolled closer and closer to her, Achako couldn't hold back her tears of frustration and pain. Okay, fine. She supposed it could be argued that everyone thought it was going to be just an exam. Therefore, nothing serious was going to happen, and so they chose to focus on getting to safety and get more points first. However, as someone who deeply admired heroes and aimed to be a rescue hero like Achako, it irked her something fierce when none of these supposed hero hopefuls even acknowledged her cries for help, let alone turn back. Worse, her ankle was twisted and possibly broken, judging from the increasing pain. So now her only choice was hoping the zero-pointer would leave her alone, and that she didn't let her parents down by being too weak and unobservant, and that they didn't waste all that money on sending their useless dog. Where do robots sit? A vaguely familiar voice spoke up somewhere to her right, jarring her out of her mental spiral of self-depreciation and hatred. When Achako opened her eyes, it was to the sight of the short green-haired boy from earlier. His face, previously twisted into a condescending evil smirk last time she saw him, was scrunched up in concentration as he tried to stab a metal pole into the pile of rubble she was buried in. I'm sorry. As happy and relieved as she was, Achako was quite confused with the question. Where do robots sit? Undeterred and stabbing at the rubble from another angle, her strange savior asked again, still in that same calm voice. I don't know. Where do robots sit? On their robots. Oh my freaking god. Somehow her dad had found a way to infect an innocent boy all the way in Musutafu with his sense of humor. Was this guy his secret love child or something? Was this her dad's way of keeping an eye on her, by sending her half-brother to save her? Hey, he interrupted her inner rant again, apparently satisfied with the metal pole's position. On 3, pull your leg out. 1, 2, 3. Achako hurriedly pulled her leg out as soon as her possible brother from another mother pulled down on the pole with all his might, causing the makeshift lever to lift the rocks just enough for her to do so. Right, can you walk? Her stepbrother asked in a concerned voice, dusting off his hands as he did so. No, I don't think so. Achako winced. Her ankle didn't hurt as bad now, but there was still a distracting stab of pain whenever she moved it. I think my ankle is twisted. I'm sorry. Don't be. In response to her apologetic tone, her maybe-to-be long-lost brother simply answered calmly, then bent down and offered his back to her. Climb on. We've got to get out of here before the robot smashes us to bits. Is this what having a brother is like? She can get used to. Oh right, the zero-pointer is still targeting them. She scrambled on her dad's possible illegitimate child just in time to see the zero-pointer raising its massive metal fist, preparing to slam it down on them. Even if we manage to dodge the fist, we still won't be able to outrun the resulting shock wave. Achako thought frantically, dread pooling in her stomach. At least, not both of us. Before she can voice her thought, her probably separated from birth brother cut in again. Don't worry, he said with determination in his voice, at the same time turning to face the robot. His whole aura again radiating confidence and assurance, making her feel like everything will be fine. I've still got one trick up my sleeve. Up in the observation room, the judges were arguing between themselves. They had of course seen and heard everything regarding Midoriya's rescue of Uraraka. In fact, Power Loader was in the process of rerouting the zero-pointer for the two to escape safely when they heard Midoriya's declaration. Why is this even an argument? What can what is essentially a teleporting quirk do against a giant robot? Just reroute the robot as planned. Protocols exist for a reason. Snipe loudly exclaimed. I'll ignore how discriminatory that may sound. I'm not saying leave them to their fate. Midoriya seems to have a plan and I want to give him a chance to pull it off before we pull the plug. Cementos calmly retorted the same way that Dumbledore calmly asked Harry if he put his name in the Goblet of Fire. And what if we can't pull the plug in time? Or worse, what if whatever Midoriya tries to pull results in us not being able to pull the plug in time? Who's going to scrape them off the sidewalk? You, Hound Dog argued. Well, tried to argue. Due to how worked up he was, what came out was less than eloquent, but everyone got the gist of it. Mike is still on the ground. Have him keep an eye on them and rescue them if needed. His voice should be able to reach the 0-pointer in time. Ectoplasm chimed in, already sending off clones to test Site B just in case. Principal, in the background of the chaos, Power Loader, well used to this, asked while still diligently putting in the necessary preparations. Humming a cheerful tune, Nezu answered after a few seconds and thought. Have the 0-pointer divert its punch 2.35 meters to their left instead in 26.64 seconds starting. Now, that way, even if whatever Midoriya has planned fails, there will still be minimal damage. Very well. Now Midoriya Izuku, what will you do? There's barely any mirrors left for you to go into and none big enough for the 0-pointer's fist. You can't reflect light strong enough to do damage to the shell from what I've seen. And I doubt the move from earlier will let you both have enough momentum to do damage and still remain in one piece. Let's see you go beyond. Back at Ground Zero, Ochako was hyping herself up for what was to come. He said he had a plan, which is more than she had, and she resolved to help him in any way possible. Your quirk is removing the effect of gravity from objects you touched, right? How in the world did he know that? I'm gonna need your help for this plan to work. Can you still use it? She hesitated for just the briefest moment before stealing both her resolve and her stomach. This guy turned back to help her in spite of the risk to himself. She can throw up later. Time to go beyond. You're Raka Ochako. I can, she declared. That's the spirit. She could hear the grin in his voice. How was this guy still so peppy? The robotic fist was bearing down on them now. Use your quirk on me on 3. Ochako's savior called out. 1. She nodded, swallowing down any lingering discomfort and touching his shoulder with 4 fingers, pinky hovering just shy of touching in preparation. 2. Both teens tensed. The green-haired male bent down into a ready stance. The robotic fist would reach them any second now. 3. Ochako's pinky touched down on his shoulder, removing gravity's effect on both of them and bringing about a severe bout of nausea for her. Special move. The male student screamed out and jumped. His strength combined with their weightlessness turned a simple jump into a mighty leap, away from the robot. Nigrundayo. That's your plan. Ochako screamed, any stomachache forgotten. Nigrundayo is an ancient technique created by the most iconic family of heroes, the JoJo's. This technique consists of first, a tactical retreat from a disadvantaged situation, then, you're just running away. It's called a tactical retreat, young lady, away from the giant murder robot. Hell yeah, it's a tactical redder, oh forget it. Ochako felt an uncomfortable feeling rise up in the pits of her stomach that had nothing to do with her quirk when she looked back and realized she was right with her assessment earlier. They managed to evade the fist, but now the resulting shock wave would still knock them out of the air into more rubble. We're not gonna make it. Would you quiet down? The boy screamed back even louder, voice now tinged with irritation. This is merely step 1. Hey, all of you. Ochako was startled when she realized there were still many fleeing contestants in the path of the shock wave. Contestants who were most likely stuck as she was and were just now dug out by others. I quote him coming. Remember the plan. Plan? What plan? Ochako only had enough time to wonder that when she noticed their trajectory led straight to one of the few intact glass windows of one of the mock office buildings. The duo disappeared into the mirror just in time for the shock wave to reach them, shattering the glass into millions of tiny shards. Nazu, stop laughing. Midoriya can still be hurt when the glass shatters. Vlad King's frantic scream interrupted Nezu's cackling long enough for him to answer the blood hero. Oh, ye of little faith. Nezu sighed in disappointment at the hero and gestured towards the screen. Look at this. Then slow down the footage and do it again. Ochako didn't remember much from when they entered the window except a sensation not unlike when her dad accelerated the car too fast, a dizzying rush of colors and scenery, and an increasingly cramped feeling like when she took the train to UA during rush hour. All of it combined did nothing in favor of her stomachache. In fact, it only made her feel worse. However, she stubbornly held on until, mercifully, everything came to a sudden stop. Okay, you can stop now. The strained voice of the boy whose back she was riding on was the last straw. She let go of both him and her quirk. She vaguely felt several people letting go of her as well before bending over and puking up everything she had left in her stomach. That was impressive, Vlad King and several judges begrudgingly admitted. Just seconds after Midoriya disappeared into the glass window, they witnessed a big ball suddenly appear and hang for several seconds in the air at the test site starting point before it dropped down and unraveled, revealing itself to consist of almost a dozen contestants stuck together. While some collapsed into a heap or wandered off to deal with their discomfort. At the very center, the headache of every judge in that room laid still in exhaustion with a triumphant smile on his face. Indeed, Nezu cheerfully replied, hands flying over his console. Number 127,749. Anti-gravity removes gravity's effect on objects. Number 119,837. Forever in One keeps multiple things stuck together in a shape of a ball. Number 125,230. Rhythm Nation can tag multiple things, and anything that happens to one will happen to the rest of them. Number 120,937. Goodbye Agony temporarily lessens all quirk drawbacks happening to one person. Number 139,512. Don't Stop Me Now doubles a moving object's momentum, thereby increasing its speed. Number 118,613. Unstoppable. When moving above a certain speed, the user is impervious to harm. Number 117,410. Stop and Stare. When looking at something, stops all of its movements and also anchors it in place. Dezu rattled off profile after profile, flying up on the monitor and connecting to their corresponding contestant in the pot. He first got the students not essential to the plan to help dig out the stuck ones that were. Then grabbed the anti-gravity girl to reach the last window standing to use man in the mirror. He then jumped out of it moments before it was destroyed and continued to jump all over the test site to grab the other pieces for his plan. Ectoplasm started, grudging respect in his voice. He then grabbed the Forever in One boy to make sure no one gets dislodged in the jumps, and the Rhythm Nation girl so that everyone will move and stop at the same time. He then combined it with Goodbye Agony, ensuring that it will alleviate the quirk drawbacks of the whole pile instead of just one person. Snipe continued, slowing down the footage as much as possible so the others could see his movement. Don't Stop Me Now was then added to make sure they move fast enough to get out of there. That boost in speed was enough to activate Unstoppable. And with Rhythm Nation also active, it ensured the whole group would not suffer any damage from possible collisions and debris, not just the user. Cementos added, switching from camera to follow the sequence of events. Finally, he circled back to grab the rest of the contestants whose quirks weren't needed into the pile and jumped out of the mirror world at just the right angle so the group would be shot straight at the starting line. The Stop and Stare girl was responsible for stopping the flying ball of contestants so they wouldn't crash. Midnight finished. A grin that both terrified and aroused her colleagues grew wider and wider on her face. How terrifying. To plan all that in a span of the few seconds that the zero-pointer appeared. 13 added. Midoriya would make a splendid rescue hero. To plan that whole operation in seconds to ensure as many people were rescued as possible was nothing short of incredible. He had earned full rescue points from her. No, that's not it. All Might, who so far had been sitting quietly in the corner, disagreed. The terrifying part is him being able to take note of how so many quirks work, as well as their strengths and weaknesses, all the while racking up his own points. Then coming up with a plan that utilizes the most useful ones and convincing all those other kids to go through with it in the short amount of time he needed to reach the anti-gravity girl. Such talents reminded the number one hero of one supervillain who was able to build an underworld of crime with them before he was stopped a few years ago by his own hand. They weren't able to find any signs of him leaving any descendants, but that meant nothing. A glance at the principal clued All Might into the fact that such thoughts also flitted through his mind. Satisfied that Nezu would keep a close eye on the boy, All Might started making some plans of his own. I'll apologize to him if this is mere paranoia, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Midoriya Izuku, in another corner, Eraserhead contemplated which of his underground colleagues to contact regarding certain kids in the pile, as well as which therapist to contact for himself. With his luck, that problem child would end up in his class one way or another. Told you I had a plan. Achako had to resist the urge to punch the voice belonging to the hand gently patting her back in comfort. He did rescue her, after all. I am gonna kick your ass. She settled for threats of violence instead. Even that one sentence cost her all her remaining stamina. In response, the prick only smiled wider, his obvious exhaustion not affecting his cheer in the slightest. Hi, gonna kick your ass. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Wanna be friends? Oh my freaking god. He is her dad's illegitimate secret love child. No one else could say something so lame so confidently. I'm Uraraka Achako. Thanks for rescuing me. And sure, let's be friends. Time's up. That's it, folks. In Japan, the basic school system consisted of 4 main levels: elementary, secondary, high school, and university. Among them, elementary and secondary were compulsory, which meant an average Japanese national was required only to attend the first 9 years of school. However, statistically, 98.8% of all Japanese chose to go to high school. Izuku, honey, after the emergence of quirks, all children above the age of 4, which was the age quirks usually manifest, were also required to attend a course of quirk counseling. The children undergoing the course were provided free assistance in figuring out the specifics of their quirks, as well as any safety issues that might arise, such as Katsuki's risk of exploding his bed sheets and clothes with his nitroglycerin sweat. This was also when the children are allowed to apply for support items if their quirks prove to be harmful to their body. Izuku, buddy, in cases like Izuku, when there was a presence of quirk factors in their DNA, but the child showed no outward signs of a quirk, the child would be given a brief course on safety and the signs that suggest a phenomenon might be caused by a quirk. Most of the time, the child was encouraged to try as many things as possible and to not limit themselves to abilities that were similar to their parents. What do? I think he fainted. As quirks got more complex, discovering what one's quirk was years, even decades, later than 4 was not that rare, especially in passive, hard-to-notice quirks or quirks that required very specific conditions to activate, such as a quirk that allowed the user to wake up instantly once they had exactly 8 hours of sleep, or one that allowed the user to speak another language for 10 minutes after they drink at least 3 milliliters of hydrochloric acid. So when Izuku found out the trigger to activate Man in the Mirror almost 10 years later than his peers, he was still eligible to attend the mandatory and long overdue quirk counseling course. Though most of the applications were what he had found out himself, the course was invaluable in laying the groundwork. I don't think so. Let me try something. The point was, though Yue was absolutely the best of the best, Izuku didn't strictly need the school to turn Man in the Mirror into a formidable quirk and himself into a capable hero. The baseline offered to every one of his peers was already there. The rest was the matter of experimentation and creativity, things that he could do himself with the equipment provided by any halfway decent hero school. Granted, some of the more specialized equipment may be harder to come by if the school didn't have as large a budget as Yue, but that was what having a dad working for the most famous hero costume designer was for. Izuku was sure that he could beg Edna to come up with something. Holy shit, is that the super rare genderbent gal might body pillow. In fact, he wouldn't even need to go to high school to be a hero. He could always go vigilante hunt. Wait, what? The Texas Smash, Cowgirl Edition? I'll take your entire stock. Hey. Izuku trailed off from his outburst into an awkward chuckle upon witnessing his parents' unimpressed faces. Apparently he had been sitting and staring at the unopened letter from Yue a few minutes too long. His mom gave the long weary sigh of someone well used to her husband and son's fanboy antics and was well past the point of being concerned. To be distracted by something like that, you really are your father's son. Excuse you, the way he's staring at that letter like it's gonna summon All Might instead of, opening it. He's your kid through and through. Interesting choice of example, Mr. This shirt is now a family heirloom. How in the world did you know about the body pillow thing? Anyway, that product line funded you guys' entire trip to America last year. No, Izuku, I will not get you one of each. I asked already, sitting back down and pouting. Izuku inspected the unopened letter for what must have been the 15th time. This little piece of paper would decide if all his effort the past year was worth it. He knew he had done amazingly well, but the little seed of insecurity born from years of being told he was worthless still made him doubt himself. You okay, honey? Do you want to open it alone instead? Startled out of his thoughts, Izuku snapped his eyes back up to meet his parents' concerned gazes. His dad, even halfway around the world, was so excited about the results that he had called in a day off so they could celebrate together. His mom had even gone through the trouble of cooking a meal identical to his dad so that the family could feel like they were together. No, that's okay. You guys did so much for me already. It's only fair you get to see it with me. He eventually got out. Steeling himself, Izuku ripped open the letter before he had a chance to second-guess himself. Fumbling with the little disc that slid out, he managed to turn it on and set it on the table, and promptly fell off his chair. Hello, handsome. What the hell is the rated R heroine Midnight doing in a high school? Oh hell yeah. First a cute classmate and now a hot teacher. You're my son, alright. TFFT. You haven't a game. Remind me who was chasing whom again. He's clearly my son. That's irrelevant. You and Mitsuki were totally fighting over me. Excuse me. Ignoring the bickering in the background with the power of practice, Izuku focused back up to Midnight's face just as she was finished with introduction. I've gotta say, kid, you made judging quite the headache with how no one can actually see what you did. Oh shit, oh fuck, they hate me now. Okay, vigilante at his first step, suck up Edna for costume, then convince her daughter to be his spy in UA then. But never fear. Midnight interrupted his panicked inner ramblings with a shout and a crack of her whip. That's what we're here for. We'd be pretty lousy judges if we disqualify someone just because we can't see what they did. The ultra-high-speed cameras aren't there just to be cute, you know. Take a look. The screen changed to show multiple super slowed down shots of Izuku flitting back and forth from surface to surface, windows to eyes, from sweaty skins to robotic optics. The camera then zoomed into his image on the surface, taking down robots using a combination of other robots' weaponries, other contestants' quirks, as well as his own skills and strength, making him relax just slightly as he realized that he was not in trouble. Your written exam score was also exemplary, landing you in the 99th percentile. Midnight went on, and due to being a pre-recorded hologram, completely ignoring the way the three Midoriya's mouths were hanging open in surprise. I've always had a thing for smart boys, but your performances in the practical is such a major turn on. Who the fuck signed off on this? Damn it guys, stop laughing. It's not funny. With the score of 69, you came in a very nice second. Nice. It's not first place like he'd hoped, but what if? But wait, there's more. There's more. What kind of heroes would we be if we ignored this absolutely shining example of wit and heroism? Midnight shouted at the same time the camera switched back to that stunt he had pulled at the end. Hell yeah, that looks even better on camera in slow motion. Wonder if they can send me a copy. That crazy maneuver, combined with your rescues throughout the entire exam. Here the screen pulled up various footage of him pulling other contestants out of the way of danger and directing the robots' ambush attacks away from oblivious contestants. Earned you a full 60 rescue points, placing you first overall. Huh, eat shit, Katsuki. The screen switched back to show Midnight with an annoyed look on her face. I tried to convince the judges to round it up to another nice round 69, but no luck. Sorry kid. Damn, tell you what. Due to your performance at the start, Izuku made no attempt to hide his wicked smirk that resulted from the footage of how he had trolled the glasses guy at the start. Nezu and I are very interested in you. Come find us once school starts and we can arrange some. At this her voice dropped to a very low, very seductive purr that made his dad wolf whistle, his mom to snicker, and him to feel like he should call an adult extra lessons. A responsible adult. Midnight then straightened, voice switching back to cheerful professionalism and striking a heroic pose. UA Academy proudly accepts you to our hero course. Midoriya Izuku, welcome to your hero academia. The hologram turned off at the same time Izuku was pulled into a spine-breaking hug by his mom. Oh my baby, I'm so proud of you. I've never doubted you for a minute. You're brilliant, just like your dad. She almost babbled out through the tears. On the tablet screen, his dad snorted. Whether in disagreement or due to bawling his eyes out, nobody cared enough to find out. Oh please, that deviousness and noble soul can only come from you, dear. Oh Izuku, just imagine the stuff we can cram in your costume. I have to brag to Edna. Let's see her daughter do better than first freaking place. A ding from his phone made Izuku notice that he had just gotten a new message from Uraraka. I passed. Grinning with happiness for his new friend, he texted a reply. My, so did I. First place baby. WOOO. He came out of their frantic back and forth congratulating to catch the tail end of his parents' conversation. He's definitely your son with those eyes. Those big, soul-piercing eyes that sparkle when you're plotting someone's murder. Come on, he's obviously your son with that hair. That fluffy hair that I just love running my hand though. Okay, they made it weird. Izuku knew where this was going. Time to go. Yaoyorozu Momo considered herself quite a privileged girl. Having a quirk so powerful and so versatile like creation, she'd already won the lottery in a society centered around whether you can do cool things with your superpower. The fact that she had been born into a loving family wealthy and influential enough to provide her with all the materials needed to research and train both creation and herself only reaffirmed the fact that she had been born incredibly lucky. She considered herself even more lucky that both her parents were fully supportive when she proclaimed her desire to follow her dreams instead of taking over the family business. One of the greatest heroes from the early days of quirk emergence, when asked about his motivation to be a hero, had said, "With great power comes great responsibility," and Yaoyorozu Momo had been bestowed with a great power indeed. It was therefore her responsibility to use it for good, to help those less unfortunate and powerless to save themselves. With that in mind, she felt she had done a pretty good job arriving at the first step, UA Academy Heroics course. 14 years of constant study, training, and pushing her quirk to the limits and then some had resulted in a recommendation into the most prestigious heroics program in the country. A feat only awarded to a maximum of 4 people out of dozens every year. The fact that if it was not for her family she wouldn't even have been considered to participate only fueled her determination to do well and do better. She had been only able to go this far thanks to their support. It was now up to her own efforts to prove that she deserved to be there. If what Todoroki Shoto, her fellow recommended student, had shown in the exam was any indication, Momo was in for some serious competition. While it's true that she had had to compete against a few elite dozens, the rest of her classmates had to compete against thousands of others from across the country. Momo was certain the other 18 in her class either possessed extremely powerful quirks or a high degree of skills in wielding their quirks, possibly both. She knew she couldn't act like some arrogant spoiled princess just because she had a powerful quirk, not when she hadn't seen the capabilities of her classmates. That said, she also knew that she was a fairly sheltered girl. Her wealthy upbringing, coupled with the Yaoyorozu family's wish for her to receive the best education possible, had resulted in her occasional bouts of messing up social interactions. That's why she was incredibly grateful for her newest friend, Aoyama Yumena, daughter of the world-famous hero costume designer Edna Mode. Okay, so she was a little odd with her. Everything screaming stereotypical old-blood princess. From her long blonde hair curled into spirals that resembled drills, her constantly twinkling blue eyes, the unnervingly permanent serene smile on her face, the unexplained sparkling glitter surrounding her person, and her peculiar way of speaking. Despite her eccentricities, Momo was sure that she was a good person as one. She had managed to get into this prestigious academy, and two, with a single glance, this young lady was able to ascertain that Momo had no experience whatsoever in socializing with normal people her age and promptly swooped in to help. All throughout the day, the members of Class 1 of the Hero Course had been busy with moving into their respective dorm rooms. Technically, as it was Friday, they had the whole weekend to do it and were therefore in no rush. That being the case, it appeared everyone wanted to get it over with to spend the rest of the weekend getting to know each other and settling into their new living space. The pink-skinned girl who introduced herself as Ashido Mina was the most enthusiastic about it of them all. After she arrived and got everything set up, Ashido had quickly proven herself as a social butterfly, flitting from one person to the next, introducing herself to her classmates and integrating into any groups as if she had been everyone's childhood friend all along. Trouble began when she found a kindred spirit in the incredibly perky invisible girl who introduced herself as Hagakure Tora. Momo had already been having trouble following along with Ashido's energy. Her upbringing, which demands her to speak with dignity in class, warring with her desire to fit in and get along with her new friends, who was speaking in an incredibly excited casual tone which is highly frowned upon according to her etiquette lessons. Aoyama must have been able to see how out of depth Momo was feeling with her floundering attempts to speak casually and keep up, because she had then descended like a guardian angel and suggested they call the rest of the class down to do a meet and greet, which would slow everything down to a speed Momo was more comfortable with. She had then dragged Momo off to look for two of the missing classmates, providing her with a chance to recenter herself, which led to both of them on their way up the stairs. Two girls with similar upbringing but completely different levels of social skills, chatting about how difficult it was to change their way of speech around the common people. It's just so hard, you know. I was taught all my life that if I don't speak and behave a certain way, then everyone will look down on me and my family. Now all of these capable people are doing the exact same thing that I was taught to avoid. I can't just change my entire demeanor on a whim, Momo exclaimed, frustration coloring her voice. In contrast, Aoyama remained perfectly calm as if they were discussing the weather. I get it, mon chéri. That was another thing. She seemed to have a habit of speaking in French. Seeing as Edna Mode was Italian, her husband was Japanese, and the Mode family lived in America, Momo thought it was kind of odd. We are quite the same. You and I, even though Mammon was not the type to deal with the peasants. It was not fun growing up and having to act with poise and dignity so that I would not disgrace her legacy. Momo had to frown at that. I cannot imagine Lady Mode would care about such trivialities, from what I know of her. Her eyes twinkling and her glitter intensifying, Aoyama replied, first of all, lose the lady bit, mon chéri. The masses don't usually call people that, and Mammon certainly does not care for such a pretentious honorific. Right, that was good to know. She had received enough weird looks for speaking so formally earlier already. Second of all, Aoyama continued, you are right, she doesn't in the slightest. However, as a young girl growing up in the shadow of such a powerful woman, hearing about her work every day, how many people she helped save with her work, I couldn't really help but be terrified of humiliating her. It didn't matter how much she said she didn't care. To me, all that mattered was that I had to behave in a way that lived up to this colossal pedestal that people put her on. No wonder why the two girls naturally gravitated towards each other. Kindred spirits naturally seek out those who share their suffering. Well, you seem to be doing all right for yourself now. Much better than me at least, Momo said with a smile. Aoyama's response was a quiet chuckle, her smile turning the slightest bit melancholic. Mon chéri, you wouldn't say that if you met me a year ago. I simply have more experience dealing with less roturiers. If it wasn't for that gentleman, I'd have been a lot worse than you. Oh my, how exciting. Can this be a hint of a forbidden romance? Like how Lady Moon learned to find joy in life after meeting the Knight of Commoner Roots known as the Mad Lightning in the novel The Lady's Secret Nightly Passion that she absolutely had not read or had hidden in her room. She just had to know more. That gentleman, Momo probed in a very poor attempt to hide her excitement and curiosity. Aizama simply agreed calmly before pointing ahead. That gentleman over there. Momo whipped her head around, in a rather undignified manner, to see her new friend pointing at a short green-haired boy standing in front of a door that, she assumed, led into his room. His lazy slouch, coupled with his casual t-shirt that said t-shirt on the front and khaki shorts, did absolutely nothing to invoke a knightly image. In fact, it seemed he was going out of his way to appear the exact opposite, just like the Mad Lightning. How riveting. Oh hey Yumena. All settled in. Noticing the two girls, the boy lifted a hand for a lazy wave. I have indeed. However, I am now quite upset, mon chéri. Whipping out a folding hand fan from somewhere, Aizama used it to point at the boy, voice raised and glitter sparkled at full force. I have repeatedly implored you to call me Yum, have I not? For I am the woman of my dreams. Yes, you said that before. The boy interrupted with a roll of his eyes. Even the way he interrupted her is just like Lady Moon and the Mad Lightning's first meeting. Then why, pray tell, must you shun this honor? To call a girl by a shortened nickname is the dream of all hot-blooded teenage boys, is it not? I told you, if you want me to call you that, then call me Izu. Equality, baby. How lewd, Aizama exclaimed and recoiling her body away exaggeratedly. Opening up her fan with a flourish and used it to cover her face, just like how Lady Moon reacted to the knight's casual commoner behavior. To make a girl address you so casually. A teenage boy's depravity truly knows no bounds. What's next once I concede Midoriya? Will you make me walk with you to class? Use your grubby paws to hold my hands in public. Momo had exactly zero idea if Aizama was joking or not, but judging by the way the now-named Midoriya groaned in exasperation, that was not a one-time thing. Look, just, who is this? What do you want? The boy looked so done that Momo kind of felt bad for him. This is our camarade de classe, Yaoyorozu Momo, Aizama replied in turn, the fan and all traces of theatrics gone to the winds. And our other camarades de classe have graciously arranged a meet and greet, so to speak. We volunteered to get you down. Well, nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu. In a move so practiced, Momo was convinced the previous back and forth was at least somewhat rehearsed. Midoriya proceeded to ignore Aizama in favor of greeting her with a smile. Well, at least she knew that he was friendly. Then he turned to the other side of the hallway. And it was only then that Momo noticed another person there. It was a blonde boy with red eyes whose body language reminded her of the standoff scenes in those old cowboy movies that her father loved to watch. His arms were tense and curled as if ready to bring up to defend against any surprise attack while his hands were loose at his sides, palms forward, ready for offense. An emitter quirk requiring the use of his hands, perhaps. You heard them, Kaken. Wanna go? Midoriya asked the now-named Kaken, voice tinged with amusement. Kaken's answer was an animalistic growl. How uncivilized. Oh well, I tried. Midoriya turned to face the two girls and sighed resignedly, apparently having given up. Not to worry. I'll do his introductions for him. I know all of his likes, dislikes, and hobbies. Kaken twitched violently at that. How curious. He can stay in his room if he wants. Alone, by himself, with no witnesses to anything that can happen in. Oh hell no. Fuck that. Out of my fucking way. Momo was badly startled by the boy's outburst before having to hastily get out of the way as he stomped past them downstairs. How uncouth. Despite her wish to get along with her classmates, Momo had to turn up her nose at the vulgar display of barbarism. Midoriya only chuckled in response. He'll get around. I'll make sure of it. What is this feeling of pity for Kaken in Momo's heart? How curious. After you, ladies. As the trio made their way downstairs, Momo could only wonder if all her classmates were this eccentric, and if she would be able to handle them. UA Academy had an extensive dorm system offered to every one of its students for no fees, in every best high school list. This dorm system was always quoted as one of the reasons why the academy remained at the top. Every course had its own area in which their dorms were situated. In each course, every class had their own building for them to use in their 3 years of schooling, with every new class moving into the building of the graduating class. In each building, there are a total of 32 rooms, distributed on the 4 upper floors, split evenly down the middle according to gender. Each room was furnished with all the daily necessities, like a bed, a walk-in closet, a toilet, bathroom combo, and, most importantly, air conditioning. The first floor was designated as a common area with a living room, a kitchen with a fully stocked refrigerator, and a TV. Now, because each class only had 20 students in total, that might seem excessive. However, a past principal had announced that, since they were dealing with hormonal teenagers with diverse and dangerous superpowers that required a wide range of resources to use, it was better to be found excessive than wanting. He had then ordered an expansion to all the dorms, a refurbishment of all dorm rooms, along with more buildings, just to be safe. Coincidentally, that was the year that Cementos was hired. It was also the year he was, coincidentally, able to buy a house for his parents, paid in full. His contract packet was also, coincidentally, much thicker than his colleagues. Of course, all of those events were simply coincidences in the building designated for that year's Class 1A. Hero Course, all of its 20 students were assembled in a rough circle around the coffee table in the common room. A girl who was pink from her skin to her hair with black sclery and horns jutting out of her hair grinned before jumping up and down excitedly, nearly vibrating in place. "Ew, I'm so looking forward to this. We're gonna be classmates for the next 3 years and then eventually co-workers. Isn't it exciting?" She nearly screamed, making a few people inch away from the overwhelming positivity. "Since we'll be essentially living together for the next 3 years, we thought it was a bonity to set this up." A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl sitting a few seats away from the pink girl spoke up calmly. Her face remained fixed in an unnervingly permanent, serene smile. "That said, let's introduce ourselves so we have at least some basic information. Names, quirks, something about yourself, whatever you want." A pile of floating clothes in a rough shape of a teenage girl piped up a few more seats away. "I'll go first," the pink girl volunteered, apparently too excited to wait to get started. Judging by the way she had been fidgeting the 20 minutes it took for the whole class to get down and gather, she couldn't. "I'm Ashido Mina. My quirk is called Acid. I can spray acid of differing strength and viscosity out of my body." Suddenly, Ashido backflipped off the ottoman she was sitting on into a handstand before dropping down onto a back with her feet still in the air. She then proceeded to spin on her back, into a shoulder spin, into a windmill, before her feet touched the ground and she stood straight up again, striking a pose with arms crossed. "And I breakdance," she exclaimed to thunderous applause, making her preen at the attention. She had worked her ass off for those moves. They'd better impress people. These guys were still so serious, though. This was something to get to know each other better, not an interrogation. She thought something this extreme would loosen them up, but maybe another push would be needed. "I will now be taking questions," Nina exclaimed again, now striking a different pose with one leg bent and the other straight. Her arms were still crossed, but now one hand was pointing a finger at the gathered class. Hopefully there wouldn't be any weirdos asking why she looked like a demon. "Is your pink skin the result of your quirk changing its pH level, or are you just born with it?" the shorty with the fluffy green hair asked, hand raised as if he was in class. Mina grinned in response. "A nerd. She could work with this." "No idea," she answered, still grinning. She had been pink for as long as she could remember. What does it matter why? It wasn't like knowing would make her quirk less effective. The guy had apparently thought differently because it looked like he wanted to ask more questions before settling for a promise to do some testing later. Well, now she was also curious. "I practice some martial arts and like training. My quirk is called Tail," Masurawa Jiro said, gesturing at the thick, muscular tail originated from his back. "Can you grow more tails then?" a tall boy asked, folding the top 2 of his 6 arms. "No, that's it. Just the one. Sorry to disappoint." The 6-armed boy shrugged at the same time a red-headed boy piped up. "We should definitely practice sparring together, dude." A few sessions and a few dozen bruises later, he would come to regret that decision. "What about the second tail at your front? Is it, ack?" A slapping sound interrupted a short girl with a row of purple balls along each sides of her head, forming twin pigtails. "Is your hair naturally that spiky? Or is that a result of your quirk?" "Ribbit. Neither." Kirishima Ijiro grinned, showing off his shark-like teeth. "I use hair gel." Monda, a blonde, curly-haired girl whispered in awe. "How much did you use?" "A whole bottle per day." "Surprisingly, not that much. Medusa's Inhuman series doesn't need much for my whole head, and it holds pretty well." The talk then got sidetracked into a talk of cosmetics and products available that was suitable for heroes in training. "Due to my quirk, I am pretty sensitive to cold weather, Ribbit. Please don't mess with the AC of the common room or I'll go into hibernation and might not wake up again." Ribbit, a Suitsuyu droned with a blank face, eyes wide and unblinking. "Noted. Frogs are scary. And please call me Tsu, Ribbit," she finished with a smile. "Frogs are cute. I can shoot electricity from my body. However, I can't control the direction. If I overuse it, I get dumb for a little bit." I'm like, whoa. What do you mean by that? Is your quirk giving you brain damage? Do you realize we'll most likely be overusing it for training? Kaminari Denka blinked in confusion at being interrupted. However, the blonde girl quickly attempted to laugh it off when she saw the worried looks that the rest of the class were giving her. "Relax, guys. We did scans and everything. The electrical signal in my brain just gets scrambled a bit. There's no permanent damage. It didn't work. Regardless, you should still see the school's quirk counselor to see if you can avoid that." You do not want to end up a liability out in the field. A tall, black-haired girl spoke up authoritatively, making Denka wince. Don't I get a say in this? 19 negative answers told her how heartwarmingly annoying good people could be. An Uraka Achako. My quirk is called zero gravity. If I touch something with all 5 of these finger pads. She proceeded to show everyone her fingers before touching the ottoman she was sitting on and making it float. Then I can remove gravity's effects on it. The kids proceeded to play volleyball with the ottoman before a close call with the very expensive-looking TV that UA provided brought it to an end. And another thing, ever since James Darrell went solo, Shrines of the Damned lost its path. How dare you suggest that the mass-produced Peppy Poppy sellout dog shit they produce these days can be called, what? Gyro Kyoka was broken out of her rant by another girl with a raven head. She also distantly noted the girl wore a lot of gothic accessories. Fellow follower of the true faith, while I empathize with your passion for the true Messiah, it has been 15 minutes and we would all like a turn. Her incredibly sexy, deep, raspy voice distracted Gyro enough to realize that she had indeed been ranting for a while, and had scared the shit out of the guy with the weird elbows who had spoken of heresy so casually. Taking a deep breath, Gyro sat down and apologized for wasting time. Not for correcting the heathen, though. Now, I believe, maintenance est mon tour. Oui, a blonde girl spoke up next, standing up and snapping open a hand fan that appeared from out of nowhere, pointing at the heavens. A spotlight shone on her from somewhere, which was definitely concerning if it wasn't her quirk. Following that, glitter started falling from the ceiling, the light from the mysterious spotlight reflecting off it and causing it to sparkle in the air, nearly blinding those close to her, while the rest of the class stared in absolute bafflement on what in the absolute flying fuck was happening. Music started playing from the background, complete with voices of backup singers. Jisui's Ayama Yumena. However, you may call me Yum, Ayama exclaimed as the music approached the crescendo, looking like a musical cartoon villainess in her introduction song. Because I am the woman of your dreams, Mon Cheris. She finished with a wink, the music reaching the climax at the same time. A piece of glitter falling and reflecting light just right that reminded everyone of the end of a magical girl transformation scene. The rest of the class could do nothing but stare, speechless at the over-the-top introduction. Eventually, Ayama sat down and flicked her hair over her shoulders gracefully. All traces of whatever the fuck that was disappeared to the winds. Eventually, a brave soul decided to address the elephant in the room. Was that her quirk? It was not. The elephant remained unaddressed. Geiyarazu Momo. A voice coming from a pile of floating clothes that resembled a teenage girl nearly screamed, interrupting Geiyarazu's introduction. Quickly composing herself, she replied, "Yeah," only to be interrupted again. Daughter of Geiyarazu Yora, owner of Geiyarazu Yinyang, your one-stop shop for everything from yo-yos to yachts. Well, if she was going to be that specific, then there was no use in denying. It wasn't like she was ashamed of her lineage. It was just embarrassing to have the whole thing laid out like that. Geiyarazu nodded, bracing for the onslaught of favors or mutterings of jealousy. However, all that happened was her classmates griping about how lucky she was to have access to a quirk gym, which was understandable. Memberships can be expensive. Turned out, she had nothing to be scared of after all. My quirk is called tape. Basically, I can produce cellophane tape from these things on my elbows, Ciro Hanta said before raising an eyebrow at the disappointed look his classmates were giving him. What? It's just, Kaminari answered hesitantly when nobody seemed to want to speak up. We kinda expected something stronger, like duct tape, maybe? Ciro sighed a miserable sigh full of broken dreams in response. God, I wish. Do you know how opus I would be if that was the case? My name is Kota Koji. I can talk to animals. I'm more comfortable communicating like this. I hope you don't mind. None of them minded that Kota chose to communicate by writing on a whiteboard. In fact, most started making plans so that Kota could teach them sign language. It was, after all, a very useful skill to have in the field. They didn't have time that day to learn much, but Kota was scandalized that some of them already knew how to sign fuck off in American, Japanese, French, and Italian sign languages. How in the world did you get to have such a cool quirk name like Man in the Mirror? Well, the more observant students noticed Midoriya gave a glance to the side, too quickly to tell where exactly. It helps that I only found out what it does about a year ago. I'd like to think my naming sense now is much better than it was when I was 4. So you only had a year to practice and you still passed? Kirishima asked and was moved to tears by the answering nod. So manly. Some of them noticed that the spiky blonde guy that had so far been staring at Midoriya gave a growl reminiscent of a wild animal in response to that, before stiffening and mumbling under his breath, all the while looking like he was fighting against every instinct he had to close his eyes. Weirdo. Anyway, Midoriya continued, pulling attention back on himself. My quirk allows me to go into reflective surfaces and interact with the images inside it, making the interaction reflect into the outside world as well. Seeing the confused-looking faces of his classmates, Midoriya sighed and walked towards the TV, the giant, very expensive-looking flat-screen TV that UA had provided that everyone was dearly hoping would last longer than age. The whole class screamed when Midoriya jumped directly at the screen, then trailed off in confusion when the TV was not harmed or even moved in the slightest. Instead, there was only his image on the screen. The image then reached out to pinch Uraraka on her permanently blushing cheeks. The class only had time to be astonished that her cheeks in the real world seemed to be stretched out like an invisible hand was doing it. Before the image disappeared and reappeared on the window with a flicker of movement, the image then disappeared again. Only this time Midoriya reappeared out of thin air with a flip and landed on his seat. Like that, Midoriya continued, now doing theatrical bows between dodging the brunette's punches to the impressed cheering of the class. I can also move extremely fast between surfaces as well, though the one I first go into has to be big enough for me to do so, and I have to be able to see the other ones. He grinned as the class cheered louder, and thus got distracted as he took a fist to the face. My name is Ida Tenya. My quirk, engines, gives me engines in my legs and allows me to go faster. Ida introduced himself with the same tone and mannerism of a robot during its prototype run. Curiously, Ida did his best to avoid looking at the smirking Midoriya. You know, Midoriya interrupted, leaning forward a little bit, making Ida lean back in response, still refusing to look back. You look really familiar. Do you have a sibling? Several people would later swear Midoriya grew a forked tongue and a devil's tail as he said this. A younger brother? Perhaps. I do not, Ida answered stiffly in response, though with a voice quivering with fear. Really? Uraraka piped up, making Ida turn to face her with a look of betrayal that she only cruelly, innocently, smiled at. Because I distinctly remember someone calling you big bro at the practicals. I do seem to remember that. Now it was Yum's turn to speak up, bringing the fan up to cover the lower half of her face and crossing her legs, looking like a perfect image of a noble lady looking at a bud. I also remember you shouting at that someone, making them cry, monsieur. As the latest bit of drama seemed to unfold, the class had somehow prepared a tub of popcorn and was sharing it while watching the 3Ts and Maki. After a few more minutes, Ida abruptly stood up as the 3 pairs of eyes started getting wet with unshed crocodile tears. Very well. I was hoping to talk to you in private later, but I suppose now is as good a time as any, he bellowed before turning to face Midoriya, and did a 90-degree bow. I sincerely apologize for the way I acted in the practicals. I singled you out and caused a scene. Worse, I made a biased judgment based on your appearance, and that was unacceptable. While Yum and Uraraka filled the rest of the class in, a long silence filled the room, one that seemed to stretch forever. Ida dared not raise his head, while Midoriya only stared at him contemplatively. Eventually, he spoke, breaking the tense silence. I still think you're a dick, but apology accepted. What do you mean by going naked? The costume and support industry exists to ensure you do not have to do that. Sorry. Hagakure Toru meekly apologized to the outraged blonde who was displaying more emotions than she had the whole time Hagakure had known her. Say inadmissible. Yum twinkled angrily, brandishing and pointing her fan at the invisible girl like a saber. This, madam, is an insult to everything the modes stand for. We will personally design you a costume and you will wear it. Or else. Yum stomped away in a huff, slender fingers flying through her phone's screen to contact her family. Mode, as in Edna mode. I like to experiment with my sugar intake by baking. So if you see pastries on the kitchen counter, go ahead and take some. Sato Rikido had no idea the impending civil war he would unwittingly start with his delicious pastries. Being from an all-male, meat-loving family. Oh my, Yaoyorozu Momo, having had access to a team of personal chefs, also had no idea and thus poured more gasoline into the fire. I shall provide tea then. I brought a stash of Da Hong Pao with me and would love something to pair it with during afternoon tea. The other girls, as well as some of the boys, on the other hand, knew perfectly well what that meant, and thus schemes would be hatched and foiled. Alliances would be formed and dissolved. Friendships would be tested and betrayed. Love and hatred would go hand in hand just as they should. All for the sake of the delicious pastries and the divine tea. But that is a story for another time. My dream is to be a cool, sexy heroine. Mine to Minori exclaimed, striking a provocative pose that did not work with her. A lacking stature. A snicker floated out across the room, making her almost teleport to the offender to grab the front of her shirt and shake her back and forth. Think that's funny, huh? That I can never be fucking taken seriously because I look like an elementary schooler trying to act like an adult? That I only attract the weirdos because the decent ones are all afraid of being accused of being a pedophile? Huh? I will deep throat you with my balls, bitch. Dude, stop. Please, you're gonna stretch my collar. I'm sorry. Kaminari managed to get out between shakes, which was impressive with how dizzy she was. I don't want your fucking apology. I want my Minetatas to evolve into Minipais. I want the secret to Uraraka's Achachas and Yaoyorozu's Momos. I want HRK. Once again, Asui came to the rescue. Hey, say something to make it less awkward, Midoriya. I get how frustrating it is to be lacking in height. Let's do our best as shorties. Good job, my boy. As expected from the main Chara. We can team up. You can be Smurfette and I can be Papa Smurf. No, you idiot. You know, Midoriya, you only need to ask if you want me to call you Dad. Irk. Another tongue slap. What did you expect? He walked right into that one. Behold, this apparition is called Dark Shadow. Takoyami Fumiko chanted in an ominous voice. Her arms were positioned into a pose, pale slender fingers in the perfect position so that the light would reflect on her rings to create a supernatural-looking light effect. That looks like a stand. I can't be the only one thinking it's a stand, right? That's definitely a stand. A stand was what commonly used to refer to a kind of quirk that took the form of a separate entity that fought for their user, seen mostly in people with Joestar blood in their veins and some of their associates. Is that a stand? Mina asked the question they all wanted to ask. Dark Shadow is not a stand. Takoyami Fumiko snapped, apparently sick of the question. It is my inner darkness given form. My thirst for violence manifested into a terrifying beast of destruction. My heart of justice from the Joestar bloodline. Heart of what? No, for the last time I am not related to the Joestars. But you want to be. Yes, PFFT, girl, you cried for a day when it turned out you weren't related. Don't try to play it cool. Dark Shadow. It talks. A sentient stand. It is not a stand. Unfortunately, Bakugo Katsuki. My palms secrete a nitroglycerin-like substance that I can ignite at will. Bakugo sat back down with a huff, apparently unwilling to elaborate further. He likes classical music. Midoriya spoke up with a smile, making everyone, including Bakugo himself, snap their eyes to him, especially ones from the late 1980s. Weird choice, I know, but at this he smirked directly at the blonde, who had now adopted a look of horror upon realizing what would happen next. He is never gonna give that up, I'm afraid. The message was loud and clear: play nice or regret it later. Interesting taste in music. Jiro piped up, interrupting Bakugo from his brief paranoia-induced semi-breakdown. Can't judge a book by its cover indeed, Ida nodded. He had learned that particular lesson the hard way. Bakugo screamed, quietly, in his head, just to be safe. Todoroki Shoto. My right side can make ice. My left side can make fire. I will not use my left side in battle. A silence followed by the cold and stoic declaration, a silence which was then broken by Siro. What about using it to fry bacon? Exactly 1 second passed. Acceptable. Why the fuck is that fucker allowed to be like that and not me? Can you even tell us apart? I heard that past a certain altitude, everything just looks like tiny dots. Midoriya squinted his eyes at Shoji's face, no doubt blinded by the sun being so close to Shoji's head. Can he even hear us? The sound of the winds rushing past his ears from so high up must be deafening, right? Jiro added with a lazy grin. I will climb him like Mount Everest. Just you Irk. You know who that was. In response, Shoji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With an exhale, he then fixed each of them with a stare from his vantage point beyond the clouds and spoke. Worry not. My quirk gives me excellent sensory abilities. I can see and hear microorganisms just fine. A moment passed before the kids exploded into cheers. Get over here, Todoroki. Someone needs ice for that burn. The boy with the two-toned hair dutifully produced a chunk of ice. You walked right into that one, dude. Rikido chortled at the midgets as he high-fived Shoji. Impossible. Shoji interrupted with the same deadpan voice. At that height, the best they could do was walk right under it. As the chaos spread, Shoji sighed in relief as even the ones he made fun of were having a good time. These are the good kind of idiots. It'll be fine. As order was gradually restored, it was then suggested that they play a game to acquaint themselves with each other as a team-building exercise. What are you thinking? Poker, Old Maid, Monopoly. Yaoyorozu asked the class, already prepared to create the pieces and cards necessary, mind already whirling with the formulae needed. Before the argument could really get started and before Ida could begin lecturing them on gambling, Midoriya's voice cut through the chatter. Actually, my dad went to Atlanta City and a bunch of Chinese men taught him this interesting game. You guys want to try it out? With most of the class in agreement, Midoriya headed upstairs to get the pieces needed to play, while Yaoyorozu had offered to create them. They would need some special pieces to play Zing Hai Shibu Zing. Officially, Japan prohibited most forms of gambling, barring a select few exceptions such as horse racing, lotteries, and pachinko. In practice, although some legal casinos are situated in high-end resorts, smaller, illegal ones operated by the Yakuza are very much an open secret. Even the Age of Heroes and the downfall of most Yakuza organizations didn't change much of this fact. The only difference was that they were now run by actual villains. That is not to say that those were the only places that people would come to gamble their salaries and life savings away. After all, what happened behind closed doors and gatherings of friends just hanging out was nobody's business. One such gathering was taking place in an extravagant den of greed and degeneracy known as the dorm of Class 1A of UA Academy. Hero Course. In the common room, a tournament was taking place, in which all 20 of the teens attending the class had bloodied their teeth and stained their souls, made new friends and allies one moment only to betray them the very next. Out of 20 combatants, only 4 remained, standing at the top of the pile of corpses that had once been their classmates to prove that they had the smart, the skills, the cunning, and, most importantly, the ruthlessness needed to be the champion that stood at the top. Go fish, Bakugo exclaimed with manic excitement, grabbing the discarded domino tile to add to his hand after winning the rock, paper, scissors. Not so fast, Aizawa responded with equal enthusiasm. Interrupting Bakugo's move, I activate my trap card. In a reverse. As the two stood up to exchange seats, Bakugo very reluctantly and loudly doing so, Midoriya narrowed his eyes at Tsu's wide unblinking ones. The girl had just called Riichi earlier, which resulted in her discarding the domino tile that Bakugo had taken and was now in Yaoyorozu's hand. Now, the million-dollar question was that a bluff, or did Tsu really have a winning hand? I raise. Midoriya decided to call her bluff, adding more chips to the table. The frog girl's answering croak was tinted with cruel amusement. How brave of you, Midoriya. Ribbit. Foolish, but brave. Ribbit, Tsu intoned in an ominous voice, preparing to cast the 7-sided dice in response to Midoriya's move. Frogs are scary. On the sidelines, Kirishima, the very first casualty, leaned over to whisper to Anjira, who had made it to round 3 but was eliminated when Hagakure tricked him into an alliance and then promptly backstabbed him before immediately rolling a nat 1 and getting eliminated herself. What's happening? Is she winning? At the table, Midoriya was reluctantly spinning the wheel of misfortune after Tsu rolled a 5, which apparently was bad. Frankly, I don't know if they're still even playing. The brightest of smiles conceals the darkest of hearts, Takoyami muttered despondently in the corner. The goth girl was still sulking after getting into the semifinals only to fall for Uraraka's bubbly, naive, bumpkin girl act and lost everything. Uraraka had learned from the best. In another corner, Minda was still sleeping peacefully. The diminutive girl had suggested that all the girls play in bunny suits and the boys play topless except for shirt collars, cuffs, and ties. Zero had planned to just tape her up to shut her up. However, after she started hyperventilating at the thought of being tied up and even suggesting positions and knots, Tsu had decided to knock her out and be done with it. At the table, Bakugo had just missed the bullseye for the dart throw, which apparently was bad, judging by the way the blonde was describing what he would do to the person who invented darts. Monsieur Bakugo is in trouble, Aoyama narrated, deflecting the plebeian's skeptical gazes in her direction with her glitter. Only a deafening silence greeted her. I mean no offense, Kaminari, Ada started, chopping his right hand in her direction, but are you sure that is how Pot of Greed works? Startled out of her phone scrolling, the blonde girl looked up to see the class staring at her. Reddening, she started laughing in a very girlish and very forced giggle and attempted to wave it off. You're right. Gosh, what was I thinking? I don't even understand much of the game. It was ingenious. Yaoyorozu's whisper interrupted her flustered ramblings. How could I not think of that? I'm sorry. The blonde blinked, confident she had heard that wrong. But that all depends on what you'll draw, doesn't it, Ribbit? Tsu added. If you lose the Hail Mary, then you won't just only be in last place, you'll also lose everything you've earned so far, Ribbit. A reminder that they were playing a game in the dorms. The chips were worth nothing, and there are no prizes. Oh, but he will definitely go for it, won't you, Kaken? Midoriya crooned, lounging back from his first-place throne made of lies, deceit, and faux leather. After all, you're not a cowardly Deku who would run from a chance to rise to the top in one move, are you? As Kaminari was going through an existential crisis in the background for being associated with positive words describing intelligence, Bakugo was grinding his teeth together so hard it was a mystery how they were still not broken. Eventually, the blonde spoke with a voice that reminded the listeners of gravel rubbing against concrete as he put down Pot of Greed. All in, Ko. The other 3 followed that bet, with varying degrees of surprise. Shoji then volunteered to take on the noble duty of Bean Bear. All 6 of his hands closed and presented to Bakugo so he could make a last-ditch effort to haul himself out of the bottom of the swamp known as last place by choosing the one holding the orange bean. The shorter and angrier blonde reached for the hands before briefly pausing in hesitation. After a few seconds looking back and forth between the 6 choices, he growled and slapped the second hand on the right, masking his earlier trepidation with bravado. Many years later, Shoji would confess that the unnecessarily hard slap was the last straw. Putting away the others, the taller blonde deliberately, dramatically, slowly opened up the chosen hand, to reveal nothing. The scream of pure anguish and defeat almost made the taller blonde feel bad for his earlier action. Had Bakugo not insulted Shoji's mother and her marital status multiple times before mercilessly stripping Shoji of the entirety of the fortune he had meticulously saved up the entire afternoon? Once again, a reminder that they were playing in their dorms, the chips were worth nothing, and there were no prizes. Various sounds of cackling, laughing, crowing, insults, teasing, mocking, and others to the same effect soon started and drowned out Bakugo's scream, until Midoriya started doing some bizarre dance and music started from somewhere. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind. Hashido, ever the dancer and riding high on emotion, started dancing along because it looked fun. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind. Aoyama and Uraraka joined in right after. Their movements practiced and in sync with the other two as if choreographed. Were Golden Wind, Kono mi Amari Marori Meru Meru. Soon enough, like each was in some form of mass mind control, more and more students began to join in with varying degrees of willingness and competence, except for Bakugo, who, thanks to being tortured for a whole year with the same kind of ambush, managed to resist, which left him as the victim. Were Golden Wind, Kono mi Amari Marori Meru Meru. And so, it was on this scene that Aizawa Shota, pro hero eraser head and Class 1A's homeroom teacher, walked in roughly 10 minutes later, with the whole class doing some sort of bizarre ritual dance to some kind of music around Bakugo Katsuki, who by then had rolled into a fetal position, screaming, "There's more of him, there's more of him. It's like a burning sunrise. It's like a burning sunset." Aizawa's first impression was that he hated every single one of these brats. 20 minutes later, Class 1A could be found on training ground Beta in their gym uniforms. Various groups had congregated together as they waited for their teacher to appear. "Good, you're all here on time." Aizawa's voice forced every student's attention to snap to the yellow sleeping bag on the ground. "Time is precious and you can't afford to waste any. Once again, I am Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher." The yellow sleeping bag stood upright and slowly unzipped to reveal Aizawa's scruffy appearance. "Welcome to UA Academy's hero course, sir." Ada's hand flew through the air, interrupting whatever the older man was going to say next. "School does not officially start until Monday. May I ask why you told us to gather here in our gym uniforms?" In response, Aizawa only directed his tired, sleep-deprived stare at Ada until the boy slowly, mechanically lowered his hand. "First of all," he began after no one else seemed to want to speak up, "do not interrupt me. What you just did was wasting time, specifically my time that I could have used to finish the explanation instead of addressing you. What would you do if your interruption caused you to miss vital information?" The chastised boy looked down in shame. Memories of his outburst in the practical exams briefing sprung up, as well as his brother's lecture the following day. Second of all, the stare then encompassed the rest of class, making them stiffen up. "You are correct. School has not officially started yet, and I usually don't do this until Monday so that you'll at least have a taste of being a UA student." The man was amused when, despite being visually worried by the ominous statement, none of his students reacted beyond fidgeting and exchanging glances in fear of interrupting him. That being said, he continued, eyes slowly narrowing into a glare. "I have a feeling that the more of you that I have to put up with, the worse my headache will get. So congratulations, you're all having a Quirk apprehension test today. Do whatever it takes to get the highest scores possible in these 8 physical tests. The one in last place will be expelled." Sharp intakes of breaths, worried and panicked glances, as well as hands darting up into the air for permission to speak were all that greeted him, which was a pleasant surprise. "Look at that. They can learn. Hopefully this class won't be completely hopeless. I'm feeling generous, so I will allow 3 questions. Choose wisely." The lowering arms that followed that statement honestly brightened up his day. He pointed at one of the few kids who still had their hands raised. Sato Rikido, his memory supplied. "Sir, we already passed the entrance exam, which should prove that we know how to use our quirks and that our quirks are strong enough for the course. To be expelled on not even the first day. Isn't it a little unfair?" "Life isn't fair," Aizawa responded evenly, not fazed in the slightest. "Being good enough is not good enough. You can't save anyone by being honorable. You get no prizes from Santa for being a good kid, and birds aren't real." There were 2 very offended gasps that originated from Takoyami Fumiko and Kota Koji that he chose to ignore. Next, using the confusion as a smokescreen, Aizawa swiftly moved along, pointing at Yaoyorozu Momo. "Are there any limits on what we can do to maximize our scores, sir?" At least someone knew to ask the real questions. "You are allowed to use your quirks, hinder or sabotage your classmates' results, and you're expelled on the spot. The only items you're allowed are the ones present on this field right now or any that are produced when using your quirks. Break the law and I'll drag you to the police station myself. What I say goes. Aside from that, no." Last one. He left the class exactly 1 minute to contemplate on the parameters. If they were worth anything at all, then they would at least have an inkling of what these parameters are meant for. If not, well, expulsion was always an option. After the allotted time passed, Aizawa raised an eyebrow when the only hand left up was Midoriya Izuku's. Keeping in mind who this particular troublemaker was, he called on the kid. "It took a while, but I finally recognize you," the green-haired kid announced in a triumphant voice, making Aizawa roll his eyes. Contrary to his colleagues' beliefs, a lot of people recognized Eraserhead, civilian or otherwise. It wasn't like he bothered to wear anything that could hide his face besides his protective goggles. And a homeless-looking guy beating up villains was not as inconspicuous as one might think. If this kid thought just because he knew his hero name then he would get special treatment, he had. "You are the homeless hero, Hobo King, aren't you?" The exclamation cut through his mental monologue as well as the class chatter like a drunk driver through the red lights. "So, we have a comedian this year." Aizawa directed his gaze, which was now slowly narrowing into a glare that had put the fear of God into countless villains, at the brat, only to falter when he saw the starry fanboy look that he was more accustomed to seeing directed at his ash. "Your quirk, Royal Beggars, is so cool. It allows you to steal the physical stats of any living thing you touch to add to your own. Granted, it's a temporary effect, but you become an absolute monster the more people you fight. And the way you use your quirk is so creative that Yao gave Mesamaniitis-san." A quick glance at the side revealed that the rest of the idiots were getting pulled in with the ridiculousness simply due to the sheer aura of positive enthusiasm the green hellspawn was projecting. And then there was the invasion of the undergrounder Santha fight with multiple man and Devon. Good God, had he been listing off the feats of this Hobo King guy this entire time? Did this kid breathe at all? And those were legitimate villain attacks in the past that were mysteriously resolved. Could this kid be serious? "And I just want to say that you are a huge inspiration for him, and can I please have an autograph?" The excitable child finally, mercifully finished with his ramblings, leaving Aizawa in an unfortunate position of standing in front of roughly 20 adolescent gazes of admiration staring at him and thinking he was the celebrity known as the homeless hero, Hobo King. "Okay, deep breaths, Eraserhead, remember your investigation training. Go over the facts. What do you know? You know that this Hobo King apparently looked like you, which didn't really narrow down a lot. You know that this Hobo King apparently was either an underground hero or a vigilante, which doesn't narrow it down at all. You know that this Hobo King is the idol of Midoriya I.cu. Aizawa's panic was promptly replaced by cold silent rage as he remembered exactly who he was dealing with. This brat was the little troll that Nezu and Kayama had their eyes on. The little shit must have figured the jig was up, because the sparkles in his eyes were slowly replaced with tears of laughter and his excited innocent smile was replaced by a devious smirk accompanied by a belly laugh. The change was not abrupt, but considering it was so jarring to see someone's demeanor change so drastically, the class did not even know how to react. "Your face. Holy shit, you should have seen your face." The green gremlin gasped out between laughs, making Aizawa glare even harder. Some of the class had by now caught on and were either frowning or face-palming. "Good, be afraid. You done?" Aizawa eventually grounded out after a solid 30 seconds of laughing. "Almost. A few more. P50 ha. I'm nearly done. Phew. Ha. Okay, I'm done. I'm glad you had a good laugh." The older man started in a deceptively calm voice when the laughter finally slowed to a stop, "because if you don't land in at least the top 5, it'll be the last laugh you'll ever have as a UA student." The responding gasps and shouts of outrage fed his sadistic amusement juiced right. However, what was shaping up to be Aizawa's bane of existence only blinked while still smiling. Bring it. In Izuku's humble opinion, he was doing pretty well. He had scored good results in the first 2 tests, despite Aizawa's gaze trying to drill a hole in the back of his head. His hard-earned flexibility, gained through the many painful hours of hitting the hard mats in his acrobatics classes in order to land into the correct surface needed to activate his quirk, netted him a very nice 3rd place in the seated toe touch. He lagged behind a little bit in the sit-ups, as while he was in shape from hero training, some of his classmates were a lot more athletic than he was. Ajiro ended up taking 1st place, thanks to his tail helping push himself up. It was when they reached the grip strength test that something interesting happened. First, Shoji decided to use all 3 of his right arms at the same time to squeeze the machine, earning him a very high score. Emboldened by the fact that Aizawa said nothing, some of the class started getting creative. Sue used her tongue to wrap several loops around the device and squeezed. Hiei created an industrial hydraulic clamp to do it instead. She would have gotten 1st place had Kaminari not panicked and fired off a short burst of electricity, accidentally short-circuiting the device and giving herself an infinity. At that point, it appeared all bets were off. After all, Aizawa hadn't said anything yet, and they hadn't violated any of his rules. However, Izuku could see the way it would go. The next 6 tests would benefit those with mobility quirks, which would severely disadvantage him. He had no intention to test whether or not his teacher was serious about the expulsion, especially since, by the looks of it, Bakugo would make damn sure he would score higher than Izuku. Racking his brain to find a strategy, Izuku's eyes landed on the trail of ice that Todoroki had left behind after taking his 50-meter dash test. The exact wording of the rules echoed through his mind. This called for an experiment. As Mina stepped up to the starting plate next to Midori, she would admit that she felt kinda bad for her new friend. Due to the abrupt order to attend the test, the guy would be competing essentially quirkless. It wasn't like he had thought to bring a mirror his size to jump into. At least, she hoped not. She didn't want to think about where he had been hiding it. Ready? The robotic voice jolted her out of her thoughts and made her hastily get into position. Set, clearing her mind of distractions. Mina focused on the feeling of her quirk producing the acid with the exact properties she needed to maximize her skating speed. Bang! Mina took off as soon as the starting sound began. Using her acid to skate along the runway, instincts from years of skating practice taking over. No signs of Midori, but she didn't have time to worry about. The dude just appeared out of nowhere at the finish line. What the hell? She was interrupted from asking any questions by Aizawa's gravelly voice. I distinctly remember telling you that the only items you're allowed are the ones present on this field right now or what is produced when using your quirks. Exactly, Midori answered with a challenging smirk. Your quirks, not your own quirk. With a jolt, the pink girl connected the dots. And that robot was here when you made that declaration. Would you like proof, sir? He had jumped into her acid trail, which she had lowered the acidity as much as possible to prevent it from destroying the field and therefore was still there in a slippery trail of reflective liquid, then jumped into the robot's shiny chrome plating and jumped out to the finish line. But was it allowed? That won't be necessary. Next, her teacher's answer told her all she needed. Midori, you magnificent bastard. The experiment was a success. The others had also become bolder with the loophole abuses and Izuku was so proud. Granted, he did not expect Hagakure to have taken off her clothes and then threw it past the camera when she got close enough to the finishing line to shave off a few seconds when it was confirmed that, due to being invisible, it would track the movements of her clothes. However, the way that Ochako and Takoyami had worked together had given him an idea. The brunette had clung to the Raven girl and removed both of their gravity. The other had then used Dark Shadow to drag them both to the finish line, resulting in a better score for both than if they had done it separately. Aizawa still hadn't said anything. Next experiment. Momo was doing splendidly, she felt. The items she had created had not consumed too much of her lipid stock and were not too complicated that she couldn't remember the formulae without assistance. This had allowed her to gain a fairly consistently high rank and score across all the tests so far, and she was fairly confident in her chances. She did feel bad for some of the others though. Even though she was absolutely inspired by the creativity being shown in quirk application, she couldn't quite help but notice that no matter how creative her classmates were, some walls could not be climbed over with just strategies and determination. Hagakure's quirk couldn't help her be faster or stronger. The only thing Kaminari could do was shoot out electricity. Sato couldn't activate his quirk at all due to having no sugar and had to rely on his natural physical abilities. Unlike her, who could create anything she needed out of her own body. Her friends had to struggle to claw their way up the ladder. She supposed that guilt was why, when Midoriya asked her to create a mirror for some experiments, she so easily complied. If her helping can lead to him discovering some new application of his quirk, then she would be happy. Besides, it wasn't like Midoriya would bring it into use and he just brought the mirror into use in the standing long jump. Momo stared dumbfounded as her new, possibly soon to be expelled, friend propped up the mirror at an angle, contorted his way into its surface, shot himself out of it, and cleared the sandbox. Surely it couldn't be allowed, right? It was not against the rules because he had made use of Ashido's acid before, but Mr. Aizawa just called for the next student. Apparently Yue was a lot more free-spirited than she thought. Izuku really needed to talk to the others about Yaoyorozu. He had nothing against the girl, of course. She was a sweet girl, very smart, very helpful. However, she had the tendency to feel guilty whenever others were having a harder time than she was and became extremely easy to manipulate. They had to nip this in the bud before she got scammed by some scumbag taking advantage of her kindness. Anyway, another successful experiment. Some of the others even took his cue. Sato asked Yaoyorozu for some sugar, which meant Izuku won the bet on whether he needed actual sugar or if it was code for cocaine. Zero asked Minda for some of her balls to act as a weight for his tape so he could throw it farther and yank himself farther when he jumped. It spoke of how seriously they took Aizawa's threat that Minda hadn't made one lewd comment this whole time. Izuku was actually proud that, despite the imminent threat of expulsion, his class were still willing to help each other. The robotic beep, marking the end of his turn to do the repeated sidestep, jarred him out of his contemplation. The mirror he had asked Yaoyorozu for earlier could split into two, and he had set them up so that he could jump back and forth between them. Unless any of his classmates could go above light speed, Izuku was pretty sure he got first place. Now, time for another experiment. He had been itching to test this. Contrary to what his scowl and apathetic body language might suggest, Aizawa was actually pretty proud of this year's batch. A lot of the kids with less than helpful quirks in physical tests like these were able to perceive the true nature of the restrictions he had given them, which was to find the loopholes and exploit them to gain the best possible result. Granted, he hadn't expected them to assist each other, but that was better than he could have hoped. Perhaps that weird ritual dance was meant to be some sort of team bonding exercise. He didn't know and didn't want to know. A lot of the others hadn't perceived it yet, either because of simple ignorance or rigid thinking. However, each of them also possessed enough control of their quirks or had a solid enough base with their physical abilities that he was confident they would not immediately die when confronting a villain. Other problems, such as Todoroki's refusal to use the fire side of his quirk, Bakugo's aggressiveness, or Ada's rigid adherence to the rules, could be fixed in the next 3 years, as long as they could live long enough to do so. Speaking of adherence to rules, Midoriya, the problem child and Aizawa's main source of headache, had apparently decided to try something with his quirk for the ball throw. If he actually planned to jump out of the mirror holding that ball so it could go farther, then he's primed for expulsion. There was no way he would be able to land. Oh, only the ball flew out. Interesting. It appeared he could choose to release his quirk on individual objects he brought in with him. By the way the kid was muttering to himself, it seemed to be a new development. What a versatile quirk. Aizawa mused to himself as Kaiuka stabbed one of her earjacks into the ball and prepared to apparently blast her heartbeat to that spot to give it a boost. Though there is still the distance run. You should be safe now, but let's see what you do this time. Izuku stared straight ahead, resolutely ignoring the tired glares directed at the back of his head from his classmates, especially the explosive blonde one. As soon as the starting signal for the distance run sounded, he had started his strategy. He had jumped into the mirror set up nearby specifically for him to do so and then proceeded to jump to his target and chill until Aizawa called for a stop. What was his target? Yaoyorozu's moped's rims. Yes, a moped. The girl had created a fucking electrical moped to run the course, complete with a helmet. He simply took advantage of the bullshit by utilizing his own bullshit. Bullsheption. Anyway, Aizawa had definitely seen him do that and still allowed it, despite his classmates' loud protests. Hence the glaring. It's a waste of time to announce it one by one. So here's the results. The older man's voice reminded everyone of what was at stake. The last one would go home before the semester even started. Aizawa's phone then projected a hologram upwards, showing the score. Izuku was shown in 4th place, making him sigh in relief and a bit of amusement when he noticed that Katsuki was in 5th place. Those emotions were ruthlessly torn apart by the reveal of the name at the bottom, Hagakure Toru. Even though most everyone saw it coming, it was still painful watching the invisible girl's body crumble onto the ground. Even though they barely knew each other, for the last few hours, Class 1A had played together, laughed together, sweated together, and cried together. Toru had been a part of Class 1A and her heartbroken sobs tugged at most of everyone's heartstrings and triggered every single protective instinct they had. The girl had tried her best. It wasn't fair that her dream would end before it even began due to not being given an opportunity to show what she was capable. As everyone was gearing up to defend the invisible girl and yell for Aizawa to reconsider, his tired voice cut them off. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion thing. It was just a logical ruse to get you to perform at your best. A stunned silence followed that declaration, before it was broken by yells of indignation and Hagakure's cries of relief. The only person to notice Midoriya Izuku had gone suspiciously silent was Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde was the only one that knew him enough to recognize what he was thinking. To Deku, regardless of Aizawa's real intentions, their teacher had become nothing more than a bully who enjoyed playing mind games with people weaker than him for his enjoyment. And there was nothing that Deku hated more than bullies. You do realize, the sheer contempt in Midoriya's normally cheerful teasing voice was enough to make the few who heard him shiver. That I will get you back for this, don't you, sir? In response, Aizawa simply snorted and turned to walk away. There should be a stack of syllabi in the dorm's common room. Read it, prepare for it, and don't be late on Monday. As the rest of the class crowded around Hagakure to comfort her, Izuku simply narrowed his eyes at Aizawa's retreating back. It was on now, fucking asshole. Meanwhile, Katsuki was just glad Deku had another target to divert his attention. Clack. Toshinori suppressed a wince at the sound that was located somewhere to his left. It was the sound of someone's jaw audibly clicking, caused by a too-wide yawn. He had attended enough ceremonies in his career as All Might, the #1 pro hero, to instantly categorize it as one whose owner didn't bother to hide, either because they just didn't care, or they wore a mask loose enough to accommodate that kind of jaw motion, judging by the lack of any muffling in the sound. There weren't any mouth-covering masks involved, which disqualified Snipe and Hound Dog. The volume and the sheer audacity of this person also left out Cementos and Ectoplasm. Eraserhead was also fast asleep on the ground in that hideous sleeping bag of his. With how masculine it sounded, he concluded that Present Mike was the culprit. Case closed. Another job well done. All Might. He wasn't the symbol of peace just because his strategies were to punch problems away. Toshinori suppressed a groan of his own. Great. Nezu's speech bored him so badly that he was playing Yawn Detective now of all things. And the principal was still talking with no signs of finishing up. It was at these moments that he kind of regretted taking up his master's philosophy. His signature smile was getting tiresome to hold. He was also really jealous of how effortlessly Aizawa had crawled into that sleeping bag of his to take a nap. The man was functionally dead to the world, despite the surprised glances and conspiratory whispers to his direction from the other faculty members. Apparently, he would usually force the class to skip the opening ceremony as well as most of the first day in favor of doing the Quirk assessment tests ahead of time. No one had expected the man and his full class to show up, and with not a single student missing for the ceremony, Toshinori supposed since that class had already done the test on Friday. He had no excuses that he could give Nezu that would allow them to skip the ceremony. The thought of Aizawa brought back Toshinori's memories of his interaction with the man. Skulking around like that doesn't seem like something the symbol of peace would do. It was pretty clear from Aizawa's deadpan accusatory tone that he had noticed Toshinori not so secretly observing the tests. Figuring the jig was up, the blonde stepped out from behind the pillar he had been hiding behind. Perhaps a direct conversation with the man in charge of the boy he was suspecting to have some connections with All for One will provide some new perspectives. Speak for yourself, Eraser. Toshinori made sure to keep his voice cheerful and genial as he began to speak. To get through your tests. And not of a single student expelled. This class either has great potential, or you're losing your touch. An annoyed look crossed the exhausted-looking man's features, while his glare would have made lesser men wet themselves. They simply don't have zero potential. That is all. Now what do you want? Or do you have so much free time that you can snoop around in that muscle form just to make small talk? Straight to the point. Toshinori had been warned that Aizawa was a rational man who despised niceties. Well, when in Rome, as they say. May I ask your impression of young Midoriya? Perfect. It was direct but still vague enough to mask his real intentions. It worked a little too well. Didn't peg you for the type to play favorites already. The other man commented with a raised eyebrow, making the blonde almost choke on his blood in surprise. Toshinori rushed to deny, but the sheer absurdity of this situation provided a space for Aizawa to cut in. Save it. I don't care what your connection with him is, but he's in my class now and that means he'll be treated like any other student. Got it. Seemingly satisfied with the silence his taller colleague gave, Aizawa continued. As for my impression, he's got a versatile quirk, with a decent amount of creativity to come up with many applications for it. His willingness to bend the rules is both good to have as a hero, and a pain in the ass as a student. Did your golden boy fulfill your expectations, Mr. Symbol of Peace? He is not I don't care. Get out of my way. The conversation was a private one, so naturally, that meant that the rest of UAS faculty had known by the end of the day that All Might had already found a favorite student, when school had not even started yet. Toshinori's futile attempts at coming up with an explanation had only resulted in advice for the newbie, conspiratory winks, discreet thumbs up, and pats on the back. It was getting very annoying. That was not even counting Nezu's resulting animalistic cackles when he had come to ask for help. He had no doubt the rat knew exactly what was going on, and how to explain it in a way that wouldn't allude to the fact that Toshinori had suspicions that young Midoriya had involvement with Japan's secret Emperor of Shadow. Yet the principal only kept laughing harder until the blonde eventually gave up and left. Granted, in any other scenario, that might have been true. The kid was smart, creative, and tenacious. His skill in quirk analysis was borderline prodigious, and his sense of strategy in combining them was even more so, as was shown in the practical exam. All in all, he could very well have been another Night Eye, and one of All Might's favorites, if it was not for that familiar glint in his eyes before he humiliated young Ada, and when he swore revenge on Aizawa. He had seen one similar to it countless times before and during the devastating fight 5 years ago that resulted in the hole in his stomach. He was well aware that all of this could just be excessive paranoia stemming from his lingering PTSD from that fight. However, his master and the 7 others before her had given their lives to bring down that monster. He'd be damned if it was his naivete that brought him back to power. Last but not least, you might have heard of the rumors, but allow me to formally introduce the newest addition to our faculty, and newest teacher of practical heroics, the #1 hero, All Might. Having his name announced jolted the man out of his thoughts. Calling on the will of power that was one for all out of instinct, he buffed up. The steam that accompanied his transformation blew the curtains he had been sitting behind apart, allowing him to step forward for a dramatic entrance. I am here. to teach. When his appearance threw the gathered teens into an even more chaotic frenzy, Toshinori decided to put Midoriya aside for now and focus on his prepared speech that he had definitely prepared and was not just making up as he went. Fleck. Aijiro winced at the loud sound that several of his classmates' jaws made. They were walking to the introductory tour of UAS facilities after the ceremony had finally, mercifully, been over and done with. Guys, come on, at least cover the yawns up. I know the ceremony was boring, but at least try to be manly about it. Good thing I'm a girl then, isn't it? Kaminari piped up beside him. Or are you saying these? Aijiro had to hastily look away as Kaminari gestured at her Kamimaris. Look manly. Yeah, hi. To Aijiro's horror, Mina had decided to join in the teasing. Do you think mine look manly as well? You can show me your manliness anytime, anywhere, Kirish. Ack. Aijiro thanked the heavens for Midas and Tsu's interruption as the girls forgot about teasing him in favor of the diminutive girl instead. Unfortunately, that meant the boys were free to join in. Can't believe it's only the 4th day and girls are already all over him. Siro commented teasingly, to Aijiro's embarrassment. Must be the quirk. Girls love it when guys are rock hard for them. Shoji added, making Koda blush from the vulgar joke and Aijiro's jaw to hang open. Such foul innuendos is unbefitting of guys. Hagakir's excited yell cut through Ida's offended bellow. Apparently, she and some of the others had secretly been passing notes with their yearmates in other classes during the principal's speech, and started chattering away as soon as it ended. True to their fame, they were now in several group chats consisting of students from any manner of courses. 1B just invited us to come to their dorms this evening to hang out. Looks like they got curious with us, or something. Aijiro instantly grinned. What did it matter what they were curious about? Socializing and networking was manly as hell. The fact that they would stop teasing him would just be a bonus. Midoriya, aren't you coming over to 1B for dinner as well? Yeah, but figured I would make something to bring over, too. Housewarming gift, you know. Sato nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to make his way into the kitchen as well just as Midoriya put the finishing touches on his crab cakes. Good point. Guess I'll bake some cookies for desserts. While the larger boy remained oblivious to the fact that the secret war over his pastries would spill over to his sister class due to his actions, Todoroki had followed in. Would you like me to fry some bacon? A brief, awkward silence that always seemed to happen whenever the red and white-haired boy spoke occurred. Thankfully, Tsu had heard everything and came to the rescue. It's okay, Todoroki, ribbit. We don't want to call Aizawa this early into the year to send someone to fix the kitchen. Again, ribbit. Apparently Tsu had not come to the rescue and had instead decided to murder Todoroki instead. I apologize for that. It's fine, ribbit. Hi there. I will break my foot up your ass. The chattering in 1B's dorms came to screeching halt when a blonde girl with a pair of horns on her head called out in a cheerful voice that completely contrasted the gruesome greeting that came out of nowhere. What's wrong? Did I pronounce it wrong? Monoma said this is a pretty common greeting. Monoma. Stop teaching pony weird phrases. A red-haired girl roared as a confused pony received an explanation from a glasses-wearing boy with a beard, as the now-named Monoma got chewed out by the redhead. His obnoxious laugh had only climbed higher and higher in volume and pitch. Tink, which stopped abruptly when, in a move nobody saw coming despite it happening in front of their eyes, Pony had marched straight up to Monoma, grabbed a nearby unopened soda bottle, and immediately hit him in the head with it, knocking him straight out. Nobody gets a mess with me without a fight. The apparently unhinged girl exclaimed in some sort of English before placing the miraculously intact bottle back on the table, stepping over the possibly dead body, and headed for the gaping ensemble of WANA students at the door. Let's do this again. My name is Tsunotori Pony, but please call me Pony. I'm an international student from Texas. Nice to meet ya. Her bright smile might have disturbed everyone there a mite bit. We're all Americans like this. Big sis, big bro is being mean again. I am not. Stop calling me that, damn it. Because of you everyone on campus called me that now. I see you've met our class big sis Kendo Itsuka. Kaibara. Not you, too. Just accept it, Kendo. You've got big sister energy. What does that even mean? Over the weekend spent living together, it was made very apparent early on that man was not created equal. Some of them were simply not suited for the kitchen. After Todoroki nearly burned down the kitchen trying to make bacon and eggs in Yum's cheese incident, although most of them were still allowed and it was a general rule that if you couldn't cook, then you should ask one of the more talented people to do it for you instead. Sure, you could also get the free meals in the cafeteria from Lunch Rush, but it was also a long walk away. While not official in any means, the more frequently asked cooks of WANA consisted of Tsu, Sato, surprisingly Bakugo, and Midoriya. Are those crab cakes, ribbit? Yep, my dad loves Cajun. Holy shit, is that cornbread? Sure is. I got some hush puppies over there as well. You guys can come over anytime to get some. Oh, this is pretty good actually. Can I have the recipe for the bread? I want to try it out later. Can I have your recipe for the blueberry cookies, then? Are we trading recipes? Can I have the mapo tofu one? My tongue is on fire and I'm dying, but I feel alive. I like the soba. A similar arrangement seemed to also be the case in 1B, judging by the slowly growing crowd of budding home cooks exchanging techniques and recipes. Nobody complained, of course. With luck, they would get to try them eventually. For 1B, the sight of Pony chatting so animatedly for the first time they had met was worth it. For 1A, it was the sight of Midoriya's ever-present mischievous smirk turning just a bit more genuine. What do you mean? Of course all of us had time for Quirk counseling. We've got, like, the whole afternoon free. Fukadashi mangas. Speech bubble shifted to a symbol showing his surprise, before displaying his thoughts in writing form. What? Don't tell me you guys didn't have to do the Quirk assessment tests. That's so unfair. How typical of UA to prioritize. Think. Everyone carefully inched away from the Coke bottle that would later be renamed the Concussionator. We did that on Friday. You guys didn't. No, we fucking did not. Owasiosu grunted from the couch, getting up to make room for someone else to get wrecked in Mario Kart. Was that why everyone was staring when we showed up this morning? Ajiro inquired, starting to feel disturbed by how inconsistent UA was, and especially their homeroom teacher's scheduling. I talked to an upperclassman I know and apparently one notoriously skips the ceremony every year, only to then show up the next day with, like, half a class left. Pardon, but what do you mean by that? Yaoyorozu asked, a sinking feeling making itself known in her stomach. Apparently your homeroom teacher expelled the entire 1A class last year, half of them on the first day even. The current 2A only has about 2/3 of their students as original hero course students now. Kamakiri Tagaru shrugged uncaringly. Class 1A was here in full, so that must have been bullshit, right? Besides, if that was true, then that would mean that every class 1 of the years before not only skipped the ceremony, but also the tour of the massive campus to show where all of the facilities designed to help them with training and school work were, as well as the orientation sessions where they would be introduced to the faculty and informed of the events happening in the school year. More importantly for Hero Courses students, as well as those aspired to transfer there, that would mean skipping the free quirk counseling sessions that would help them get a better handle on their quirks, as well as come up with possible countermeasures to the quirks that posed a danger to their owners or others. Sure, all of the information was detailed in the student handbook and the syllabus, but what kind of nerd would want to read those 1,000-page abominations? Meanwhile, Class 1A broke out into a cold sweat, and none more so than Yaoyorozu. The girl had been so sure the logical ruse was just that, a ruse. But to think that their teacher really could have been so cruel that he would end their career right then and there. That was a mighty blow to her people-reading skills. Someone did get expelled though. Midoriya's devilishly innocent voice piped up, making the rest of his classmates wonder what the hell he was up to this time, and their sister class to descend into chaos. Come on, guys, don't tell me you forgot about him already. That guy with the quirk unsuited to help with those bullshit tests and got expelled. I think his name was, Shoto or something. Oh hell, don't tell me. It was kind of impressive how the whole class tuned into the same frequency whenever Midoriya was involved. Unsuited quirk. What do you mean? Komori Kanoko asked, her anxiety going through the roof. If there was a quirk that was unsuited for tests, it would be hers. He can temporarily erase every single quirk in a set radius from himself, bringing everyone to a level playing field. I freaking knew it. What? That's opus as hell. How was he expelled? Monsieur Shota's quirk was, sadly, pass Udile with the tests. And apparently says Maylur's efforts wasn't good enough, no matter how powerful his quirk was. Nobody in 1A was surprised that Yum was in on Midoriya's bullshit anymore. 1B, on the other hand, knew about the Green Gremlin's reputation, but not the fact that he had accomplices and therefore ate it up like fools, especially when almost everyone in 1A wanted some petty revenge on Aizawa's logical ruse. The only one who would be willing to stop it was Ada, who was in the bathroom, and thus he remained oblivious until it was too late for damage control. On another note, Present Mike would later be scolded by Recovery Girl for cracking a rib laughing when he heard from a student that Aizawa Shota had expelled a student named Shota Aizawa who had an erasure quirk. But that's another story for another day. True to her reputation as everyone's big sister, Kendo sensed the uneasiness in the air and clapped her enlarged hands to get everyone's attention. All right, it was regrettable, but the past is in the past. What do you say we play a board game or something for some team building? A shiver ran down each of 1B's students' spine as Bakugo loudly demanded a rematch on something, and Midoriya's challenging smirk got a little too wide. Kendo would later acknowledge that it might not have been her best idea. We're Golden Wind. Kono mi amari marori mero. What is happening? What did you people do to my class? Answer me. Bakugo, who was determinedly disassociating, snapped out of it long enough to shoot the screaming Monoma a rare pitying look. First time. It's like a burning sunrise. Make it stop. Make it. Tink. Fucking noob. What a pain in the ass, Bakugo muttered as he put down the concussionator and went back to disassociating. It's like a burning sunset. Class the next day passed by incredibly slowly. Even though they were taught by pro heroes, school was still school and school was boring. However, for the students of Class 1 at least, it was about to change very soon for one simple reason. Their afternoon class was their first practical heroics class with All Might. Yes, I am here. The sight of the number one hero twirling into a heroic pose, muscle rippling and smile blinding, sent the screaming class into even more of a frenzy. It was one thing to know that they would be taught by the All Might, but seeing him so close in person was something else entirely, especially to those who weren't from one of the big cities and have never seen him do any heroics in person before. It's All Might in the flesh. Is that the Silver Age suit? Hey yeah, what a delicious wall of magnifique. Another level indeed. His dialogue is even bolded. All right, you bunch of zygotes. Welcome to Heroics 101. All Might's powerful voice cut through the chatter. First lesson, Battle Trials. He continued once the class became a bit more settled, brandishing a card which read Battle in bright bold letters. Battle Trials. Uraraka asked, worriedly. Battle Trials. Bakugo growled, excitedly. Battle Trials. All Might confirmed, redundantly. For that, you'll need these. Pointing and clicking a remote at a wall, All Might revealed the shelves hidden within, which contained the 20 boxes clearly marked that had their hero costumes within. Put on your costumes and meet me at Training Ground Charlie. You have 10 minutes. With that announcement made, their teacher disappeared with barely a blur, leaving the hero students to scramble for their cases and sprint down to the field. After last night, nobody wanted to test if this was another logical ruse or not and risk expulsion. Every student in Wano for the past month had come to terms with the fact that they were going to UA and spent the whole weekend mentally preparing themselves to learn how to be a hero. However, as they stood on the training field of UA in their first heroics class in professionally made hero costumes, in the presence of the symbol of peace and their fellow students in their own costumes, the feeling of "whoa, I made it" finally made itself known. Sure, they all knew instinctively this was only the starting line, but damn if that didn't feel good. Looking good, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, as long as you have those costumes on, you are heroes. Their teacher's voice snapping them out of their own awe. The class refocused on All Might to see him standing in front of a cityscape. I know how excited you are to finally freely use your quirks. So for this first lesson, we will jump straight into the thick of it. Bracing himself for the flood of questions, Toshinori was surprised to see that despite visibly squirming in place in excitement, every student was restraining themselves. Well, that eased his anxiety for a bit. He probably wouldn't even need the cheat sheet if they were calmly listening. Right, here's the deal. You will all be split into teams of 2 and be pitted against one another. One team will be the heroes and the other the villains. On the groove now, Toshinori then pointed backwards at the building behind him. Here's the scenario. The villains have hidden a nuclear bomb somewhere in this building that will explode in 15 minutes. The villains have 5 minutes to prepare and then the heroes will move in to take care of it. The heroes win if one of them touches the bomb, or if both villains are captured. The villains win if time runs out, or if both heroes are captured. Any questions? Oh wow, they were raising hands and waiting to be called and everything. This teaching thing was easier than he thought. What counts as a capture, sir? If someone is wrapped in these capture tapes, then they are eliminated. How will the teams be chosen? By drawing lots. Remember, you won't always have a chance to choose who to work with in the field. How fucking violent are we allowed to be? Reasonably so. I will stop it if things go too far. So use your common sense. Will the losers be expelled? I am not Aizawa, so no. Satisfied that every question has been answered, Toshinori reached into the boxes containing the lots and drew out 2 marked balls. The first to go are Team B as the hero and Team D as the villains. Villains, follow me. Heroes, stay here until I give the starting signal. The rest of you head up to the monitoring room. A few minutes later, Toshinori watched on the monitor as young Aoyama got into a brief argument with young Midoriya. Judging by the gestures, it was about young Midoriya's cape. Dismissing it as unimportant, Toshinori centered himself, determined to get a closer look at the boy occupying his mind lately, and called out through the comms to young Todoroki and young Hagakure waiting outside the building. Attention, heroes and villains. Your 15-minute start. Now, roughly 1 year ago. God damn it, Brett. A deep, gurgling voice reminiscent of one belonging to someone trying to yell under sewage water screamed in frustration. Get out of me so I can get into you. Even if I could, how was that supposed to convince me to? Another voice squeaked out in response. Unlike the first voice, this one was weaker, much more higher-pitched, with a subtle tremble that belied its owner's timid nature. The day that Midoriya Izuku discovered his quirk. Now normally, even staring death in the face would not stop Midoriya Izuku from trying to analyze this absolutely fascinating quirk. However, he was understandably distracted and freaked out by the fact that, instead of being non-consensually and non-erotically choked to death while being underage when the massive slime pounced on him, he had felt a squeezing sensation like when he was wedged between his parents in a hug, and then being moved along with the slime's movements. Oh, and he was also getting yelled at by his attempted murderer for not allowing himself to get killed. He had always had confident issues when people yelled at him. Luckily, not being choked also meant his brain still had oxygen to think. A lashing slime tendril revealed that he was in the villain's body, so why did? No, not in his body. On it. Could this be his quirk? You're making this way harder than it should be, brat. Hurry before that guy. Bang. Fuck. The villain swore loudly when the sound of a manhole cover being punched skywards reached them, which also served to disrupt his victim's annoying muttering. He swerved around to see that his fear was confirmed, for standing there in all of his muscled Greek god's glory was, "All might, I am here to deliver justice." One massive Texas smash blew the slime apart into tiny chunks. Thankfully, after Izuku had somehow popped back out into corporeal form, the real world, he would have to think about that later. Now that All Might was here right in front of him, having apprehended the villain in a pair of soda bottles and signed his signature on Izuku's notebook, the boy needed to ask his hero the burning question that had been plaguing his thoughts for the last 10 years. Can even someone like me be a hero? At first, the hero said nothing, just staring at him with his signature smile in place. Just as Izuku was on the verge of passing out from anxiety, the much larger man gave him a thumbs up and responded. Of course, his heart soared. Finally he had confirmation. If All Might said so, then even Kaken would. With a quirk like that, you'll definitely become a great hero. Now stand back. I need to get this evildoer to the police. Thank you for delaying him. I shall look forward to seeing your debut, young man. And just like that, with a single leap, All Might disappeared over the horizon, leaving Izuku frozen at the underpass, hands still mid-wave and lips frozen into a wobbly smile. A quirk like that, huh? His smile slowly unfroze and dipped into a frown. You aren't that different from them, after all. Listening to me, monsieur. Snapping himself back to the present, Izuku refocused to find Yume staring at him irritably, as if she was a princess looking down at a particularly insolent court jester that had offended her with his commoner jokes. Sorry, I was deep in thought. What was your question? Narrowing her eyes, the blonde princess brandished her ever-present hand fan. I asked what you were thinking when you designed your costume. Blinking, Izuku looked down at the offending article. It hadn't turned out that bad, in his opinion, better than he had expected. In fact, her mom didn't say anything. Evidently that was the wrong thing to say, as she then pointed the fan at him like a knight challenging another to an honor duel. No doubt because Mammon fainted from seeing that abomination. How did you even convince her to allow the cape? That was the one thing she actively detested in a hero's costume. Even I, as her own Lafil, couldn't get a cape. It's actually a pretty cool idea. See, the underside. What did you bribe her with? David Shield's latest technology in hero costume fabric. The secret to the Hulk's indestructible pants. The plus ultra rarity Genderbend Gal Mite body pillow. California Smash Valley Girl Edition. Best Genus brand latest series of Junderwear. What? How dare you accuse me of giving away such a priceless collectible item like that? I wonder what they're talking about. We don't get audio here, Ciro muttered while observing the two teams arguing on the monitor. Things were looking kind of intense. Midoriya has proven to be very smart and cunning in the exams and in our quirk talks, Ida exclaimed, arms chopping the air. Todoroki, besides being a recommended student, is also the son of the second-rank pro hero. Their partners are also no slouch. I have no doubt they are debating a strategy that would best make use of their strengths. As the class fell into debate, All Might was utilizing everything he had learned in the many years of staring absolute evil in the face and smiling at it to keep a straight face. Thank all that was holy that Toshinori had been convinced out of broadcasting every conversation from the participants to the monitoring room. Kids these days. On the hero's side, things were also heating up. I'm sorry, what was that? I could have sworn you just said you were going to freeze the whole building in ice. Toru prayed to All Might that Todoroki was joking. No freaking way was he. You heard correctly. He was serious. Dang it. Okay, calm down, Toru. Use your hard-earned people skills to make up for this guy's underdeveloped ones and explain how stupid he was being. You do remember what Midoriya's quirk is, right? What you're about to do. Attention, heroes and villains. Your 15-minute start. Now, their teacher's voice distracted her enough that Toru couldn't finish her sentence. Granted, Todoroki also didn't waste a single second. One stomp of his right foot and the entire building was encased in a decently thick layer of ice, just as he had said he would, providing the perfect battlefield for Midoriya and his quirk. To Todoroki's credit, He had the decency to look mildly sheepish when his invisible teammate reminded him of that fact before stalking sullenly towards the building. Stay here, then. I can't unfreeze the building this soon or it might collapse. I made sure to freeze everything but their heads. They won't be able to move while I get the bomb. And now he had completely disregarded Yume. Huffing, Toru decided to soldier on and follow him in. She had finally gotten proper protection to fight back. No way was she sitting on the sidelines. Inside the building, the villains had indeed been frozen, only leaving their heads free, revealing their scowls. That arrogant motherfucker, Midoriya muttered angrily, mind running a mile a minute for a revenge plan. Vivienne rose. In contrast, Yume calmly fired off weak and precise blasts of laser from each of the blasters installed on her armor, methodically destroying the layer of ice covering her. Humming to himself, Midoriya then responded as his fellow villain fired off another few blasts to free him. Why not? Vivienne rose. Toru shivered violently. One part of it was because of this freaking winter wonderland that her partner had so thoughtfully created before she could remind him that she was not cold resistant. At least she wasn't naked, like the original plan had been. After the Friday get-together in which Yume had found out about it, she had made Toru promise to wear a proper costume to protect herself, which was scarily heartwarming. Tiptoe through the window. By the window, that is where I'll be. Come tiptoe through the tulips with me. After some talks with Midoriya and the sessions with the school's quirk counselors, it had been determined that her quirk was not just simply invisibility, but light refraction. She had been unconsciously bending the light hitting her body to make herself go invisible this whole time. As Midoriya would say, it might not have meant much to know the exact mechanics of her quirk, but now that she was aware, Toru could try to consciously control that aspect. Tiptoe from the garden, by the garden of a lily tree, and tiptoe through the tulips with me. With that knowledge, Mode Designs had sent over a prototype costume based on an old design for a family friend with a similar quirk. However, good as they weren't miracle workers. Due to the rushed order, the costume consisted of only a black and white jumpsuit that, with some practice, she could turn invisible with her at will. While it didn't have much offense-wise, it was just tight enough to retain some heat from her form, and for that she was incredibly grateful to 1A's flamboyant cryptid. Knee-deep in flowers will stray. We'll keep the showers away. Of course, the other reason why she was shivering was this goddamn creepily cheerful song playing on repeat in the background. It had started as soon as they entered the building and had been changing pitch, tone, and even volume randomly, distracting and startling them every time they got used to it. This had Midoriya written all over it. Okay, fine, maybe it was only affecting her. Todoroki was still stone-faced in his march forward, his stride purposeful and uninterrupted. And if I kiss you in the garden, in the moonlight, will you pardon me? And tiptoe through the tulips with me. Okay. With the combination of the last lyric being practically screamed into her ears, the presence of something moving out of the corner of her eyes, and the giant-ass iceberg zipping through the air, its pointed edges just barely missing her, Toru could be excused for letting out a shriek of pure terror and giving away their position. Or not, judging by the clicking of Todoroki's tongue. How are you not freaked out by this? In response to her scream, the boy merely turned his back towards her and started moving backwards, his eyes and torso rotating this way and that, maintaining a wide range of vision to look out for any other sneak attacks. Because that was definitely Midoriya. Aoyama's not capable of moving like that, especially with her armor. Shoto had by then reached Hagakure and was confident in his ability to protect her. All it would take was throwing up an ice shield to block off any attacks from Midoriya. The problem was that even if he could see Aoyama coming, she could still snipe at him from afar, but a well-timed ice shield should give him enough time to dodge and freeze her. Plus, no matter what psychological tricks Midoriya pulled, it wouldn't have any effects on him. No matter what he was going to do, there was something much scarier living in his head. As soon as Aoyama's laser was taken out of the picture, her team shouldn't be able to turn the tables again. As crafty as Midoriya was, he simply did not have the kind of firepower capable of going toe-to-toe with Shoto. Satisfied with his plan of action, the boy started addressing his partner. Stay behind me, or turn invisible and hide somewhere. I'll tell you when it's safe to come out. Refuse. The sound of Aoyama's voice whispering right next to his left ear was enough to trigger instincts long since beaten into him by the bastard. Shoto turned around and fired off an ice wave before she even finished, only for it to be immediately blasted apart by a laser beam from the blaster on her knee. Hastily scrambling back and out of the way, he started to take stock of the situation when there was no immediate follow-up attack. Of course, Midoriya had demonstrated he could take other people into his mirror world and move with them. He had been careless, and now Aoyama was barely 10 meters away from him, with Hagakure already inside the mirror world in Midoriya's grasp. He must have made use of his costume's reflective nature as well as his natural stealth to hide himself within the glittery world of ice that Shoto had created and pounced on Hagakure, not allowing her the chance to react before pulling her in. Thanks for the stage setup, Todoroki. You really shouldn't have. The guy's annoyingly cheerful voice called out as Midoriya peeled both himself and Hagakure out of the ice. The transition from 2-dimension to 3 disturbing no matter how many times he saw it. Shoto could tell that this voice Midoriya was using was one that had been carefully selected to go with his ridiculous appearance to irritate his opponents as much as possible. He hated every second he was forced to admit that it was working. The guy's costume was a dress suit, the kind that movie stars wore on the red carpet, but not just any dress suit. Oh no, that would be too boring for 1A's resident gremlin. It was made up of hundreds of interconnected reflective fist-sized pieces of what Shoto assumed were armor material, giving him full range of motion along with protection. Unlike most of his classmates, Midoriya had chosen to use a full helmet, which was just a reflective sphere that covered his whole head. The guy also had a cape for some reason, which was also apparently made of the same reflective material. According to the girls, he looked like a very sparkly magician, whatever that meant. Shoto thought he looked like he was wearing a fishbowl on his head. Shoto narrowed his eyes at the duo, thinking of his next move. I would advise abandon her. Manami, the girl in the armor, spoke up haughtily. All of her blasters lit up threateningly, making her look even more like one of the Valkyries he had seen in movie night with the class. Unlike her partner, she had apparently decided for a medieval knight look. Her costume consisted of a red and white set of padded leather armor. Above it was a lightweight set of metal armor, the separated pieces covering her chest, navel, shoulders, forearms, knees, and shins adorned with blasters to fire off her quirk. It looked, Shoto had to quietly admit to himself, quite intimidatingly attractive. Sorry Todoroki, don't worry about me and go for the bomb. Not possible, even if he could succeed in getting away, which was doubtful considering their range. Midoriya could still hand Hagakure over to Aizawa to subdue and catch up in a heartbeat. It galled him to admit that in this environment, his green-haired counterpart had no equal in speed. Well, there was also another option. I know that face. Todoroki, Midoriya interrupted Shoto's contemplation, still holding Hagakure hostage in his arms between Aizawa and Shoto. You're trying to melt the ice to take away my advantage, ain't ya? Good plan except, Shoto didn't know how, but he could definitely see the evil grin underneath that stupid fishbowl of his. I thought you don't use your fire in battle. What a strategic blunder. Holy shit, Kirishima breathed, honestly anxious by the tense standoff. I can understand stalling for time, but why hasn't Midoriya captured Hagakure yet? 2-on-1 is better, isn't it? Gyro piped up next, twirling her ear jacks, a nervous habit she hadn't quite gotten rid of yet. Morons. It's much better with a fucking hostage than not. Bakugo ignored all the glares and the admonishments to his statement. If they couldn't handle some light swearing, what the fuck were they going to do when a villain, say, insulted their sexual preferences? Indeed, All Might cleared his throat, bringing everyone's attention to himself to defuse the situation. Tactically speaking, if young Midoriya captures young Hagakure, she would be out of the exercise and moved off the premise. With her in his grasps, young Todoroki can't afford to be too liberal with his eyes. The class chattered in revelation. See that eraser? He could totally do this. However, he continued, while it makes sense strategically, you should always try to finish any fight quickly and efficiently. The longer a battle goes on, the more likely something could go wrong. In the corner, Minda was muttering something about Hagakure being a lucky bitch. It's still only the second day, Todoroki, breaking your vow so soon. Meanwhile, Izuku was still doing his best to taunt his opponent. The longer he stayed here being mad, the less time he'd have to go after the bomb. Hagakure was planning something, but the next phase should make it irrelevant. Just a little bit more now. This is the smell of a liar, Manami. Yume had noticed the trail of ice creeping along the floor in her direction and was also doing her part to bring attention to herself while charging up the main blaster at her stomach. Just a little bit more now. Shoto was furious. These two had no idea what they were talking about. He would show them. He did not need the bastard's power to win. Midoriya had moved both himself and Hagakure next to Aizawa, no doubt planning to hide behind her laser again. This move Shoto was preparing should subdue her long enough for him to seal off the path. Just a little bit more now. Hagakure was angry at herself. Her friends had given her the means to fight back and she blew it. At least she wasn't out yet, which meant she could still assist Todoroki. This move was something she had been working on ever since she found out what her quirk could actually do. With good timing and luck, it should disorient these two enough for him to get away. Just a little bit more now. Several things happened in quick succession. Shoto fired off several ice spikes from several places on the walls and ceilings near Aizawa, planning to get her to back off, and from there, he could thicken them further and create a wall to hinder them. Yume, having seen it coming, leaped back and fired off her naval laser at full strength to destroy the spikes and to open up a path for her teammate. Izuku, just a second before it happened, had let go of Hagakure and jumped backwards into the reflective underside of his cape before immediately launching himself out of it in a zigzagging pattern towards Todoroki, dragging the cape behind him. Toru leaped forward and fired off her recently developed super move as soon as she was let go, refracting all the lights hitting her in all directions to hopefully blind her opponents. However, none of them saw what would happen next coming. By letting go of Hagakure, Izuku had pushed her forward just a tiny bit, which when combined with her leap to ensure she was in everyone's eyesight, put her on the path of Yum's naval laser. The beam only clipped the invisible girl's arm, but her quirk refracted the singular strong beam to become several others that fired off in every direction possible, destroying the walls, ceiling, and even the floor. Yum saw it and tried to move her torso to move the beam out of the way to prevent further destruction, which then accidentally put the beam directly in Izuku's flight path. Izuku sensed it coming and tried to twist out of the way as best he could while airborne. Unfortunately, this meant instead of colliding with an ice wall to go into, his upper body was headed right towards Todoroki's face. Todoroki was suddenly assaulted with a dizzying array of light, explosion, and heat. In his disoriented state, he could only see a hand reaching for his face. At that moment he wasn't in UA anymore. He was at home, about to be given an order to defend yourself. At the crack of dawn before he could even wake up properly. And so he reacted. Fire flashed from Shoto's left. Ice exploded from Shoto's right. The building did not appreciate the sudden change in temperature, the brittleness caused by the flash freezing earlier, and the destruction caused by the laser light show. When All Might and the medical bots arrived, the building was only held together by the iceberg freezing the floating pieces in place. With a groan, Izuku woke up with a pounding headache and a coldness deep in his bones. Opening his eyes revealed a ceiling with a shade of white that could only belong to a hospital, which meant he was in the infirmary. "Hey, you're finally awake," a familiar voice piped up from his right. Rotating his head for a look revealed the aged visage of the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, who was also UAS life-saving medical personnel. "Aw damn it, oh, what? You're expecting someone else that can fix you up." The elder heroine lowered her cane and moved to read the various readings and charts on the equipment he was hooked up to. "While I wouldn't say no to Maruko and a nurse, oh, quit it. Then cease those tasteless jokes." The heroine yelled back, practiced hands now flying through the needed examinations. "Where are the others? Are they okay?" Izuku shivered as he sat up. Being flash frozen wasn't as fun as it sounded. "They are fine. Todoroki has resistance to extreme temperatures, so he was the first to wake up and be discharged." The girls were partly shielded by the collapsing ceiling, so they only suffered minor bruises and scratches to go with the mild hypothermia. Izuku sighed in relief at that, glad that at least they weren't seriously injured on the first day. You, on the other hand, the heroine continued, still busy with examinations, were not only in ground zero of the explosion when moving at high speed, but also remained frozen the longest with no natural resistance. "It's frankly a miracle you didn't get frostbite or break something. Luckily for you, despite seeing it coming." Izuku still recoiled just a bit when Recovery Girl's wrinkled lips stretched out for a kiss on his cheek, healing the rest of his injuries and leaving him exhausted. All Might dug you out quickly enough that the bots were able to perform first aid on time. "Keep yourself warm and drink plenty of warm liquid tonight and the next few days. You're good to go. Midoriya, may I talk to you?" Izuku was stopped on his tracks by Todoroki, who had apparently been waiting just outside the infirmary this whole time. "Unsure. Can we walk and talk though? Nezu is kind of expecting me." Izuku did not want to be late for their lessons. "That is fine." And so off the pair went. After a while, just when Izuku was sure he could physically grab the thick aura of awkwardness hanging between them with his hands if he tried, Todoroki spoke up. "You made me use my fire." Yeah, sorry. Because really, what else was there to say to that? "Listen, if that is like some religious thing you do, that's not it." Todoroki interrupted, his normally impassive face now twisted into a scowl that looked incredibly foreign on his face. "It's not something as noble as that." "Okay, this is getting heavy." The other boy was obviously gathering courage and conviction for a possibly earth-shattering reveal, Izuku realized uncomfortably. He really had to wonder if he was the best person for this. They had fully stopped in the middle of a deserted hallway now following that declaration. Sensing the silence stretching on once more, Izuku made his decision. "Look, dude," only to be interrupted again. Only this time, the sadness and rage in Todoroki's mismatched eyes made Izuku's words choke in his throat. "Tell me, Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Would I be correct to assume you are late because of the talk with Mr. Todoroki?" Nezu's squeaky voice snapped Izuku out of the stupor caused by the revelation that had almost casually been thrown into his face. And boy, what a revelation that was. The number 2 hero endeavor partaking in a quirk marriage, abusing and possibly raping his wife for the perfect weapon with the perfect quirk to take on All Might's legacy. Doing it again and again until he got to Todoroki. And then switching to abusing his son until he became the emotionless mess that he was today. Was this what being a hero was all about? Was this the life that he and his classmates were trying so hard to achieve? What do we do next, Principal? No, he refused to believe so. The 4-year-old boy dreaming of the day he could save people just by being there, who was still cheering for All Might deep inside his heart, refused to believe that that monster would be able to get away with this. The most terrifying mammal of Japan's heroics smiled a dangerous and feral smile that reminded Izuku that for all his jovial civility, Nezu was, first and foremost, an animal. Seeing as I will most likely be busy for the foreseeable future, he began, speeding up his already rapid typing to ludicrous speed that shouldn't have been achievable with his paws. You'll be assigned homework. Feel free to ask around for help. Izuku reached to pick up the flash drive being slid over to him. The resolute nod that he gave Nezu after plugging it in his tablet and giving a brief scan widened the animal's smile into a Cheshire grin, further twisting up the scar across his right eye into something ugly and jagged, like a lightning bolt from the gods preparing to strike down the sinners to cleanse the earth. Case file. TODOROKIENJI. The Flame Hero, Endeavor. Even though all UA students chose to stay at the dorm almost throughout the school year, they were not confined to the campus. Most prestigious academy in Japan are not. Teenagers are teenagers. Maybe they forgot something at home during the move-in. Maybe they missed their parents or the home cooking. Maybe it turned out they couldn't sleep without their childhood blanket. Maybe they just wanted to hang out with friends after class. Either way, students leaving and entering campus outside of school hours wasn't that strange, especially on the weekends. With that said, there were very few students who chose to leave on weekdays, especially hero course students, whose curriculum and schedule were so dense with regular schoolwork and hero work that they needed every second they could possibly get. Spending time commuting to school would mean losing valuable time they could have used to train, study, or even just catch a few extra winks of sleep. Izuku knew all this. He had done extensive research on UA before coming, after all. Therefore, he knew the sight of him walking to UA bright and early on a Wednesday morning would mean people would notice and, most likely, come bother him about All Might. Sadly, he really needed that trip back to his house. After receiving the homework Nezu assigned, he had headed straight home instead of the dorms, only shooting a text to the class group chat to let everyone know he was okay and ask about the other matches. While normally, he would have loved nothing more than to spend the whole evening and maybe the whole night analyzing each and every way his classmates used their quirks in battle and what it could mean, starting the investigation into Endeavor as early as possible took precedence. To that end, he had decided to enlist the help of his mom. Nezu had said he was free to ask for help, after all. Contrary to popular belief, before Izuku was born, Inko was just a regular employee for a small marketing firm where she had met and then fallen in love with Hisashi. After Izuku was born, Hisashi had decided to take a job with Mode Designs to follow his dreams of working with heroes. The money he made with his brilliant mind had been enough for all of them to live comfortably without Inko having to go back to work. She took freelance jobs every once in a while since then for fun, but for the most part, she was now just a housewife. So no, Midoriya Inko was not a lawyer, or an attorney, or an ex-Yakuza turning over a new leaf, or an ex-soldier trying to get away from bloodshed, or a Russian spy defecting to Japan. What she was, however, was terrifying when it came to information. Once she wanted to know something, she would eventually find somebody who knew something about it. After Izuku had relayed to her what Todoroki had revealed, she had immediately set to work, calling up old associates from the firm, friends back in high school who were now working in law enforcement and healthcare, and much, much more. With how incredibly motivated she was, her wonderfully spiteful brain fueled by her terrifyingly kind heart, he had no doubt. "Hey, you're from UA, right?" The shout jolted Izuku from his muttering, making him fumble with the notebook he had been scribbling in. Paying attention to his surroundings for the first time, the boy noticed he had been surrounded by reporters camping out in front of the gates to UA. He really should have expected this. News of All Might's employment at UA had reached the public as soon as the man revealed himself in the opening ceremony. It only made sense the vultures known as the media would be here to catch a glimpse of the #1 teaching. "What do you think of All Might as a teacher?" A microphone was very rudely shoved into his face, making him recoil in surprise. "There are rumors that he had found a favorite. Do you know who that student may be?" Another reporter screamed, almost elbowing the first one out of the way. "How do you compare All Might as a hero and him as a person?" This one most definitely kicked the others out of the way as she demanded answers with crazed eyes, messy hair, and a deranged, haven't slept in 4 days voice. As more and more parasite reporters, he meant reporters, surrounded and screamed into Izuku's face, looking for that juicy bits of information that they could bend and twist into sensational morning news. The Deku part of Izuku's brain started to panic as old fears and trauma of being surrounded, pushed down, and beaten up resurfaced. Luckily for him, his mom had seen this coming and made him remember a list of names and deeds before he left. A list that was coming handy when he recognized a familiar face. Mrs. Takahashi, putting on his best panicked but relieved when recognizing someone he used to know face. He turned to face the woman who used to live in the same apartment complex as him. What? Oh yes, Midoriya. Haven't seen you in years. Think you can give me? What are you still doing with Yavin Station? Izuku interrupted the woman who had started the rumor that his mother was such a nasty woman that her husband ran away to the other side of the world for a younger and bustier American. Using his best confused and innocent tone and face, I thought you would have transferred to Utapau for the hot editor guy you always talked about by now. The noises cut off in an instant, as if someone had suddenly muted a video playing a rock concert. Only the choked gasps of Takahashi remained in the deathly silence, a silence that was broken when a man who was apparently Takahashi's cameraman yelled in outrage. What? Is that why you've been avoiding me? Plowing on, Izuku did not leave the woman a chance to make excuses and pointed at the man who was responsible for Stormicide's leaked personal video, subsequent retirement, and rumored suicide. Yeah, that's not fair to him. Mr. Sorachi even stopped having sex with Ms. Amano so that he could focus on you. You what? Takahashi screeched, making Sorachi's already pale face look even more like a zombie. Wait a goddamn second. Our senior editor Amano. Is that why Aversier's story last week got leaked? Another reporter screamed, now brandishing his cameraman's equipment like a club, his facial features starting to distort due to the man losing control of his quirk in his anger. The one you disguised yourself as his fiancé to get? Or the one before that was stolen from Granicus Station? Because the second one was actually Mr. Miura's work. You shouldn't steal credit. Adding a carrier plane's worth of jet fuel into the fire, Izuku addressed the men that had destroyed a promising hero's 3-year engagement and his career. As more and more dirty laundry was aired, the assembled crowd slowly but surely devolved from a screaming match into a free-for-all fistfight. No one noticed the small teenager they had been targeting earlier slinking away towards UA as soon as Quirk started flying. Aizawa, who had sprinted to the gates as soon as he noticed one of his students being harassed, could do nothing but stare with mouth agape as his metaphorically biggest problem child channeled his chaos energy to turn Aizawa's greatest enemies onto themselves without touching a single one of them. His respect and admiration for the kid grew to such a level that when Midoriya walked past him, Aizawa just let him go and didn't even offer a snarky remark as he usually would. As for Izuku himself, his mood thoroughly ruined and emotions running high, the sight of the man who had made his classmate cry helped him make up his mind to go through with his plan. Pulling out his phone, Izuku proceeded to text the person with a vital piece needed. Are you still in the dorms? I am on my way down to the common room. Do you need anything from your room? Great. Can you bring some more of that material I had you try to make on Sunday? I have something I want to test. All right, sit down and shut up, Aizawa ordered redundantly, seeing that all of the class were already in their chairs. Izuku even almost tripped on his way scrambling back to his desk from Momo's, hastily promising to resume their talk at lunch. As it was, the class straightened up to give the man their undivided attention, careful not to piss him off so he would not expel anyone. I have reviewed the footage from yesterday's battle trials. All in all, you did adequately. Multiple sighs of relief were exhaled. We will go over every one of them more carefully in this evening's foundational heroics while 1B do their own battle trials. For now, you have something more important to do. Pausing for several seconds just to freak the kids out, Aizawa continued. It's time to vote for the class representatives. I don't care how you do it. Get it done by lunch. After the declaration, Aizawa started to climb into his beloved sleeping bag, fully intent to catch up on some sleep while the class descended into chaos, until he noticed the problem child climbing up to the podium. Guys, with a loud clap of his hands and a yell, Midoriya brought everyone's attention to himself. Listen, since we have gotten to know each other a bit over the past few days, I propose a vote. I have some paper right here we can. Oh hell no. Rejected. Shouta interrupted from within the sleeping bag. I thought you don't care how we do it. Gotta give the kid some credit. His confused face would fool any lesser man. I don't. However, I refuse to let your immature pranks create more problems for me to deal with. How dare the brat have the gall to look offended? I mean no offense, Midoriya. Ida spoke up in agreement, making Midoriya send him a betrayed look. But your reputation has not inspired trust that you are not planning something. Sniffing imperiously, Midoriya turned up his nose. The lessons with Kayama had obviously paid off because he pulled off the look very well. Fine. Huffing, Midoriya stomped back to his seat and started pouting. Yaoyorozu can give us paper. Todoroki can collect them and compile the results. Ida can announce them. Happy now. Very. Shota promptly fell back asleep just as Yaoyorozu started ripping a large piece of paper she had pulled from below her desk into smaller ones. He still kept one eye on Midoriya, just in case. In no time at all, he was jolted to full wakefulness by Ida's loud voice next to him on the podium. The kid really needed to learn to control his volume. Now, I shall announce the result for the class president. It was a majority vote. I did not expect that. This person must really have your trust. Shota snorted from the ground. It's more likely the lazy asses had heard the word responsibility and ran for the hills, leaving the most responsible-looking person as the one saddled with duties so they could goof off. The class president is. Shota made no effort to suppress the groan of annoyance from leaving his throat when Ida trailed off in uncertainty. Ugh, what now? Sir, I think we should redo the... No, you made your choice. Live with your sins. Did the kid not trust whoever it was to be responsible? Ridiculous. That wasn't Ida's job to decide that. But sir, I already said no. Whoever's name is on there is now your class president, and that's final. Maybe it was one of the others like Todoroki or Yaoyorozu, and the kid was being jealous it wasn't him. That would be a one-way street to expulsion station if that was the case. Sir, I really think. Read it and get it over with or you're expelled. Ida. It could have even been Ida himself that was voted and the kid was now getting cold feet. In that case it would be Kayama's or Inui's job to encourage him. Being positive and caring wasn't his thing. Yes, sir. Fucking hell, was it the problem child that got voted in? Valid concern. He could see why it would be the case, however. The kid was charismatic as hell and despite his antics, got a good head on his shoulders. The class president is. That wouldn't be much of an issue, he supposed. Maybe a position of responsibility would temper his class clown tendencies. Aizawa Shota. Every single train of thought Shota had running derailed and died a fiery death. He was pretty sure his neck was making a creaking sound when he turned to glare at Ida because if this was a joke. It wasn't. The kid looked like he was going to cry. Before he could even try to make sense of anything, a new voice interrupted his rebooting process. That makes a lot of sense, Ribbit. His neck definitely made a cracking sound this time. He's disciplined, responsible, and with his logical ruses, not afraid to do what needs to be done, Ribbit. At 2, Asui. He trusted her and this was how he was repaid. I mean, now that you say it like that. Oh no, now the idiot troops were getting sucked in as well. He did say he could run his class any way he saw fit. Is this really any different? Even Todoroki. What the fuck was happening? The whole situation was so absurd that he could do nothing but make choke gasping noises, his brain desperately trying to come up with a response but failed to come up with anything. I'm okay with it. Thank you, Koda. Very cool. It was the Green Menace. It had to have been. Don't look at me. The gremlin had the audacity to still be pouting. I didn't touch anything but my own voting slip. I know you were keeping an eye on me. Damn it. He was right. The brat had been the perfect little angel the whole time. Okay, think Aizawa, think. What were the facts? Riing. The hour of sustenance arrives. Takoyami muttered dramatically as the lunch bell rang. The class proceeded to file out of the room, giving Shota encouraging pats on the back and words of confidence as they did so. It was sickening. It took several more minutes until Shota's brain rebooted enough to remember what this meant, practically tearing his way out of the sleeping bag. He used every ounce of speed beaten into his body to sprint down the halls to the teacher's office. Knowing him, Nezu had already made everything official and was cackling to himself in the principal's office. Aizawa had no doubt the rat would force him to actually do his duties, maybe even demote him to student for a bit just for shits and giggles. In the cafeteria, Izuku was in real danger of blacking out from oxygen deprivation because he had started laughing as soon as they left the classroom and still hadn't stopped, only pausing every few minutes or so for a brief breath. Midoriya, I must insist you cease this immature behavior. While I too do not agree with the voting results earlier, if it was the collective will of the class, Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku distantly noted a dull throb in the back of his head. Whether it was from the lack of oxygen or from when he hit his head on something when he fell off the chair, he was getting too lightheaded to tell. Most of the rest of the class, meanwhile, was taking turns patting Ada's shoulders. Oh, you sweet innocent child. Tui's adorable Moncheri. I don't know how, but you just became even more of a fucking imbecile than you already are. It's okay, Ada. Innocence is sexy in its own. Oh. While Ada was chopping the air and berating the others for being condescending, it was Tsu that proceeded to ask the real question. How did you rig the vote, Izu? It was several minutes later that Izuku regained enough of his composure to stop laughing and pull himself up on the table, helped by Sato. Phew. Okay, so Snort, why did you think I was? Oh fine. I can't even say that with a straight face anymore. Okay, but what did you do? Aizawa was watching you like a hawk as soon as you stepped up to the podium. Your rock a cuttin' before another laughing fit could start. Oh, I didn't do anything. The only thing I did was bring attention to myself so Yaoyorozu could do her thing. The third to last person one thought would ever join in a prank jolted when her name was called and multiple pairs of incredulous eyes swiveled to face her. Me. I had nothing to do with anything. All I did was prepare the paper. Oh, I know. There was that familiar cruel glint in his eyes that everybody learned to fear. I also know that you don't like to waste materials you created, especially with heroics class later, so you would want to preserve your fuel, so I made sure you would use the paper that I've prepared beforehand and not just create some new ones. The special paper you told me to bring. Correcto. Izuku had by now stolen Ida's glasses to do a stereotypical irritatingly smug smart anime character pushing up his glasses pose. When I returned it to you just before Aizawa came in, I had already switched it with another one I prepared beforehand that's covered in Aizawa's name. What? The slips were blank. I made sure of it, Ada exclaimed, looking more and more like someone just told him his friends just killed God and he unwittingly helped them do so. It did appear so, didn't it? How is he doing that thing where the glasses reflect the light just right to conceal his eyes? Even Tenya could not do it. In reality, the words were written with a special type of invisible ink that disappeared after a few minutes and would reappear if you heat up the paper. Okay, so what? The paper is designed so that anything written on it using conventional ink would disappear if you use an eraser on it, generating heat with the friction. It's part of our new eco-friendly, reusable line of printing supplies. Momo couldn't help but interject. That line of product was one of Yaoyorozu Yin-Yang's most recent inventions, touted as revolutionary in reducing carbon footprints. So that was why you had me collect the slips, Shoto spoke up in realization. Exactamente. Midoriya was beginning to sound unbearable smug now. With your left side's higher body heat, the regular ink would disappear while the pre-prepared ink would reappear when you touch it, leaving only Aizawa's name. And while not all of them would be turned, by appointing Todoroki to count the votes, you ensured enough of them would turn that Mr. Aizawa would get a majority. Mashura shook his head in disgust for believing that Midoriya had no ulterior motive, especially considering most of us would vote for ourselves, and half wouldn't care enough to point out the discrepancy while compiling, making him the perfect unwitting accomplice. Bakugo concluded, glad that finally someone else was the butt of the joke. How did you even know that would work? In fact, how did you know to prepare this beforehand? Mina asked in awe that Midori would come up with such a convoluted scheme just to prank their homeroom teacher. I read the syllabus and found out that today is class representative election day. That made a lot of jaws drop to the ground, incredulous that some nerd would actually read that novel-length monstrosity. And to be honest, I didn't think it would work that well. I didn't foresee Aizawa not caring enough that he declared it official before he heard the results, or for you guys to support it. Multiple shoulders shrugged in response. It was pretty obvious Midoriya had something to do with it. More importantly, Aizawa's a dick. Any further response was interrupted by the sound of clapping that rose in volume until it was revealed that the whole cafeteria was listening in. Someone started chanting the name of the boy. No, the young man that had successfully gotten back at the sadistic bastard that had logical roost him repeatedly for the past who knows how long. Another followed, then another, until the cafeteria was filled with a cacophony of chants, a symphony that signified the start of a revolution. It almost drowned out the sound of the blaring alarms. Ever since he heard about All Might's employment at UA, Tamura had silently gathered a large crowd of nameless NPCs in preparation for the inevitable raid on the UA dungeon. Today's news on TV had revealed that a chance had presented itself in the form of a swarm of flies buzzing around the gates of UA. Master had talked extensively about the media and his fondness of using them to take out especially annoying heroes, and that had inspired Tamura to create the perfect plan to use them. Simply put, he would destroy a section of the famed UA wall, providing a hole for the bloodthirsty vultures to slip in. It would force the pro-heroes to confront them but not actually engage because they were still civilians, providing Tamura a distraction so he could slip in unnoticed and grab the curriculum plans from the teacher's office and get out via Kurogiri when he got an official coordinates. He had even timed it perfectly so that it would be lunchtime when the break-in happened, so that the noobs would be concentrated in one place without much pro-hero present, making them more likely to panic and cause a scene, hopefully distracting the pros even more. Furthermore, he even chose a section of the wall that was relatively out of the way enough that, although it would not be immediately noticeable, would be easily visible to any idiots desperate enough to snoop around in hopes for an opportunity for a scoop. That way, no one would notice him slipping in first. To be fair, it wasn't a bad plan per se, considering Tamura put it together in less than 10 minutes after seeing the morning news. It wasn't Tamura's fault that he hadn't known about the wrenches unknowingly thrown into that plan by a particularly troublesome green-haired student. Due to having been teleported directly to the spot he planned and then lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike, Tamura hadn't known about the fact that only less than a quarter of the reporters still remained from the morning news crowd. Over half of the reporters were carted to the hospital, with half of the rest being arrested by the police due to being in a fight with Quirks earlier. The ones that remained were so tired, injured, and busy being chewed out by their editors that practically no one had come in after him. Thus, not many teachers were needed to confront the brave and idiotic few. which meant that Aizawa, who had decided to forego his usual lunchtime nap and had been frantically trying to find the paperwork overturn Nezu's decision to honor the vote to make him class president, had no reason to go out to the grounds and provide backup. And that was how Tamura's swagger into the teacher's office stumbled into a stop by the side of one of Japan's most infamous underground heroes, Eraserhead, standing in the middle of the room with one eyebrow raised, lips pulling into a bloodthirsty smirk, and posture shifting into battle mode. An awkward silence followed. Well, fuck me sideways with a baseball bat. The young villain did not like the aura of sadistic glee of a man finally finding a punching bag to vent his anger on that Eraserhead was exuding. Don't resist and I will. Slap. As sinister crimson eyes slowly narrowed at seeing nothing happened, glowing scarlet unflinchingly glared right back at the fingers still groping at the wall. Zero hesitation. Experienced villain. 5-point touch-based quirk. As Eraserhead fought against his own instincts to blink in order to keep Erasure active, Aizawa started processing the information that was presented to him to come up with a plan of action. Based on Eraserhead's experience, there were 3 ways this could go. Number 1. The most optimistic and most unlikely outcome to happen. The villain got scared shitless by the sight of a murderous-looking hobo flying straight at him that he just gave up. Disappointing, but ultimately safe. Safe was good. Number 2. He fought back, which the villain apparently had chosen. Quicker than most rookie pros could see coming. The villain whipped his other hand forward to throw some kind of projectile, most likely some kind of flash grenade, at Eraserhead. Not a bad plan all things considered. At some point the information that Erasure was eyesight activated had leaked to the public and some smarter and better funded villains had taken to carrying around some kind of Eraserhead deterrent. Unluckily for those villains, and this one in particular, Eraser had long since come up with a countermeasure for that. With practiced motions, he sent his capture weapon flying forward to snatch the projectile out of its flight path, before following up with a seamless spin and throwing it straight back at where it had come from. Present Mike called it the No-You. Eraser had refused to acknowledge the existence of that name, as the thrown weapon crashed merely centimeters from the villain's hand still touching the wall, making him jerk it back instinctively. Eraserhead practically flew through the air like a murderous bat out of hell, preparing to deliver the first in the many strikes in a combo designed to Nigerundayooo. Never mind. Scenario number 3 it was then. What a pain. Fucking Joestars and their popularization of that move. Attention all students and faculty. Security level 4 has been breached. All students please remain calm. Promptly find shelter and barricade yourself inside. The calm and robotic voice that spoke up from the loudspeakers contrasted beautifully with the loud and shrill ringing of the alarms, making the students anything but calm. Never in their wildest dreams did the students even thought about the possibility of a break-in. After all, this was UA Academy, the school that had produced countless top-tiered heroes that had gone on to occupy the top of the charts. This allowed the school to have the funding to equip itself with the best security system money can hire a mad scientist to build, coupled that with a staff of pro heroes who could fathom that someone would be ballsy enough to attack this almost literal fortress and succeed it. Hero course, pull yourselves together. A strong voice full of authority cut through the panic like a sushi knife through a piece of fatty tuna. You are now authorized to use your quirks to defend yourselves and your schoolmates. Third years, secure the entry and exit. Second and first years, split up and form circles surrounding the other courses and protect them. Support, prepare to assist hero course. There are intruders in the building. Given the fact that Lunch Rush was known for being a charity hero most of the time and a rescue hero the rest of it, everyone could be forgiven for forgetting he was still trained in combat. As it was, when his normally cheerful and soft-spoken voice turned uncharacteristically serious and urgent, people listened, as metal gates slammed down in front of doors and windows to prevent the intruder from getting in and the students from getting out and providing easy targets. The students scrambled to follow the hero's orders. The previously loud cafeteria was now slowly sinking into a tense silence, the students inside having never been in a situation like this before, considering this was supposedly the safest campus of Japan. Contrasting the panicked mayhem of his students, Lunch Rush was calmly walking towards a door leading out to a hallway. One of his now ungloved hands were pressed against one of his ears, while the other was going through various warm-up motions. As he went through the mental steps needed to unleash one of his most devastating special moves, Lunch Rush had to wonder what the hell happened to make Eraserhead pissed enough to use this plan. Back outside, Eraserhead was doing his level best to ignore the growing migraine caused by the loud alarms that only worsened the pain caused by his dry eyes, a problem made significantly harder by the shrill screech coming from the fleeing villain. You cheater, hacker, bug player, it's not working. It's supposed to be working. Well, performance issues, you know, not uncommon. 1 out of 5. Given the fact that the villain looked to be in his early 20s, Eraserhead didn't feel the need to restrain the mutter from spilling forth from his mouth, unlike when he was with the kids he was in charge of. Much later, Aizawa would spend several hours as well as that month's paycheck on chugging Tsunotori Pony's homemade totally legal to make hillbilly rocket fuel that could strip rust from metal over the realization that he had resisted his ash, Nimiri, and joke for years only to be cracking erectile dysfunction jokes in less than a week of knowing the disaster child. Right now, though, Eraserhead was giving chase, keeping his quirk active for as long as he could, blinking only when he was sure the villain's hands weren't touching anything. Given the fact that the villain was dragging his hands on the hallway walls the whole time he was running, Eraser had to employ a wide variety of tactics to occasionally get the villain to flinch away from the walls so his eyes could get some much-needed relief. Eraser wouldn't admit it, even under threat of torture, but he was really grateful he had accepted Nezu's offer to teach him. He really didn't want to think about the nightmare it would be if he had to do this alone out on patrol, with Cementos subtly curving the hallways to help with hurting the villain exactly where he wanted him to go, as well as sealing the doors so he wouldn't attempt to go in, and making sure the walls curved inwards just enough for the villain's fingers to miss. Eraserhead only need to make sure his thrown shuriken stars, kunai knives, regular knives, caltrops, scarf, and occasionally own body missed just enough so that he could subtly guide the villain on the intended path to the drop zone. Additionally, with Nezu's terrifying tactical mind whispering in his ears like the all-seeing devil he is, it really was a shame Midnight had been outside attracting the attention of the parasites so they wouldn't wander inside. They could have just led him to a dead end, trapped him inside before blasting him with her purple haze and be done with it. Even All Might would have been a good addition to this little operation. Despite having absolutely no subtlety whatsoever, Eraserhead had to grudgingly admit to the blonde oaf's effectiveness in subduing, well, anyone really, as well as being a deterrent in general. Sadly, they couldn't risk their carefully constructed plan to go awry due to one greenhorn. Plus, they needed him to be on standby just in case this is a distraction for a bigger attack somewhere else on campus. Oh well, no use dwelling on what-ifs. As the villain approached an intersection, Eraserhead gave the starting signal at the same time he sent his capture weapon sailing forward to wrap around a horizontal pole that was starting to grow out of the wall. Target approaching. 3. Eraserhead pulled on his scarf to boost his jump forward just as the villain juked to the left to get out of the way. 2. Straight towards the cafeteria door. 1. Which was guarded by a very pissed-off lunch rush. Tamura only had enough time to widen his eyes before he was blasted by the cooking hero's quirk, which only made what happened next worse for him. When Lunch Rush had still been a young Trisardi Awabi, being a hero had never been in any part of his plan. Growing up in Trattoria Trisardi had meant he had had the same dream as his padre, to introduce their own brand of cuisine to people and use it to help people with their ailments. Awabi had been devastated when he had found out his BR guest couldn't do the same thing his padre's Pearl Jam did. The elder Trisardi had eventually managed to convince him that Awabi's own ability was nothing to sneer at. Antonio had never cared what quirk his son possessed. However, the feeling that he had been a disappointment had remained with Awabi for the longest time. What good was the ability to recreate from his hands any food previously consumed from memory using the nutrients in his body compared to literally curing people of their ailments with food, especially if the slightest mistake in his memory of the taste would result in it not tasting the same, or even like a different kind of food altogether. That had all changed the day they had found out about the side effects his quirk had on him. Our guest had given him synesthesia, a neurological condition in which information meant to stimulate only one of his senses ended up stimulating several others. Essentially, Awabi was able to literally taste any event he experienced like it was a meal. By itself, the condition wasn't much of a problem, annoying to be sure, but also pretty interesting to live with. However, if he combined it with his quirk, recreating a dish that had the taste of a certain memory of his, he could make a carbonara that tasted like his daily peaceful evening walk along the Morio Bay, a shrimp risotto that tasted like his and Padre's thrilling dive into the ocean depths surrounded by sharks to harvest ingredients, a panna cotta that tasted like his nights relaxing on the couch, surrounded by their dogs, and much, much more. It had opened up a whole new world of possibilities for young Awabi. Suddenly, the power that could have done so little had become capable of so much more. The authentic Italian recipes and techniques he had been so proud to have perfected had become restrictions. The sleepy town he had been so content with had become too small, too boring, too repetitive to provide him with new experiences he could have used. 6 years after the day he told Padre he wanted to be a hero and the cooking hero, Lunch Rush was born. A hero who dedicated his career to cooking luxurious meals for the less than fortunate, to be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned. He would spend all of his talent, all that his quirk had to offer, just so they could have a taste that reminded them of simpler times, that raised their hopes for a better future. He would even endure this big-ass pipe constantly pumping nutrient gel into his mouth if it meant he could see the happiness that bloomed on his diners' faces when his creations produced the reaction he had hoped for, or even more. And Lunch Rush would be damned if he allowed some crusty-ass leftover scum of the pot villain wannabe invade the sanctuary that he had sold his soul to the devil to get in order to make sure the new generation of heroes grow up strong and healthy, so that they would be able to help people before they passed the point he could no longer help them with his meals. That was why Lunch Rush felt no remorse whatsoever when the villain screamed even louder when he got hit in the face with a pressurized stream of Lunch Rush's own blend of some of the worst tasting and smelling food in the world, concentrated into a thick smoothie and infused with the taste of the memory of that time he had got bitten by a bullet ant in the nuts when he had been on a relief mission after an earthquake in Honduras. As the villain stumbled back into the conjunction and frantically tried to wipe his eyes with the back of his hands, screaming all the while, Lunch Rush also backed off into the cafeteria and made sure to lock the door tight. So the soundproofing can kick in and block out the incredibly loud scream coming from behind Eraserhead from bursting the kid's eardrums. Eraserhead, ears already plugged to prepare for this particular combo move with present mic, sailed through the air, riding the wave of destructive shockwave that even cracked the bulletproof glass that separated the campus building from the outside, making it just weak enough for Eraser's flying dropkick to use the villain's body to break through it, sending both of them outside in a shower of reinforced glass shards, metal and concrete. With the villain deafened from the scream, stunned from the impact, scratched up by the glass shards, and in complete agony due to the mixture of concentrated pain aggravating the wounds further, Eraserhead was already planning interrogation tactics as the capture weapon was sent flying forward to wrap the villain up. He was at step 6 when suddenly, a swirling mass of darkness opened up right beneath the villain and sent him to the shadow realm. Eyes widening, Eraserhead hastily twisted himself and sent the capture weapon to snag around the pole starting to jut out of the wall and swung himself into a crouch on it like some kind of homeless gargoyle, just in time to avoid falling into the portal before it swirled to a close with a whooshing sound. Nezu, eyes darting back and forth, and during the agony of his dry eyes, Eraserhead asked the communicator, which then crackled to life with his boss' squeaky voice. No visuals whatsoever on the school grounds. Looks like we've got ourselves a teleportation quirk. Fuck. Aizawa didn't deign to restrain the curse from spilling forth. Things just turned even more troublesome. He didn't know how, but Aizawa was definitely sure this is somehow Yaga's and the disaster child's fault. He would be losing what little sleep he had left in the future. Okay, I did not see this coming at all, Izuku muttered, scratching his neck in confusion. After the teachers had apparently chased off the intruder, the student body had been promptly escorted back to their dorms and placed on lockdown so that the faculty could do a security sweep of the campus and make sure there were no nasty surprises left behind. Aizawa had arrived the last out of all the teachers to herd one back to their dorms. The man had then told them to vote for a new class president, pronto. And no jokes this time or else, given the fact that he had still looked like his usual murderous hobo self. Only this time he had also been covered in glass shards and concrete bits while glaring with unhealthy red eyes resulted from overusing his quirk. None of the class dared voice any suggestions or jokes in fear of not only their expulsion but also murder. After their homeroom teacher left, Ada had quickly suggested another vote, this time verbally to minimize the chance of Izuku messing with it. A brief nomination later and now, standing before his classmates and expected to give a speech as their new class president, Izuku was at a loss for words for the first time in a very long time. It makes sense. We put more thought into improving our quirks and their applications than even us, Ochako began, looking challengingly with a raised eyebrow at Bakugo's glare at her having voted for Izuku. Yes, that is not to mention you have a good sense of strategy, even though you do apply them to questionable things more often than not, Momo continued while muttering the last part to herself, though not quite quietly enough judging by Midoriya's shrug. Trust is earned, respect is given, loyalty is demonstrated. Prove yourself worthy of all three and clear the shadow of doubt from your and our hearts. Takoyami spoke up next. Izuku really had to wonder if the girl googled these phrases beforehand to use at the perfect time or she really did pull it out of her perfectly shaped ass every time. I really don't know what to say. I guess thanks. Izuku idly wondered if the hair on the back of his head would end up thinning with how much he was scratching that spot in nervousness. Yue really did keep breaking his expectation. You'll do great, Daddy Smurf. I believe in you. And Sue made a note to vary her tongue whip. Couldn't have Minori dodging it that easily another time. Thank you, Smurfette. Well, if you're sure then I gratefully accept. A smattering of polite applause greeted his declaration. After the scare this afternoon and seeing the way the class president of upper years handled the situation, all of Wana had received a reality check on what exactly being in a position of responsibility is like. Tenya had decided he wasn't ready for the level of responsibility as well as the calmness and flexibility needed to adapt, and decided he needed more experience as a follower first so he could learn to develop himself further. Momo had decided she was at this moment more comfortable assisting the leader than actually bearing the pressure of being one, and decided to aim for vice president instead. Yue had shown her she was still lacking the ability to make quick enough snap judgments, but she was still confident in her ability to make whatever is needed to get the job done. Yum didn't care for the position in the first place. The more she was occupied with keeping the others in line and running errands for the teachers, the less brightly she would twinkle. Achako never saw herself as a leader. Ever since she had met Izuku, she had realized some were just more suitable to lead than others. She had full confidence Izuku would bring their class to greatness, and she would do her best to help assist her best friend do so. Minori didn't care in the slightest about proving herself to the pros. She just wanted to be the cool beauty in a position of power. The cafeteria made her realize the position it's left didn't make upperclassmen cool. It was because they were cool that they got the position. And no one in class was cooler than Daddy Smurf. Most of the rest of the class had decided it wasn't as fun as they had thought and gone with the flow when the first few candidates nominated Midori. Evidently, the position hadn't been just planning cool class events, coming up with fun rules, and battling the evil student council that controlled the nation in the shadows. Katsuki was the only one still steadfast in his belief that he would have made a better class president than Deku, and had made his opinion loudly known. The fuck does Deku know about being a leader? The bitch would sooner burn everything to the ground for a prank than actually do his job. Valid criticism, but also rude. Time to fix that. Well, then I guess Momo will be the vice president. You're in charge of assisting me with completing any official tasks as well as coming up with a plan of action for each. Surprised by the professionalism in his voice, though not enough to lose her composure, Momo immediately started making plans. Ada will be the secretary. Make sure to document every task we're assigned. Fit them in a schedule and make sure everyone do their part. Ada nodded resolutely, honored to be trusted with such responsibilities even though he felt he didn't deserve it. As more and more tasks got assigned to members of the class, nobody except a select few who had known Izuku for too long recognized the fact that he had been delegating all the boring responsibilities away to the people most excited to do it, only keeping to himself the fun ones. Only Katsuki was willing to speak up and call Deku out on his bullshit. However, he was too late and got interrupted by Deku clapping his hands for attention and raising his voice. Okay, I think that's enough for now. Once again, thank you for your trust in me. At this, Izuku made direct eye contact with Katsuki, making sure he knew exactly what was coming. I promise to never give you up and never let you down, never run around and desert you. Katsuki wanted to scream, to rage, to explode the motherfucker sitting across from him that just would not let that stupid half-a-fucking millennia-old joke go. He wanted to scream at himself even more for starting to once again falling into the deep pit of explosive anger that he had sworn would only be directed at villains over such a stupid prank. Again, Katsuki wanted to do all that, but instead he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, recited his goals for the year, counted prime numbers, and ignored the smirk Deku was sending his way. All the while the extras that he was supposed to call his classmates groaned at receiving a mere glimpse of the gates of hell. In contrast to the shenanigans happening in the various dorms, in the teacher's office, the faculty was having a much tenser discussion. Looks to be a GPS tracker, Power Loader muttered, picking up the projectile that the villain had thrown at Aizawa earlier to reveal the remains of a simple transmitter with a button to activate it. Can you rebuild it? Midnight knew the answer before her colleague shook his head no, but it didn't hurt to ask. Too many small delicate parts. Whoever made this made sure nothing useful is salvageable if it's destroyed. Which was quite impressive really. A shame such brilliance chose to side with crime. Nothing is missing that I can tell, Hound Dog snarled, coming back to the group from investigating the office. But there is a worrying lack of sense at Eraser's desk. And there are signs of paperwork on his desk being shuffled around. No signs of the drawers being tampered with, though. So it's safe to assume they know about this week's schedule. And my brat's pitifully low English score, Eraserhead grunted, ambling towards the group from escorting his class back to their dorms. Posture still very much ready to go despite the official all clear. Quite, Nezu agreed quietly. I am now placing the campus on security level 3 until we figure out more. All Might, Eraserhead, Vlad King, 13, my office please. We need to discuss tomorrow's heroics classes. The rest of you know what to do. They indeed did. As Power Loader started typing away on his laptop to activate security measures usually kept dormant in lower security levels, the rest of the teachers went off to make some preparations for future classes and patrol schedules of their own. And as the quartet followed the one animal, Aizawa didn't bother to restrain the curse from leaving his lips or even lower the volume, because Falk the blue-haired crusty villain breaking in and stealing his future sleep. In a bar deep in the seediest parts of Kamino Ward, Japan, where smart criminals exchanged information and stupid ones disappeared, a man let out a high-pitched scream, piercing through the deadly silence that hung in the air like a depressingly wet blanket that refused to dry. Or at least, he would have, had his throat still had enough strength to do more than let out pathetic whimpers not dissimilar to a kicked puppy. Before the gathered criminals could breathe a sigh of relief, a static-filled voice crackled to life, sounding disturbingly familiar to one the older criminals had been desperately trying to forget existed. As he quieted down, while the entire bar flinched from the annoyed amusement emanating from the voice, the massive swirling darkness in the shape of a bartender answered back as calmly as ever while still fixing everyone's drink orders. "Yes, master. It seems the treatment has kicked in. About time, I suppose." Pausing for a brief second, the assorted villains didn't even have time to feel relief before an unbearable pressure pierced their very beings, laying their beings bare for the mysterious master of the voice dissect and categorized into usefulness levels as he saw fit. "Ladies, gentlemen, whatever you want to refer to yourselves as, apologies for the wait." Something told the gathered criminals this voice wasn't sorry in the slightest. Probably the uncaring way its owner referred to his supposed protege. As you may have guessed, Tamura's mission was a hit-and-miss ion. The voice paused, obviously expecting laughter in response to that awful pun that he totally hadn't spent the entire day coming up with in between Shigaraki's screaming. Nobody laughed. In fact, a random villain would later swear she heard crickets. Superb joke, master. Impeccable comedic timing. None except the bartender comes second in command of the gathered army of mobs, whose list of skills obviously either did not include the ability to recognize a good joke, or did include the ability to instinctively brown nose with a straight face. "Thank you, Kurajiri. It's so hard to find a good audience these days. I swear, it's like someone used a quirk to steal the humor in your quirk factors." Another pause, signaling that it was a joke and everyone was supposed to laugh. "Brilliant, master. Excellent reference." Once again, the gathered criminals were left begging for a presence of someone whose quirk can create laugh tracks, or for Shigaraki to start screaming again. Anything to make this less painful. Mercifully, apparently the master took the hint and turned serious once more. Now that the ice has been effectively broken, the criminals would beg to differ, but anything to move things along. Let's get back to business. No doubt you are wondering what will happen to the plans tomorrow. Indeed they did. They had been promised a chance to see the fall of the symbol of peace, with their supposed first-in-command out of commission after a simple reconnaissance mission. One did have to wonder how effective this plan was. "Have no fear, while I will not step in, as this is Tamura's quest and I would not meddle. Kurajiri is his confidant, and should have access to the plans." Everyone present was still too tense to move, hence nobody saw the way Kurajiri's yellow eyes widened and his hand, which had been pouring and mixing in a dizzying display of skill and dexterity, to falter for the briefest of seconds, nearly messing up a villain's Bloody Mary. Tamura's treatment should be finished by tomorrow morning, just in time for the raid he had planned. In the meantime, Kurajiri will be filling you in. Be sure not to miss anything. The chuckles coming through the speakers were abruptly cut off as the named master ended the call, not even waiting for Kurajiri's usual praise, which was mysteriously not coming. Kurajiri, hands still mixing drinks, eyed the piece of napkin that Shigaraki had scribbled onto before rushing off that morning, only to come back a mess with what could be considered trepidation in his misty features if one bothered to look at him closely enough. Use parasites to get walkthrough. Gather fodder to PK noobs. Use cheat code to one-shot world boss. After a solid minute of trying to decipher what in the blue hell the rushed chicken scratch step 4 onwards was supposed to be, Kurajiri gave up and focused on completing the drink orders first and decided to make it up as he went. They were up against a bunch of kids with maybe a handful of pros and all might. How hard could it be? At that point in time, Class 1 had lived with each other for almost a week. As it happened with a bunch of superpowered teenagers living together, they started to learn about each other's quirks, as well as get used to their habits of abusing said quirks to make life more convenient. For example, they learned to watch their toes whenever Ajiru felt too lazy to walk and used his tail to push and steer his desk chair like some sort of tail-powered go-kart to move around the dorms. Kaminari learned to get used to people hanging out in her room in order to have better Wi-Fi signal, considering she got free tutoring out of it, and Midoriya couldn't stop Quirk analyzing even if his life depended on it. The ones living next to Takoyami learned to make use of her very obnoxiously loud alarm clock with no snooze button known as Dark Shadow. That was why Aijiru's reaction to a face very much not his own staring back at him when he looked into the glass window on his way to the kitchen was only a flinch and choked gasp. Considering Kuda had screamed in a volume nobody had thought he was capable of reaching for every sentient being that could hear him to raise the building to the ground the first time it happened, he considered that a win. Instead, the red-haired teen only sighed a sigh of someone repeatedly tricked into looking at jump scares and falling for it every time. Midoriya, get out of there already. Must you do this every morning? Doing his best Sadako impression, Midoriya sluggishly crawled out of the glass, hair a puffy mess and covering his eyes, making it clear that he had still not woken up fully. He also tended to let out a very Kayako-like rattling groan when he did that. which did not help with the sanity of those who came down to the kitchen at 3 a.m. for snacks and caught him doing that. On the other hand, if they ever decided to do a haunted house in the cultural festival, Class 1 now had an idea of where to start. After finally crawling himself out of the glass and flopping himself on the dining table, completing his journey from the mirror hanging in front of his room, Izuku let out a now very familiar wail. Why does school have to start this early? Rikia, whose turn it was to cook breakfast, ignored Midoriya's whining and slid a plate of blueberry pancakes over. Dude, shut up and eat your damn breakfast. As the rest of the class trickled in, bets were paid off on who the green gremlin would freak out that day. As Izuku ever slowly resembled a proper human being, Ada's loud voice cut through the chatter. Good morning, everyone. I would like to announce today's schedule according to the syllabus. After Midoriya's prank the previous day had revealed the majority of his classmates hadn't even glanced at the general direction of the epic-length syllabus, Izuku had assigned the class secretary to remind everyone of the day's schedule during breakfast and the next day's due homework after dinner. Today we shall participate in rescue training. As I have announced yesterday, please make sure to bring the appropriate gears so as to not slow you down if you are still not familiar with the new costumes. A task that the bespectacled teen had taken to with his usual amount of annoyingly dedicated enthusiasm. Momo, despite still feeling thrown off by such a cute nickname, the vice president of WANA stood up to address the class at the call of her class president. Right, I hope you have read the suggestions of what to leave behind we sent you. Judging by the lack of eye contact, they hadn't, but if not, here's a quick version. As the girl read off the shortened list, Izuku let his mind wander off to what the rescue training would be and what changes the school could have potentially made due to the break in the previous day. He really hoped no more villains would break in to interrupt class again. So we'll take rescue training with 1B. Correct. After going over the performance of the battle trials, something they were supposed to do yesterday but got interrupted by the break-in, Aizawa had announced that their heroics class that afternoon would be a joint exercise with their sister class. Due to yesterday, it was decided that security would be increased. Normally that meant all off-campus classes would be postponed. However, judging by the way you are getting along with 1B, it was decided that more opportunities to work together was worth the risk. Even though Aizawa's face remained in his usual bored scowl, one could tell that he thought it was bullshit. Not to fret. With another 20 students present, it was deemed necessary that another pro hero should be present, bringing that to a total of 5. Me, Vlad King, All Might, your rescue teacher, and another. Despite going to school for almost a week now, Class 1 had yet to meet all the pro heroes teaching at the school, so the news of yet another pro hero teaching the class was always exciting. Before long, any lingering apprehension was swallowed up whispers of speculation on who the mystery hero would be. That's all for the announcement. After lunch, change into your hero costumes and head straight for the bus stop at entrance Epsilon. Class 1B will meet us at the site. Did you make changes to your costume already? Kaminari briefly stopped fidgeting with the new additions to her costumes to hold them up, allowing the other girls to have a better look at the sleek metal vambraces that covered her forearms and the back of her hands. Well, the fluffy green hobbit didn't really give me a choice after he saw the battle trial videos. Toru couldn't help but wince at the words in sympathy, as well as the memories of the blonde's battle trials. 1,000,000 volts of electricity sounds a lot scarier than the way it was used. He dragged you off to the support course after talking your ears off, too. Gosh, I wish that was it. The full body shudder that followed that statement was disturbingly familiar to whoever had been scammed by the aforementioned fluffy green hobbit into bettering themselves and their quirks. He told those support maniacs that I can make my own power source for the support items, another full body shudder, and then just left me there. Multiple gasps of horror rang out, before being replaced by worried questions for the girl being left in the pack of wolves about her well-being and sanity. In between are also words of encouragement and sympathy for the poor girl who had gone through such a traumatic eve. You guys are being freaking ridiculous. A bored voice belonging to Class 1A's resident rocker girl and self-proclaimed only sane one piped up. They're a bunch of nerds. How scary can they be? Ah, an uninitiated I see. A voice somewhere around her waist that accompanied a very patronizing pat on her thighs interrupted Gyro from making further comments. You'll see when it's your turn to be Daddy Smurf's next victim. Once you're penetrated into your deepest part by that gaze, you'll be ruined for any other. Once you go green, you can't get enough of his ack. Monami, I know what you're trying to do, but please, vuelas ni pasatresi grosser. I don't know what that means, but you said it. Jesus, ah mercy, Monami. But please, call me Hume. Hume winked and twinkled a little as she said that, considering she always did that. The girls collectively decided not to dwell on whether she was kidding and move on. All but one. No transformation is completed with the absence of pain, just as no caterpillar. Fumi, they're leaving us behind. If you make us late, I swear to Jonathan Joestar I will find a way to turn your costume into a bright pink wedding dress. So the mighty Class 1 is here. Did you finally realize you will never reach our level and came crawling to Mr. Vlad? Ack, Mr. Vlad, help. Sunotori, no concussing your classmates before class. Yes, sir. Wait until after class to teach the whiny bitch a lesson. Yes, wait until after. Wait, no. Who taught you that? MONOMA. It's not me this time, I swear. This time, I am here, just in time for class. All Might Landing interrupted Vlad King's lecture on what was and was not the way to represent their country. That was definitely resuming the instant class was over if Vlad's glare was anything to go by. I never doubted for a second that you would be on time, All Might. 13 piped up as they waved at the number 1 hero. Their patented cheerfulness infectious to the kids who had revealed themselves to be their fans as soon as the space hero showed up. That was until that same arm lowered towards the other teachers. Palm up. So pay up if you would, please. Chub chub. Class is starting soon. As the kids were reminded of the rude reality that their teachers are human beings and not perfect idols, the Western hero Snipe stepped forward to take charge. Seeing as 13 was busy counting the stack of cash and their homeroom teachers were busy glaring at the sheepish-looking All Might. Right-o. Howdy and welcome to today's Foundational Heroics. I'm sure you all knew about the security measures being implemented, but I'ma say it again anyway. Stick together and obey us at all times. Only use your quirks when appropriate. Troublemakers will be punished accordingly. As the assembled group shuffled their way into the massive dome-like structure before them following the speech, 13's professionalism also made a triumphant return as they pocketed the cash onto their person. The hero made to introduce their masterpiece. That they sold their soul to the devil to ensure the new generation would be best equipped to deal with any situation that would come up in their career. With that out of the way, welcome to Rescue Training, the class where you'll learn that there are more to your quirks than combat. The class where you'll learn to use them to help others in need. As 13 swept their arms across the landscape featuring the many scenarios that would serve as practice for the day's rescue practice, the hero's voice grew louder and louder in their enthusiasm, exciting the gathered student for what was to come, just like a masterful auctioneer advertising the crown jewel in the auction. Floods, storms, fires, avalanches, and many, many more. This is my pride and joy. The USJ, or Ultimate Space Jam. All Might continued, just as rehearsed, unknowingly not allowing any of the students to dwell on that name. Or at least, he would have. Had something black, purple, and incredibly big knot slammed into his side, right where his old debilitating injury was. So focused was he on trying to hold onto his muscle form and break out of the grip of the thing pushing him away from the main plaza. He never noticed the wave of black mist spreading over the two classes, making many of the students disappear and replace them with menacing figures dead set on bringing down the symbol of peace. I'm back online, you fucking cheater. The irritatingly familiar screech would make Eraserhead curse, had he not been confident in his colleagues. As it was, he spun away from the villain's decay tackle to focus his glare on the most troublesome one of all these trash, the teleporting villain that had sent his brats to who knows where. Get back here, COWA-HRK. Don't worry about him. I'm more than enough for you. Careful to keep his distance from the villain he knocked down. The gauntlets on Vlad's arms started gushing out blood, before coagulating into a knife attached to a chain, both made entirely of his blood. With the analysis Eraserhead had provided the previous day, this was the strategy Vlad had come up with to keep a distance while attacking. Once the blood was outside his body, the blood hero was entirely free to control it any way he saw fit, making this Kaioketsu Shoja a versatile weapon, allowing him to shorten and lengthen the chain at will for space control. That can transform into anything else he needed, as well as to discard in case it decayed, and still minimize blood loss. Confident the decay villain was being dealt with, the Erasure hero activated his quirk just in time to deactivate the portal opening right behind 13, who was doing a fantastic job at preventing any more kids from being teleported away by sucking up the mist. Whipping the capture weapon forward, aiming for the misty villain's neck brace, Eraserhead tagged in for 13, determined to capture the warper and deny the enemy a way out. 13 got it, knowing they would only get in the way. What with their quirk being completely indiscriminate in its destruction, as well as their general lack of combat experience, the space hero moved back towards the entrance to prevent any more students from being teleported away. As all this was happening, Snipe was busy, sniping. With each crack of his gun barrel, another bullet bent and curved its way into another non-lethal but debilitating spot in the villain's body, either putting them out of the fight for good or making them flinch just enough for the students they were ambushing to notice and put the villains down themselves. Speaking of the kids, somewhere in Snipe's subconscious, the part not focusing on controlling the bullets into that precise spot that it was needed, the Western hero felt immense pride in this year's batch of students. Immediately after they realized they were under attack, the class president of Wanna had immediately barked out orders for the remaining hero students before wrapping his cape around himself and disappearing, leaving his classmates to quickly split off into groups best suited for defending themselves. The class president of 1B, not to be outdone, had immediately followed suit, bringing the disorderly panic to barely manageable chaos and barking out orders for her class to team up with 1A. It was rough. It was chaotic. There was barely a sense of strategy involved. They got into each other's way more often than not. Friendly fire is everywhere. It was working. They really needed to combine classes more often if this was the result. Despite only knowing each other for barely a week, the class president of 1B seemed to already have a decent grasp on her yearmates' chemistry, constantly directing members of both classes into teaming up with people they would work well together. She was doing her level best to keep the infighting to a minimum while ever so slowly streamlining the teams. Big sister of 1B indeed. Class 1A, in contrast, did not yet have the sense of unity that 1B seemed to have yet. In compensation, however, they showed an understanding of their own quirks and their classmates that was, frankly, better than some of the second years. This led to them having better knowledge about what their role should be in a fight and quickly got into the spot that could maximize their quirks' potential and minimize the friendly fire. Apparently someone had been doing extra homework. That was not to mention the combination moves. They weren't supposed to cover that for a few more months yet. That tiny contemplative part of Snipe's brain shut off as one villain who looked like an unholy mix between a big dog and a little girl came too close to biting one of the students for his liking. That part of his brain was ruthlessly killed and its parts Frankensteined into the rest in order to put his all in directing his bullets into said villain's kneecaps. Plus Ultra, Snipe. Nothing else mattered at the moment. UA is secured. Backup is on the way. The squeaky voice crackled to life on the loudspeakers, and the communicator was just what All Might needed. It was like a devil-sent gift straight from the principal's office, a lighthouse in the dark that gave him something to focus on rather than the blinding storm of pain and agony assaulting his senses. Finally managing to concentrate enough to focus one for all into his body, the hero flexed his arms to the side, breaking out of the grip of Thing dragging him away. And Thing really was the only suitable way to call it, for it was too humanoid to be any animal, but also too much of an abomination to be human. Whatever it used to be, it could not be called a human anymore, not with the vacant look in its eyes and the exposed brain. Good. Pounding a fist into the other, the #1 hero of Japan recentered himself and took a proper fighting stance. That means I don't have to hold back as much. The announcement earlier would have whipped everyone on every side into an even more desperate frenzy. With security level 4 active, it would only take a few minutes for the others to arrive from the main campus, which means the heroes in training only had to hold on for about that long. However, that would also mean the villains had that long to do as much damage as possible. If they managed to harm even one of the students, that would be an instant loss for the teachers and the school. Unlike the heroes, the villains did not bear the burden of restraint and responsibility. Villain, I will give you one chance and once chance only. Surrender. The villain responded with a screech that was a mix of a hyena's laugh, a lion's roar, a eagle's screech, and 9 turtles having an orgy. He preferred not to think about how he knew what that last one sounded like. That's what I thought. Thanks to Nezu's wide variety of tactics this morning to keep him from wasting his time. All Might knew he still had decent time on his daily limit. The question now being, can he defeat this thing on time to help the others before backup arrived, without overexerting himself and shrinking the time he could be a hero even further? As the thing practically flew forward with speeds that he was more used to seeing on only himself, All Might discarded every thought not relevant to this fight. His colleagues were all pro-heroes. He would have to trust that they can take care of the children and focus on doing his own part. And if he ended up having to go over the limit, go beyond, plus ultra, 6 o'clock, go big. Following the disembodied voice from the fishbowl guy that had appeared on the freshly hardened glue around the restrained villain, Kojiro turned around to spray as much of his glue as he could produce at once behind him, managing to hit the giant naked mole rat-looking thing that was chasing the screaming Minta from 1A. Normally, that would have been the end of it. No one had ever managed to move after being hit by 17. However, fear gripped as hard as the giant mutant-looking thing was only barely slowed down and kept lumbering forward, angrily trying to swipe at the students even with what was practically a blanket of glue holding him back and dozens of sticky balls restricting his joints. Shut the fuck up, Deku. Don't fucking tell me what to do. Just as the villain seemed to be breaking free from his restraint, the pink girl who had been fighting alongside Kojiro since they were dropped in this area laughed out loud as the apparent cavalry arrived in the form of an angry scream somewhere on their left. Bondo, follow our lead. Trusting the ones who seemed to know what they were doing, Kojiro did just that, producing more glue than he had ever done before from every single hole on his face, ignoring the numbness that was starting to spread from his eye holes to the rest of his face. Kojiro angled it outward and upward, joining the spray of acid and hail of sticky balls thrown up by the girls. Die. Combo move, Purple Rain. The explosion ripped into the adhesive mixture, turning it from a spray into a veil of stickiness that, coupled with the balls that got caught in the veil, turned the whole battlefield into a sticky, acidic mouse trap, and the villains were the rodents unlucky enough to get caught. At the same time, the blast's concussive force made the giant stumble and fall face first onto the ground, finally stopping his charge. Still struggling, the villain attempted to give a final defiant roar. Their backup, who was apparently Bakugo from 1A, roared back even louder, silencing the villain. Sneering, the explosive blonde stalked off, no doubt to find more villains to beat up. Girl, I fucking swear. Imagine the hate sex with him though, with Ashido and Minta bickering. Kojiro finally felt safe enough to allow himself to sag in relief. That was so freaking scary. What the hell? His family had been assured that this was the safest place on Earth. It was even on the brochure. It was why they even allowed him to attend in the first place. And now not only had the school been infiltrated by a freaking villain less than 2 weeks into the year, but now they were actually attacked during class and he had to face actual hardened criminals that wanted to kill him. And how are one joking around, right? Bondo, startled out of his panicked thought, Kojiro snapped his gaze upward to see Ashido standing in front of him, concern etching her face. Come on man, stay with me. Breath in, hold, now out. There we go. As the three of them slowly went through the breathing exercises together, Kojiro distantly noticed the girl's shoulders also slowly losing tension and their fingers starting to shake. Before he could feel shame, Minta interrupted his inner monologue. Feel better? If not, I know a few techniques that can. Oh, stop that. You can join too. Why? Oh, quit it. Despite the apprehension still permeating his very being, Kojiro couldn't help but smile as they started their trek to the USJ's main entrance. Something wicked this way comes. Prepare yourself and your prayers. Hiroshimiyuki could feel her headache building as her accomplice's cryptic mutterings started to sync with the rattling of the shifting debris and the pouring rain in the hurricane zone. Don't get her wrong, Tsukigami Kishia was as good a teammate a villain could get. He was quiet, didn't ask many questions, knew how to fight, and was also decent eye candy. Khonshu speaks to me. He advises caution. Really, if it wasn't for such a weird drawback as being convinced he was possessed by an Egyptian god of the moon, Tsukigami could have been one of the bigger villains instead of being stuck doing grunt work with her. Then she wouldn't have to pretend to care about his rant, while creeping about a simulated disaster zone in the middle of an artificial storm, trying to kill some kids she didn't even care enough to know, all the while trying to not jump at every rat or insect moving in the corners of their eyes. My god has warned you about this horrendous scheme. The measly coins are not something worth bearing an eternal grudge for adolescent fatality. What about this not very eternal but still very potent grudge that she was having right now, forever agreeing to use the huge favor she got to get him to come? Really, why did she even bother feeling excited that they got some alone time? The others clearly had the better idea after they couldn't stand Tsukigami's rants and left them behind. Comparing the screams coming from the other parts of the zone and the muttered rants that were still going on, it was quite obvious which crew was having more fun. Tsukigami Kishia, don't get me wrong, I like you. But I fucking swear if you crack. Artificial thunder interrupted their conversation just after artificial lighting split the dome ceiling, illuminating a robed figure standing deathly still in an alleyway next to them. Like the professionals they liked to think they were, Aki and Tsukigami immediately switched to battle mode. The black blots on Aki's skin shifted and joined together to form ebony claws on her fingertips as Rorschach's blots activated just as Tsukigami finally shut the hell up and shifted to a fighting stance. Together, they moved into the alley to kill the student, who was no doubt locked up in fear, and get it over with so they could go home to dry off. Khonshu abhors pointless killing. Surrender and we shall make it a quick death. Okay, never mind. Why couldn't it be a new moon? New Moon Tsukigami was so much cooler and smarter and stable, even though he was practically an invalid. Full Moon Tsukigami was practically physically invincible, but had the mental stability of a senior high school student cramming 3 years of schooling into the 4 hours before the university exam with as many hours of sleep in the past month. Just as Iki shifted forward to get it over with, the figure spoke up. Youwouldkillme, Shivers crawled down Iki's spine as the voice drifted through her ears. It was feminine, yet also masculine. Enchantingly deep, yet also intimidatingly high, so controlled and sensual, yet also filled with so much unhinged madness. It was like multiple people were talking at once, yet there is only one voice. What kind of freaky quirk was this? Just as the thought finished forming in her mind, the figure lifted its head just enough for the next flash of lightning to illuminate a disturbingly familiar visage. Yourownmastr. It was a blackbird's head, perched on top of a human body, exactly like the statue of Khonshu Tsukigami prayed to every night. I would never, master, please forgive my foolishness. At the very first sight of the beak, Tsukigami had dropped down into a doge, with his face pressed into the wet cobbled sidewalk, leaving Iki to deal with her rational human brain trying to convince her screaming monkey brain that it was just a mutant quirk. Shut the hell up. KNEL, of NDYUMIGHTNOT JOINTHEM. Both human and monkey brains held onto each other for dear life and started screaming even louder as another flash of lightning cracked above the alleyway, illuminating the heads of her fellow villains jutting from the walls like some sort of twisted trophy, their faces still contorted in agonizing fear. So preoccupied with wondering who the hell allowed this thing into UA was she, Aki didn't kneel. SOBEIT. With a too smooth to be human motion, the apparently real god of the moon flung the dark cloak they were wearing outwards, revealing a female figure beneath. Not that Aki was able to take note of that, as a colossal mass of darkness, as black as the night sky and as terrifying as the void exploded out of Khonshu's body and headed towards her, its shrieks promising only pain and terror. Aki tried to run. She really did. Whether an undignified sprint away from the monster or a tactical retreat to fight back, she didn't know. What she did know was the rats that were simply contending to run away before had now surrounded her and tripped her up and were now climbing up her body. Oh shit, get it off, get it OOOFFF. Before she could remember she had a quirk to defend herself with, the ground disappeared from beneath her body, and the hands of the souls of the damned pulled her down to the underworld to be judged, plunging her beneath the tidal wave of chittering and biting and clawing rodents. The last thing she remembered before horrifying darkness claimed her consciousness was ominous glowing red eyes and her own screams. Kishiya dared not lift his head. Even as Kirishimi's scream got abruptly cut off, even as the noisy alleyway was suddenly plunged back into a deafening silence, only interrupted by the steady sizzle of the artificial rain. Not even when a pair of boots appeared in his vision. Now, T.S. Ukigami Kiss Haya. As one of the boots slowly, tantalizingly, slid under his chin and lifted up his head, Kishiya finally dared to open his eyes. Awa and T to H. Wid Hyo or Onmu Th, what excuse Syo you havi for Bei and G here and no T and steady doing why are do ties Tiomi. New Moon Tsukigami would later realize that the mind of Full Moon Tsukigami was simply too broken by the influences of his quirk to think clearly in that situation. However, right at that moment, Kishiya's mind, unstable from the constant breaking and repairing each month, cobbled together enough of a semblance of logic to replace the whisperings of the god in his mind to the purring of her vessel peering imperiously at him from above. And Tsukigami talked. At the entrance of the alleyway, Kamakiri Tagaru retracted the blades back into his body and released the detached head of Takage Setsuna, which floated back to her headless body next to Kota Koji. I can't believe it was that easy, the taller teen muttered, steadfastly ignoring the way Takoyami was channeling Midnight like some sort of goth dominatrix roleplayer to prevent it from awakening anything weird inside him. I didn't even have to play the executioner this time. I'm sure the next guy won't be a simp and you can go back to your hard-practiced serial decapitator performance. Takage, on the other hand, made no effort in hiding the fact that she was blatantly staring at the spectacle and taking notes. Kota made a series of hand gestures at Takage. That's all of him. Dang, should have gone for this guy first. Either way, Honzuki Juzo emerged from within the wall, having just finished adding the female villain to what would come to be known as the Alley of Nightmare. We should be good now. We'll meet you at the entrance. The ghostly visage of Midoriya on the wet wall, barely visible with the low lighting and running water, gave a thumbs up and disappeared. We need to convince Yanagi to join us for something like this for the cultural festival. We red heart, you fiend. How dare you taint a maiden's purity with your wicked ways? Ibara yelled as she emerged from behind a corner to witness Kaminari Denka, kneeling between two very uncomfortable-looking villains, roll up her eyes, stick out her tongue, and raise her hands in a double victory sign to form a pose that, due to the intended audience of this story, should not be described further. The girl had evidently used up all of her electricity as a last kamikaze. Judging by the crisply fried villains strewn about the clearing of the earthquake zone they had been teleported to, and had been taken hostage by the pair of villains who probably possessed some kind of electricity-resistant quirks to prevent Tsuburaba Kosai and Owasiosu from fighting back. Oi, watch what you're saying. Villain on the right yelled right back. Not our fault she discharged herself, silly. Hey, the other villain yelled, slapping the other in the back of a head. Phrasing, yeah man, that was kinda gross. The first villain looked at Tsuburaba in betrayal for accusing him of perversion. I mean, she's barely 16. She did that on her own. We didn't even touch her. The second villain shouted, horrified at the PR nightmare this could bring if it ever got out. The kind of jobs a villain got offered depended on their reputation, and he did not want this on his resume. I dunno man, looks kinda sus to me. The waste had by now pulled out a phone and started recording, eyes narrowing. This is going on YouTube Live. Boy, I might be cool with teenage murder, but I draw the line at child molestation. Panicking over the kind of reputation this would leave them and the people that would come after them due to it. The pair of villains abandoned the hostage to go for the phone, forgetting that it was they themselves who jammed the signal and thus nothing was getting out. And also Kaminari, whose facial features morphed to a smirk more commonly known to appear on Midoriya's. Flexing her arms downward, spikes, two on each gauntlet, erupted from the part covering the back of her hands. not giving them any chance to react. Kaminari jumped forward from her sitting position. You fell for it, fools, and shanked them in the back. Thundercross split attack. Several thousand volts of concentrated lightning ran directly through their nervous system, accomplishing what a few scattered million couldn't before and brought the villains to their knees. Just as it looked like they might stand up to retaliate, a way slid between the two after Tsuburaba dispelled the air barrier between the two sides and welded them to the ground in the most bizarre pose possible. Ibara, having witnessed all this happening, felt her jaws go slack and her vines, who had been burrowing underground in an attempt of rescue, froze in their tracks, not knowing what to do in the face of such immorality. Please never make that face again. Kosai muttered as he handed Awase his phone back and reached out to help the crazy wanna-chick up. Why? Both boys immediately looked away as she once again contorted her face into something less than decent to tease them. Awaken something, did you? Stop that. Oh, Shizaki yelled, once again bringing attention back to herself. How could you do that in public? You, Scarlet Woman, PFFT. The holy girl was even further incensed as the electrifying girl didn't even bother hiding her unladylike snort that escaped, nor the absolutely uncivilized belly laugh that followed. Yeah, you tell her. Yosu cheered for his classmates to tell the crazy wanna-chick what for, along with the villains he was interrogating, only making Kaminari laugh harder. If anyone present noticed the tears that were free falling down her face were not only because of the laughter, nobody chose to comment. Where are you, you little bitch? Show yourself. Keijoshi Futari was thoroughly annoyed. For the better part of the whole fucking morning, she had been wandering this desolate wasteland with not a single brat in sight. She was promised commission for each of the hero wannabes she killed or tortured. Damn it. How could she afford that vacation to Hokkaido without any dead kids? It was like they knew where she and every other villain was and were avoiding them accordingly while picking off the impatient idiots that split off one by one. Luckily, thanks to her doppelganger, she was finally able to get a drop on them by sending out the clone as bait, tricking the pest that had been warning the brats about their movements as well as distracting and interfering whenever a fight broke out into revealing themselves and capturing one of the others. A really mouthy one. Huh. You actually expect Classa to actually be heroic enough to, HRRK? Nodding at one of her associates, the one that just backhanded the brat to get him to shut up, Futari decided enough was enough and it was time for some drastic measures. She wanted that trip to Hokkaido, and no snot-nosed hero wannabe was going to stand in the way of that. I know you can hear me, so here's the deal, brat. Snapping her fingers, Futari gestured for another villain with giant scissors in place of fingers to step forward. Edward Scissorhands right here. I told you my name is Hasami. We'll give you to the count of 3. After that, for any second I don't see you in front of me. Scissorhands, getting the hint, opened up all 10 of his scissors for the one holding the hostage to slide each of the brat's fingers in. The brat will lose a finger. 1. Futari fought the urge to create a clone to literally pat herself in the back. This would be the first one down. This brat should cover the ticket there. 4 more, and she should have the whole trip covered. 2. And she was confident she would get 4 more. This wasn't the first time a wannabe hero believed a villain would spare the precious hostage if they sacrificed themselves. Made it all the funnier when she killed the hostage first. 3. Wait, just as she expected, a headless female figure clad in a black and white jumpsuit materialized in front of them, arms raised in the air in surrender. Ah, invisibility. How quaint. Now, walk forwards, slowly, and we will make it a quick death. After they are appropriately tortured, of course. What could she say? Futari needed that commission. Before that, can I ask you something? Hell no. Time was money and they had wasted enough of both. Just as Futari opened her mouth to say exactly that, the girl plowed on like everyone had agreed. Do you? Ugh, one of those. Questioning her morals, asking if she regretted her path, and there are still options and... like pie. Okay, she hadn't expected that. What? Futari asked quite verbosely, showing her great wit. You know, pies, cherry pies, apple pies, shepherd's pies. Do you like them? Which is your favorite? Mine is key lime pie, though I'm also partial to blueberry. Okay, this little bitch had gone crazy from the stress. Killing her at this point would even be mercy killing. Pie ho. To Futari's consternation, Scissorhands lifted one of his, Scissorhands from the hostage's hands to scratch under his chin, apparently seriously thinking about the answer. Pecan pie. What? Screams of outrage were heard as the actual psychopath openly admitted to liking the baby food and pastry dough. Hey, don't knock it until you try it. Besides, it's way better than the horseshit you call cherry apple pie. A very dramatic collective gasp. How dare you? Your feeble mind can't contain the sweet and sour greatness that is. Oh please, we all know chicken and mushroom is the shit. Sacrilegious. How dare you call that soggy mess a pie? The best pie is obviously calzones. Calzones are not pie, you cauliflower-brained. Enough, children, the lot of them. After this was over, Futari would make sure to demand an extra babysitting fee. For now, however, nice try. But now I would make sure to kill you extra pie, irk. The assembled villains were startled out of their own embarrassment when their self-elected leader was flipped upside down, slamming her head on the ground and knocking her out instantly like someone had just suplexed her. A pity. A shiver ran up the weaker-willed as the invisible high schooler they were supposed to kill spoke up, voice now eerily calm and filled with condescending malice, arms raised towards the now out-cold villain. I was going to spare you. Before they could be angry, the teenager flicked his fingers towards one who was preparing to charge. The man doubled over with a high-pitched scream, clutching his crotch like someone just punched him in the nuts, and fell unconscious. Ah yes, much better. The villains, now thoroughly freaked out, prepared to activate their quirks, yet not moving an inch lest they joined their comrades on the ground. You see, I am a very powerful telepath. I've been doing my best to spare you by erasing my presence from your mind and avoid any trouble. Now that you've pissed me off, however, the villains tensed as the teenage freak's hand curled into the shape of handguns. Taste my super move, psychic pistol. The villains were prepared for anything. They weren't prepared for every single blade acting as Scissorhand's fingers to suddenly shatter almost simultaneously, the sound ringing across the empty zone like thunder across the clear sky. The mind is a curious thing, is it not? If I do a good enough job convincing it you were injured, your body would believe it as well. Bam! Another shot hit the one holding the hostage, opening 2 holes on his shoulders and making him release the student he was holding hostage, allowing the brat to escape. Now, ladies, gentlemen, whatever you are supposed to be. Tension gave way to horror as they saw the wounds were actually bleeding, which meant this kid's freaky quirk had overpowered or found a way around his enhanced skin. Surrender and get down on the ground, or for my next trick. Another jerk of her hands. Another villain attempting to activate her quirk went down screaming and bleeding. I will make your kneecaps disappear. The villains decided not to take their chances. As one by one they started to lie down on the ground, Toru finally remembered to breathe, desperately fighting off her body's instinct to run. Run, run and don't look back. Toru turned towards the USJ entrance and waved. At the main plaza of the USJ, Snipe used the brief pause when reloading to nod his head back at the girl, shooting off another spray of bullets towards the villains trying to make their way up the stairs to the USJ entrance. The cowboy hero cursed as his mental count revealed that this clip would be his last one, while homing ensured he would never miss as long as he could see his target, the bullet being able to go around or even through obstacles as needed, thus minimizing bullet waste. The fact of the matter was that there were too many of them for his finite amount of bullets. Just as Snipe was about to switch his gun-to-gun chuck mode, a voice he recognized as belonging to Class 1A's vice president rang out behind him. Finished. Finally, Snipe muttered before slowly backing off, taking care not to give up an inch on the advancing mob of bulletproof villains. The girl had asked him to cover her for a few minutes as she had come up with an idea. It seemed whatever it was she was trying to create was done. Now, what do you have, th? Is that a minigun? Indeed, what was laying on the ground in front of Yaoyorozu, in the middle of a generous pile of bullet belts, was an M134 minigun in all its 6-barreled illegal glory, already being secured into the ground with the help of Kaibara-sen, using his spiral as makeshift drills. Indeed, sir, the apparently not-so-straight-laced girl replied, all the while getting to work hooking up the metal monstrosity with a car battery in expert precision. This will eat up ammunition very rapidly, but you can create as many as we need. Snipe interrupted in an almost reverent whisper, making the girl, no, Yaoyorozu, suddenly appear flustered. Her deft hands suddenly started fumbling and her confident manners faltered. I mean, I thought it was a good idea, sir. Your current weapons are lacking in rate of fire and firepower. Plus, with your quirk, it isn't like you're likely to miss. Not that I meant you'll miss unless using your quirk, but Yaoyorozu, gently interrupting the rambling girl, Snipe started checking his dream gun. I don't usually say this, but weight, good, grip, just right, balance, perfect. You are now my favorite student. As the barrels whirled to life, the Western-themed hero's face twisted into a feral grin underneath the mask, unseen by anyone. Super move, ecstasy of gold. The high-pitched screech of death's mechanical horse rang across the battlefield as metal bullets rained judgment down on the sinners, preceding the cries of pain and agony, and finally pushing back the mob and taking down the tougher ones, and which still wasn't quite loud enough to cover Snipe's scream of ecstatic glee. Yeehaw! Clang, 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 clang. Reacting to the sound of giant hard things being hit by several small hard things, Ajiro ducked and spun around as fast as he could, ignoring every single instinct drilled into him by his childhood quirk counselor to tuck his tail and avoid hitting people to accomplish the very opposite as hard as possible. It worked, to an extent. The bullet had failed to pierce the villain's crystal armors, but it had also made them flinch just enough that Ajiro managed to avoid having his head cut off by the double lariat they were aiming for. His tail whip had also done an admirable job of stumbling them forward, but it also failed to inflict any significant damage to their protected bodies. Good thing this wasn't a one-on-one, as before they could right themselves, his classmates decided to take advantage of their vulnerable position. With a hop and leap, Sue jumped on the back of the blue and slimmer-looking one, using his still unbalanced position to pull him backwards. Just as the girl's back touched the ground, Sue flexed her powerful legs, enhanced by her frog physiology, and kicked the villain into the air. Special move. Not giving the villain any chance to right himself, Shoji, flying through the air like some sort of muscular six-armed bird octopus thing, grabbed and immobilized the villain in an upside-down position, using 2 of his hands to grab the villain's arms, another 2 for his legs, and the last 2 to hold both sides of his head against the teen's shoulder. Ashura Buster. At the same time on the ground, coming out of nowhere, Sato, whose muscular body was now even further buffed up after ingesting sugar, grabbed the bigger red villain, still doubled over from the hit, at the waist. Special move. With an animalistic roar of effort, the large teen lifted the comparatively smaller man almost full cycle to have him sit backwards on his shoulder. Cherry bomb. Sato's slam of the villain back onto the ground was perfectly timed with Shoji's drop onto his shoulders, combining the impact of both to finally inflict a blow strong enough to shatter their crystal armor, knocking them both out. Combo move, muscle docking. As the dust settled on the scene of absolute carnage, the 2 titans of Class 1 slowly rose off the ground and stared at each other. 1 beat, 2 beats, sweet. Rikia did a half-turn with his lower body, turning his body into a side chest pose, straining his yellow jumpsuit to the absolute limits in an effort to contain the massive muscles he had cultivated, made even larger by the use of his quirk. OCTO. In response, Shoji also flexed all 6 of his arms, each pair settling into their own pose while the rest of his body shifted into the front double biceps pose. The teen's choice of sleeveless costume drew attention to the glistening layer of sweat on his arms, further enhancing his resemblance to an angry Ashura. Ribbit. Continuing the conversation, Asui gave a particularly loud croak, curling her body into the front abdominal and thigh pose. Due to her own battle in the flooding zone, her wetsuit was still dripping with water, providing the perfect highlight to rippling froggy muscles. I agree with you. This would mean that they were hoping to overwhelm us with sheer numbers, providing the distraction so that All Might would be able to focus on his own battle. Ajiro, the only one not swole enough to speak Muslian, was stuck having to use normie speak despite understanding the language. The blonde with the muscular tail resolved to do more muscle training for the rest of his body when this was over. Across the clearing, Tetsu was looking at the conversation in envy. Catching sight of her big sister swinging her enlarged fist at a villain's enlarged feet, the steel girl proceeded to loudly yell at the redhead, "Aura, come on Kendo, we can't lose to them." The 1B class president only grunted before using her enlarged fingers to grab her opponent's leg and slam them into the ground. I refuse. I have a feeling I would lose something as a human being. Oh, come on. Despite what her classmate would later claim, the girl was not whining. A whining person was not manly, and thus would not be able to hit a villain in the stomach with her manly steel fist. You're the only one here manly enough to do it. Who the hell are you calling manly? You obviously. Look at your damn abs. Whoa. The villain was apparently more durable than Tetsu thought, because as she was lifting him upside down for a piledriver, he recovered just in time to kick his feet, breaking the precarious balance and causing them to tip backward. Just as she was turning her own body to steel to brace for the impact, Tetsu felt someone grab the villain's legs, stabilizing the whole thing. She might be dumb, but she wasn't stupid enough to look a gift horse in the mouth. Quickly putting her weight into her upper body, the girl turned the stumble into a devastating hangman neckbreaker, at the same time the other person also dropping into a powerbomb, driving the back of the villain's head into her steel shoulder and sending him from the realm of consciousness. Standing up, Tetsu was prepared to give a manly high five before realizing it was Kirishima from 1A. Great, now she needed one for a takedown. How path? Man, Kirishima dropped into a side triceps pose while hardening his whole body at the same time. His whole body, already hard from the rippling muscles, turned rocky and full of hard edges, resembling an unyielding cliff face. Tetsu stared for a solid 5 seconds. Before also dropping into a quarter-turn pose, turning her own body into shiny unbreakable steel in answer, accentuating her hard muscles tempered by feminine curves. As the two started conversing back and forth, taking down enemies in perfect tag team fashion, Kendo Itsuka wondered if it had been a mistake accepting UA's offer letter. In another world, Midoriya Izuku's DNA never gave him a quirk. Therefore, seeking solace in the repetitive motions and the aches of screaming muscles, he would throw himself into bodybuilding, just to have something in common with his idol. This would lead him to go to UA as a general studies student, and, having been influenced by the gym community's positive support, he would retain his sunny, helpful personality, which would lead him to establish the Body Improvement Club, seeking to help in any way he could despite his quirklessness. This would further lead him to successfully recruit the Namu to the group as spotter and manager, resolving the USJ in the most peaceful way possible. Alas, in this universe, Izuku had been granted a quirk suited for mobility while surrounded by toxic schoolmates, and thus had approached the USJ incident as a coordinator for his new schoolmates, full of spite and desire to help achieve victory. And thus, with no Body Improvement Club to save him, the Namu was getting pummeled into the ground by All Might, who, without Sunny Izuku as a mediator, was far more concerned in defeating the monstrosity trying to kill him and his students than to recruit him for anything. And pummeled was a correct word to use, as All Might, not having to worry as much about his time limit, was putting his many years of hero experience in good use by utilizing a cautious approach and taking his time to find the best strategy against the seemingly unstoppable and invulnerable opponent. Ducking, weaving, parrying, jabbing, the fight between the number one hero and the dark-skinned abomination looked more like a professional boxer humoring a drunk man flailing his arms around hoping to hit something. So he is super strong, super fast, and super durable. The symbol of peace's scowl of anger, having long since replaced his signature smile, deepened further as the wounds inflicted on the Namu by his Milwaukee Smash knitted itself together, erasing any signs of damage from existence. And he can also regenerate. Just fantastic. Some quirks are versatile, yes, but this was multiple quirks woven together to form a monstrosity designed to go toe for toe with All Might. Despite the usual lack of finesse, this stank to high heavens of all for one's doing. Evidently, the supervillain was not as dead as All Might had hoped him to be, forcing his mind to stay focused on the task at hand. The hero settled on his next strategy and bent out of the way of a sloppy swipe by the black monstrosity, and then promptly started coughing blood as the Namu's knee flew up straight into his old wounds, displaying a feat of technique, agility, and strategy that it hadn't shown any indication of in the whole fight. This thing was still sentient. Apparently it was not as much of a brainless puppet as I thought. The Toshinori Yagi part of All Might's brain supplied, while the All Might part was busy swimming through the sea of pain and confused panic, made worse by the fact that, taking advantage of his opposition's vulnerable spot, the Namu had started wailing on him, reversing their previous roles. Eventually, All Might managed to focus enough to separate from the monster to regain his bearings. No sooner had he put up a sloppy guard did the Namu pounce on him again, aiming for his left side. Road roller down, and was promptly crushed by a massive pile of wood and metal dropped from the sky, and was then frozen solid along with it. That was actually a boat, Uraraka. Shut up, Todoroki. Wait a minute. He recognized those voices. Those were his students' voices. Get out of here. This isn't safe. The little students had the nerve to ignore him. With all due respect, sir. All Might had the strangest feeling that he wasn't due much respect based on young Todoroki's deadpan stoic voice, ear bleeding and barely standing. Let us help while you wreck. Crack. Whatever the teen was about to say was interrupted by a massive crack that ran through the glacier, trapping the monster, announcing the fact that it was trying to break free. Face still stoic, not betraying his emotions in the slightest, the elemental teen started throwing more ice on top in an effort to bury it as well as constructing a rough barrier around it just to be safe, while his gravity classmate moved to help their teacher stand up. It was all for naught as, with a mighty screech, the thing flexed the glacier off it, breaking its own body to do so and exploded the formerly massive mountain of ice into smaller chunks of ice. Coupe Special, Lumiere du Ciel. A feminine voice interrupted its attempt to break free at the same time a beam of condensed destruction hit the ice barrier, reflecting, splitting, and bouncing off the many other broken chunks to finally find their mark on the Namu, burning holes into its body, cauterizing the wounds, and turning its skin from a deep purple into a charred black. The wrath of heaven's light then appeared in the form of Aoyama Yumena, scuffed up, dirty, and wet, yet still radiated an aura of royal smugness to make the act of flipping one of her blonde drills over her shoulders look like a warrior princess after a hard-won battle. Focus, Miss Amy's. I doubt the Connard is down yet. True to her words, the monstrosity still struggled to stand up, regenerating its broken and bloody body to somehow continue fighting. The gruesome sight provided All Might with the second wind needed to get up and in front of the students he was supposed to protect, and not the other way around. That is enough, children. I'm grateful for your assistance, but it is my job to be in danger to protect you. Step back. How pathetic, Yagi Toshinori, making children risk their lives to protect you because you couldn't do your one job. As the Namu's muscle knitted together and it gave a particularly menacing screech, All Might hardened his resolve to do what he should have done since the beginning. If 100% was not enough, then go above it. Who cared what happened to his body if he could protect the ones counting on him? Go beyond. Plus, the sacrificial thought was interrupted as the ground beneath the Namu rose up like a Venus flytrap, trapping his limb in its grasps and wound their way into the various holes in its body as it tried to break free. The harder it struggled, the more the cement invaded its body until, with a final lurch, another layer of cement covered its brain, forced its way into its mouth, and dragged it underground into its eternal tomb. With a sigh of relief, All Might put his signature smile back on to scold his reckless students and confirm their safety, glad he didn't have to shorten his hero time further. The cavalry had arrived. You cheater. You and your bullshit zoning and your ability accuracy reduction. Quite the set of lungs on you, isn't it? Vlad King muttered, side-eyeing with derision the immobilized young supposed leader of the League of Villains. As soon as the fight started, Shigaraki, as the misty villain had called him, had been so overcome with rage, presumably from the absolute humiliation from the previous day, that he had charged in without any regards towards strategy or planning, probably hoping to defeat Vlad quickly and get to Eraserhead. Vlad had always had temper issues when people ignored him. Using his mastery over blood, Vlad had quickly shifted it into a shield and met the charge head-on. Shigaraki, overconfident in his own touch-based quirk, had screamed something about destructible environment assets and tried to touch the shield to activate his quirk. To be fair, if Vlad was a villain and had something like can decay anything my hands touch like some sort of murderous metas, then he would also use it for literally any fight as well. Sadly, in this case, what Shigaraki was dealing with was a pro hero who had a perfect counter. The minute he felt some of the shield crumbling away, Vlad had immediately discarded that part before uncongealing his blood, turning it from a protective shield into a sticky mouse trap, covering 4 of the blue-haired rat's fingers and immediately hardened back up, turning the blood-covering Shigaraki's hand into a sort of half-glove, preventing him from activating his quirk on that hand. To give the villain some credit, he had some quick reflexes to go with his quick thinking, as he had immediately jerked his covered hand back and tried to use his other to decay the blood glove. It was just too bad that his opponent was Vlad King, as with a quick motion of his hands, the rope of blood still connected to the crimson glove had whipped around and covered 2 fingers of the other hand as well, leaving him functionally quirkless. Worse, as the 2 hands were effectively frozen together, acting as makeshift handcuffs, Shigaraki was powerless to resist as Vlad had rushed in and delivered a devastating combo with his blood-covered limbs, easily using his much larger build to prevent Shigaraki from creating distance to run away and liberally coat the rest of his body in blood by wrapping the rope all over his body in a rough hogtie. From there, it was a simple matter of congealing the blood in strategic places that would leave the young villain immobile in a crimson bodysuit, hardened to be almost unbreakable. Which led to the current situation with Shigaraki face down on the ground throwing a tantrum and Vlad wondering if it was worth it to zip his mouth shut as well. How the hell is it fair that your SIG ability is a rip-off of my faction, but you get to be tagged #hero and we get doxed? A nerf ban wave is coming. That final bit of nonsense decayed the last of Vlad's patience, finally convincing the blood hero to do as the voice of Nezu's devil in training had been whispering in his ears. Okay, but have you considered getting gut? Vlad asked, face completely serious, even using his authoritative hero voice. He would remember Shigaraki's face for the rest of his hero's life. What's the matter? Is this not Keck? Did you come here looking for clout and not expect a little CBT cringe? No, stop it. Did Vlad feel bad that now the villain couldn't even cover his own ears to escape the cursed sentences falling out of his mouth, considering he came here looking to kill his cute little students? Not really, no. Speaking of which, you're lucky my students have too much drip for your yee ass. Otherwise, I would have made sure you can't be anyone's. No, I know what you're gonna say, stoop. Little, stop, please stop. PogChamp. NOOO. The scream of pure anguish was abruptly cut off as a familiar wave of pink mist washed over the battlefield, putting everyone not having any kind of air filter to an instant sleep and mercifully put Shigaraaki out of his misery. But not Vlad King, who, after realizing exactly what he had just been scammed into saying, turned around to see Eraserhead, who was making sure the mist villain's collar was sufficiently damaged so he wouldn't interfere. Looked like God was dead and Vlad just pissed on his cooling corpse. His colleague, who had just arrived from the main campus, was also in various states of amused disgust or disgusted amusement. The real kicker, however, was 13. His sweet, helpful, slight fangirl Kohai 13, who was slowly inching away from him while avoiding eye contact, body language looking like they just found out he was a stain upon polite society that everyone learned to pretend not exist. Would you believe me if I say that wasn't my idea? They didn't buy it. Now he would have to kill any trace of Kan Sekijiro to have ever existed, adopt a new identity, and move to Bolivia to live as a sheep farmer. Around midnight, every last kid of one finally arrived at their dorms. Each had been prodded and poked by the paramedics to make sure no serious damage had been done, especially to those who had pushed their quirks to the limits and were suffering from the side effects, such as Minta's bleeding scalp, Kaminari's scrambled brain waves, Midoriya's motion sickness, Yaoyorozu near malnourishment, and many more. The principal had announced that they would have the rest of the week off so that the faculty could do a more thorough sweep of the campus and make sure there were no nasty surprises left behind, as well as review the defenses to make sure there would not be another break-in anytime soon. Therefore, all homework for the rest of the week had been delayed. Parents were called, tears were cried, fear and panic temporarily assuaged so that they would not drop every business they had to come get their babies back home to safety, but wait for the official meeting in a couple of days to address the attack. Now, the kids were gathered together in the common room, just like how they usually did each evening. Only, unlike every evening of the past almost week, there was no laughter, no animated conversation, no whining about classwork, no scolding from Ada, not even Bakugo's screams. Instead, every member of Wano was uncharacteristically quiet. What little conversation that started up was spoken in hushed tones within small groups. Started suddenly and was cut off just as suddenly when they eventually touched on what had happened that day, or what might happen next. The air, usually filled with a sense of childlike excited wonder, was instead thick with tension, filled with the nervousness of people whose adrenaline had drained out of their bodies and now just wanted to be with other people to remind themselves that all of them made it back alive. Every once in a while, one of the more exuberant kids tried to speak up, to do anything at all to pierce the heavy atmosphere and bring back the energy, only for their classmates' haunted face to cause them to wilt and sit back down in their seats, just as it seemed like the tension would linger there for the rest of the night and all the way to the morning. And likely the rest of their 3 years there was a knock on the door. Ada, with manners drilled into him at a young age, Power walked to the door to inquire who would come bother them at the late hours. The door opened to reveal the entirety of a noticeably subdued Class 1B. Without their usual aggressive friendliness and the noisy energy that Class 1A's secretary had come to know so well. Mama always said the best way to cheer up was to eat. Pony, who was leading the charge, answered the unasked question with a smile too brittle to be natural, holding up a big pot of what would later be revealed to be chicken pot pie. Ida took one look at the assembled students, who were clearly out past curfew, to the way the normally hostile Monoma was also much more reserved than usual, and the very much unsaid "we also don't want to be alone." Ida decided that exceptions could be made. The commotion drew the attention of Class 1A, drawing the more polite and social of them to come greet their fellow students. The heavenly smell of Mama Tsunotori's recipe prompted Izuku to head to the kitchen to make more snacks for the rest to munch on, which triggered Tsu's big sister instinct to make sure they were all fed. And also Katsuki's competitiveness, making him stomp to the kitchen to also make something in order to not lose to Deku. All of this food made Sato decide to bake some treats for desserts, which also started an Uno tournament to decide who got to eat them despite the large boy making more than enough for the whole school. The commotion also reminded Kota that he had forgotten to feed his rabbit in his funk, prompting a discussion on pets and favorite animals, which, as all teenage conversation tended to go, derailed into a million more subjects. In the next 3 years of schooling and perhaps beyond, the shadow of the USJ incident may forever haunt their hearts. Come tomorrow, they would have to face the fact that they could have been killed. However, right here, right now, there are only 40 students taking comfort in each other's presence, doing everything they could to release their pent-up emotions in order to temporarily forget the fact that they had to grow up far too quickly and far too abruptly. "Non, monsieur. A week living with Todoroki is enough for me to get used to what burnt meat looks like." A pause of silence, sprinkled with the sound of porcelain clinking against each other. "It's the smell that gets me. A shame, too. I loved roasted pork. It wasn't that bad for, ooh, was that too loud? How about now?" In truth, it was still a little too loud, but whoever the voice was talking to had apparently deemed it good enough. "Anyway, I wasn't too injured. Some warning for that stunt manga pulled would have been nice, but Recovery Girl said I'd be fine in a couple more days. Buddy, I've been to mosh pits more brutal than that when I was 10. Hell, the old lady I got into a fist fight with last week for the DCT shirt hit harder, and she looked old enough to have been there at their debut. You know, I've never noticed how sharp scissors are. Apparently the right kind can cut through even steel. Flesh and bones don't stand a chance." In contrast to the previous voice, this one was so quiet that there were clear signs of the volume being enhanced digitally after. "How do heroes deal with this every day? Every once in a while since then I keep having this weirdest compulsion to touch all of my fingers together. It's stupid, I know, but I just want to be sure. Listen to me very carefully. I am not that dumb. What do you think people have been telling me for the last 10 years? It's dangerous if you short out. You should be more mindful where and how much you use your quirk. Who do you think the people you'll be fighting are, and yada yada, like I'm some freaking airhead that doesn't know who or what I am. This voice abruptly cut itself off with an exhale, though the one this voice was talking to remained silent. "I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but I didn't almost go through a heart attack pulling that stunt just so another person will think I don't value myself and others. I know that. I do. It's just, it was on the brochure and everything, you know." I just can't help but feel I've made a mistake, and that I'm not suited for this. Like my mom used to work on this Egyptian mythology exhibit Thingy. And that's how I vaguely remembered, because I sure as fuck am not a fucking encyclopedia. How the fuck am I supposed to know who Khonshu is, let alone how he looks like? There's like a few dozens depictions existing at the same time, like one of them even has Khonshu wearing a white suit and a mask shaped like a crow's skull. Somehow we found this one nutjob that happened to worship that exact depiction that looks like Takoyami. She is just enough of a drama queen to get him to buy it. What if she was a different species of crow than his Khonshu? What if the naked mole rat guy wasn't a naked mole rat, but only something that looked like one, making Ashido's acid very harmful to making the entire plan fall apart? Because did you know the only reason I suggested that combo was because naked mole rats don't react to acid because their cortical neurons are resistant to acid-induced cell death? And fuck, I didn't even take into account what reaction her acid would have with Bondo's glue. And what if that's what happened with Toru's skin cell and that's why she could go invisible? And fuck, I didn't take into account if her light distortion would affect Mr. Snipe's sight and he might not have been able to coordinate with her believably enough. What if? And I just want to know how Nezu makes it look so easy. There's 1,010 things I constantly had to take into account for every second passed, and that wasn't to mention how so fucking big the whole thing is. Do I look like I have a fucking terrain map installed inside this? The hunting dog hero, hound dog, Aka and Yui Ryo, UA Academy's lifestyle guidance counselor / therapist. Click the pause button on the recording, plunging the meeting room into uncomfortable silence once again. A silence that was finally broken when Shota banged his head on the table, heaving a mighty sigh full of frustrated anger. God damn it. Contrary to popular belief, Shota's goal was absolutely not to get rid of the children as soon as possible, to get them off his back. While he wanted to minimize time wasted, making sure they become pros as efficiently and competently as possible, there was a huge difference between soon and too soon. And this was too soon. The kids weren't even accustomed to the idea of using their quirks for a good cause yet. In fact, the USJ was supposed to get that started, to help them learn that being a hero wasn't all about fighting and destroying, but saving and helping. And then what happened? Barely a week into school, and they had to use their quirks to fight for their lives, with trauma afterwards as a 2-for-1 special. This wasn't supposed to happen until at least their second year. Hell, their first taste of villainy wasn't supposed to happen for a few more months yet. And that was supposed to only be chasing purse snatchers or reprimanding people showing off their quirks in public, at most under the watchful eyes of pros they would be interning under. Not for the first time in the week since he caught Shigaraki walking into the teacher's lounge, Shota truly regretted not personally making sure the villain know exactly how deep his displeasure against him was. At least none of them were seriously injured. Ectoplasm spoke up next, voice calm to avoid aggravating the others, but only achieving the exact opposite. Because all the damage is being inside their head where they should be is better, right? Unlike usual, when Hound Dog's speech would get impaired when he was emotional, this time the calm fury in his animalistic snarl was perfectly intelligible. Unlike this school's oh-so-precious reputation, this will take years to be worked through, if it can even be worked through. That being said, when Hound Dog got really worked up, he tended to be unable to control his speech in another, much more hostile way. Just because you people can't be fucked to care doesn't mean. Anyway, just as the room participants were rising up for an argument, Nezu's voice, devoid of any and all of its usual joviality, made each of them instinctively slam their body back down and their jaws shut. Nezu was cosmic terror given form. Vengeance for animal cruelty coalesced into physical form, nature's wrath in an animalistic container. The result of scientific hubris condensed into a humanoid form. Humanity's downfall hiding behind a facade of politeness and joviality. But more importantly, he was the principal of UA, in charge of the education and welfare of any and all children attending this establishment, a duty that he had failed, quite spectacularly, when holes in the security system he had come up with and put too much trust in failed, introducing unnecessary variables into the courses he had charted for his test subjects. And Nezu hated it when idiots mess with his toys. We are all upset by this, in Yui. Don't waste time being at each other's throats when we can figure out exactly how to make sure this doesn't happen again, especially when the mastermind had broken both Shirogaki and Kurogiri out. Right, the mastermind, Tashinori, who to this point has been wallowing in the corner in depression for not only failing to dispatch the Namu quickly enough to save his student, but also having gotten gravely injured by the multi-quirked monstrosity and needing his students to save him instead. Scowled as his thoughts turned decidedly sour with that particular reminder of his greatest nemesis still being alive and kicking, even after having his head smashed in. Next time they met, he would make sure there would not be another next time. That was not to mention the issue of young Midoriya. The recordings revealed he had practically run himself ragged trying to support the other 39 members of the two classes, which was as heroic as it could have gotten. No amount of suspicion would allow him to deny that. And yet, every time the wound at his torso flared up, his traitorous mind would once again be bombarded with paranoia. And he hated this. Toshinari hated this part of him that became so jaded ever since his debut that his first thought in seeing a young man risking his life to help his friends was he looks like an enemy. Perhaps, a talk with someone more level-headed was required for an unbiased view. This was shaping up to be a battle he couldn't win on his own. Plus, there is still the parent-teacher conference tomorrow to explain the events behind the attack. Toshinori briefly considered breaking the Namu out of prison to fight it again. Now that battle he could probably survive. He just hoped they would at least make an effort to be calm adults. The good news was Endeavor was being a calm adult. The Flame Hero had not, in fact, raised his voice once throughout the entire presentation and Q&A, only asked clarifying questions in a manner befitting the second-ranked hero getting in post-operation briefing. One would think that that was a great thing. Every faculty member was a pro hero, with plenty of experience working with, or even around, the foul-tempered number 2, and thus should have a much easier time handling the mostly civilian crowd of parents, with the most troublesome of them not making a ruckus, especially since the school had pulled out all the stops possible before the USJ incident to ensure the kids' safety, short of canceling all classes altogether and locking the kids in a safe house and throwing away the keys. The zero casualty and significant injury count was great in keeping the parents calm. Sadly, there was also bad news. 1. Instead of being calm and civil, Endeavor started sneering about how they were weak compared to his son, which, in the strictest sense of the word, was true, as the kid had managed to solo his entire zone without help in literal seconds, but he still shouldn't have said it. Normally, the civilians were used to his abrasive comments, and being civilians themselves, couldn't really retaliate. This time, however, his audience is a crowd of high-strung, very protective parents, consisting of only mostly civilian. Oh my. Which brought about the second bad news. Would you mind repeating that, Mr. Endeavor? With Pepesha Andrinov, aka the drunk hero spirits, aka former #1 pro hero of Russia, aka protector of the motherland, aka Yaoyorozu Momo's mother, standing up to her full considerable height to bear down on Endeavor, who for once was having to crane his neck up to look a woman in the eyes. I could have sworn you were saying something about my daughter. Now, contrary to popular belief, NG was always very careful when using his quirk. Being careless with a quirk called Hellfire was a great way to make a case that went from in progress to dead end. Plus, having to take care of regular paperwork was a waste of time. Why would he waste even more having to take care of collateral damage reports when he could be solving more cases? Mother, no. Hush, Momo dear. We're just having a friendly chat about our children. That was why, the second he sensed the air changed, quite literally seeing how the gas she started creating with her quirk, liquor store blues, were slowly and surely creating a possibly flammable and explosive cloud of mist around her, preventing him from just burning it. Endeavor immediately started coming up with countermeasures that didn't rely on his quirk, including and not limited to using the other civilians and heroes. Never waste an asset and all that. Well, Endeavor, seeing the gentle smile on Spirit's face starting to turn into something sharp and dangerous, Endeavor decided on a course of action and lifted his upper lips into a sneer to provoke her into attacking first, only for it to be forcibly pulled down, almost slamming his mouth shut. Before his brain could process the attack, a stinging somewhere in his nostrils pulled his attention downwards, to a much shorter green-haired woman, who was smiling a smile he readily recognized as one better suited on a supervillain than a civilian woman, and to the strands of hair she was flicking away with her fingers. Please sit down, both of you. All those who have ever gotten to know NG for more than 30 seconds would be shocked that he was allowing such a tiny, insignificant civvy get away with humiliating him like this. Those people had evidently never gotten so utterly baffled by getting their nose hair pulled out as a sneak attack that they couldn't even decide if it had been a sneak attack or not. Otherwise I'd be tempted to talk as well. And no one wants to know about the burned-down mountain that Mr. Yamazaki told Mr. Fedorov during their weekly drinking session, do we? Okay, 500 yen per person. Go. Retired hero. Seems experienced in peacekeeping. I would instead say she used to be a vigilante. Had she been a hero, I would have remembered my family mentioning her once or twice. Nah, Yakuza. I can't hear what they're saying, but I recognize a threat when I see one. No one else would have the balls to do that to Endeavor. Yakuza's been a non-entity for decades. Secret services. Japanese Secret Service wouldn't worry Spirits in the slightest. Russian spy. You're delusional if you think the Russians would dare to publicly do that to their national symbol. Former villain. I second that. There's gotta be a reason why her son turned out like that. Or, this is gonna sound crazy but hear me out. What if she is just a housewife, you motherfucking troglodytes? 38 pairs of eyes turned to stare at Bakugo as if he just told them Jesus Christ was a short, hairy Canadian man with an overpowered stand that allowed him to heal from any injuries. So anyway, Mr. Midoriya has been famous for too long with a far too public rise to fame to reliably be a villain's secret identity. I think Mrs. Midoriya was some sort of super secret emperor of shadows that got her humanity reawakened after falling in love with him and retired to return back to the normal life she was robbed of when she was a child. Not that I know anything about that, of course. As cheesy as that is, that actually kind of makes sense. Similar things have happened before. Remember Catwoman and Red Death? Red Death was very much still a villain, but I do see what you mean. Izuku decided to ignore his bickering yearmates as well as his childhood friend, who he had to admit was doing a fairly good job restraining himself from yelling on an almost metaphysical level. Katsuki had been doing very well on that front, and funny as it would have been to poke the bear, Izuku didn't want to actually sabotage his efforts to better himself. Instead, he moved to get Todoroki's attention. Todoroki, I have an idea. Just as any other time he was engaged in a conversation, his most stoic classmates simply stared back blankly with a gaze that would remind anyone watching of a minimum wage waiter preparing themselves for a stupid joke order and yet was too dead inside to care. It involved endeavor. The look had been upgraded to higher-end family restaurant waiter who thought what came next was going to dump, but it was just the start of their shift, so was more willing to entertain the stupidity in vain hopes of a decent tip. Go on, it'll be the sports festival soon. Shouta spoke up, and immediately activated what Nimiri named the Arazerglare to forestall the kids' rambunctious cheer. Ah, the sound of silence. Shouta loved to hear it. Now I know that look in your eyes. Trust me, I had that same look when they told me. That was a flat-out lie. These kids still had too many fucks left to give to reach his level. In fact, the whole faculty thought it was too dangerous to have you appear in public just yet. However, the news of how well all of you did during the USJ leaked out. Once again, Shouta wanted to reiterate how much he loathed the parasites that are tabloid reporters with a passion. With Nezu working his usual techno-black magic fuckery, the only way for the full story to come out would be for the mastermind to leak it himself. Sadly, the breadcrumbs scattered throughout was enough for them to fill in the blank themselves with their bullshit to create appropriate sensationalist pieces. Now Japan wanted us to show them the class of prodigies, while the HPSC demanded we give the audience an image of unshakable stability and strength of the new generation, which was bullshit in Shouta's not-so-humble opinion. The entire thing stank to high heavens of a publicity stunt, even more than the usual. After such an incident in the supposed safest place in Japan, the bigwigs in the Hero Public Safety Commission were clearly scrambling to save face, fully at the expense of these kids' safety and mental health, and judging by his students' eyes, they already understood some aspects of it, painfully too early, before their career even started. So congratulations, boys and girls, your next assignment is to be show monkeys to the great nation of Japan. While this kind of attention is undoubtedly unwanted from your part, you're already getting a head start on getting your names out there. Seize this opportunity with both hands and feet, and try to look entertaining doing so. Resolve. Good. As All Might's smile in true form, as well as a conspicuous absence in his circle of friends remind him every day, being a hero was a sad, dangerous, yet glamorous career. Sometimes the best thing one could do was roll with the punches and keep going with a grin. Now, here came the part he looked forward to the least. Midoriya. The little hellion had the decency to look surprised as his name was called. Kayama really was a bad influence. Shouta could only barely tell if it was fake or not. As the first place holder of the entrance exam, you are to give a short speech at the start to hype up the crowd. Therefore, I've been suggested. Every single word out of his mouth was causing physical pain and filling him with dread. But like a true hero, he soldiered on to tell you that you are to give a speech and behave in such a way befitting of your station. As the monster grinned the same animalistic toothy grin that Shouta's boss gave him before pretty much ordering him to relay that request to Midoriya, Shouta sent a quick curse to the HPSC stooge who clearly did not know what evil they just unleashed upon the world by trying to tell Nezu and his favorite student what to do. Whatever, he did as he was told to do. If the HPSC wanted so badly to poke the hornet's nest, they could deal with the teenager-sized machine gun-wielding, laser-eyed, full-plate armor-wearing hornet flying out of the nest to dab on them on their own. Oh, Mr. Aizawa, you wounded me. The way the little green devils purred made Shouta swear then and there to never introduce him to joke, at least not until he became a second-year student and hopefully not his problem anymore. Who was he kidding? Even after graduation, this thing would probably still come back to make a nuisance of Shouta's nightmares. I happen to be the class president of this class, Mr. Aizawa. Of course I'd behave in a manner expected of me. Not to mention the other officers would definitely make sure to rein me in. And would have made Shouta feel better except for the fact that this weasel would undoubtedly find a way around it. Have some faith in me. What do you think I am? Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. Class 1 had by now become familiar with how Bakugo Katsuki worked. He got pissed at something, someone would scold him, he would yell some more, and then physically wrestled himself back into relative calmness. Therefore, Bakugo's rage had almost faded into the background amidst the class cacophony of colorful personalities. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. That was why, when Bakugo was not only silent, but radiated an almost visible aura of weary disappointment, made everyone instinctually inch away from the blonde, most of them feeling an almost primal level of shame. So let me get this straight. She was looking kinda dumb with a finger and her thumb in a shape of an L on her forehead. You morons managed to corner him, which, might I say, was no small feat. By this time, the crowd on the stands have largely got over their initial confusion of the impromptu concert that came out of nowhere and decided to treat it as part of the event. Some even commented on UA's brilliant decision to make it even more of an entertainment to dispel any lingering anxiety from the attack, and wondered if there would be another halftime show. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. And then, against all odds, the fucker promised to behave and not make a clown of himself and us on this extremely important event. As the singing got louder and louder due to the audience joining in, more and more students who were just moments ago yelling in outrage gave up and treated it as if this was always planned. Encouraged by midnight when she noticed the audience reactions and no attempt to stop it from Nezu, Shota, or even Yamada, especially after she noticed some of her favorite students' friends already joining in. When you can't beat them, join them, as they said. The idea makes sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. And you retards just took his word for it, like some kind of smooth-brained imbecile. In direct contrast to the rising volume of the crowd due to more and more people joining in, Bakugo's own volume had been steadily dropping to a more familiar growl, fueled by shimmering rage. Yet Kirishima, who minutes before was bragging about how they were finally getting Midoriya to behave, heard every word as clearly as if it were shouted to him in a silent room. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? Despite his track record, you didn't take any kind of insurance whatsoever. Didn't get it in writing. Didn't threaten to tell his mom. Didn't promise painful retribution in return. Didn't even hold his genderbent Cal Might body pillow, the ultra-rare Chicago Smash, Godmother Edition hostage. His wah. You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Up in the commentator's deck, Aizawa Shouta paused in his ignoring present Mike's frantic attempts to regain control of the hijacked loudspeaker systems to perk up in sudden, mysterious pride, as down below, Kirishima was scared shitless as a terrifyingly familiar red-eyed glare from Bakugo burned holes into him. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on. Get paid. I take it back, all of it. Give me back every fucking morsel of respect I've just developed for you gullible pillocks. Give me back the precious seconds I spent to contemplate changing my opinion of you. Give it back. And all that glitter is gold. Only shooter stars break the molding. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like. And subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.